Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is your chief host of College Genesis, the chief host of the Voice of the College Nation show. Tonight, I'm Carl Thanos, the most powerful being in YouTube. I have the all five, six infinity stones of the black mind and the black reality, black space, black power, black time, and black mind, all this, and the black soul, all the six infinity stones by Carl Thanos tonight, and we're going to talk about one of my themes that I track on social media. When my social media, I have things. A couple of nights ago, I did a show called. I gotta stop saying too because I listened to my show from 2 nights ago, and the uhs and the like this. So I'm gonna take my time and speak because it's not good optics the way I sound. The show, The Road to Hell, is one of my themes. Okay. Also, I one of my themes is the political zoo. Another one are deadly clowns. Okay, and you're starting to see a pattern here, right? My favorite, right, is a tonight's topic today called sacred cows. And I deal with sacred cows. The other theme I did was the enemy within. The enemy within breaks down to subgroups. I said the enemy within meet the yard Negro, the misery merchant, and all those types of like that. Then another theme I do is this as the shuffle. We had the Hotep shuffle, the Pan African shuffle, the Obama shuffle, the Donald Trump shuffle, the Kamala Harris shuffle. Whatever it is, a Pan African shuffle, the shuffles. Okay, so you see that unlike anybody else, I have unique things I talk about and everything. So when you see a call says the Pan African, the show is gonna be good. When I say such and such shuffle, that show is gonna be lit. To tone into that show because that's gonna be lit. The shuffles are my favorite ones. And also the enemy within. Enemy within and the shuffle. Those are my two favorite ones. Another favorite one I like I'm doing tonight is sacred cows. Okay, sacred cows are beliefs, ideologies, and things that we do to our own detriment, but we hold them and do them because they're sacred. And it comes from the Hindu term means sacred cows. It means people believe the cow is sacred. They'll starve and feed the cat. What's up, Marcus? My cousin Marcus. My BAIO soldier and lieutenant. One of my trusted right hand man in the BAIO. He's a soldier down with the cause. And everything like that. I love Marcus to death. We're not. That's a distant cousin of mine, and everything like that. Our family's both Overtons, Creole people from Elizabeth City, North Carolina. Marcus looks like my father. He looks like my father and my late cousin Robert. That's what Marcus looks like exactly. If you look at Marcus and look at my family, he looks just like the Overton side of my family, and like that. He looks just like so. I know we're related. Without even knowing, I know we're related. Hey, what's up, Mystic Dime? So I know Marcus is related to me. So, but the bottom line is, so sacred cows are beliefs, ideologies, and things people hold on to, even when they know it's wrong or it's redundant. They don't challenge it. That's a sacred cow that we hold. Hey, MP, what's going on, sister? You know, got all my females in here tonight. That's what I said. I'm College Genesis, man. I'm going to build a following among Black women that nobody else has on YouTube. A real following among Black women. I'm because I speak things. Even though I'm pro men, people like the way I come across and everything like that. And I have utmost respect for Black women. Utmost respect. Like I say, get in there and make me a goddamn sandwich. No, I'm just kidding. I ain't like that. I'm not like that, sisters. I ain't like that. I love y'all. I love y'all sisters and whatnot. I would never make y'all make me a sandwich. Tell you make me a sandwich. I'd ask you to. What's up, Frenchie? Frenchie, what kind of sandwich would Frenchie make me? Would you make me a Jollof rice sandwich, Frenchie? What Frenchie? What kind of sandwich do they have in Cameroon? Would you make me a zebra sandwich? I don't know, man. So I'm messing with Frenchie tonight. But yeah, so we're gonna have some fun tonight. Talking about sacred cows, and you can call in tonight and talk. Give me your sacred cow that you want to see. So, the College Genesis has a slaughterhouse, right? This is a College Genesis slaughterhouse, Colonation slaughterhouse tonight with Carl Thanos, because it's gonna take all 5, 6 essentials to do a Thanos snap to get rid of the sacred cow that's holding you back, holding us back. We're going to talk about sacred cows tonight. What is holding us back? What do we do? To me, the biggest sacred cow in Black America is our political allegiance to a political party that does not do anything. But we're too terrified to walk away, too terrified to even question it and whatnot. We're too terrified to think outside the box. That's a sacred cow. Why do we basically what's up, Sim Police? I said, why do we basically hold on to things that don't do us any good? Why do we hold on to beliefs and everything that we always say? One of the sacred cows is we worship Black people, celebrities with money. So in other words, basically, all a person has to do is be rich, and whatever that comes out of his mouth is gold. That's a sacred cow that we have in Black America. That's a detriment to our thing. It's like no one ever questions. Look, I look at the white community, right? If somebody says something stupid, whatever like that, they'll destroy him. They get him off. They call blacklist him, whatever like that. They did that during the McCarthy era and whatnot. They went after celebrities and whatnot. But Black people celebrities in Black America seem like they're immune from anything they do. No matter what they do, we don't question it, and we don't have any ability to regulate and get rid of them, or we don't think we should get rid of anybody that's so-called made success. In other words, basically, we judge people by not what they are, not what they do, not what their character and how they how what they mean to a fellow man. We judge people solely on their material success. That's a sacred cow of Black America. So basically, we're going to talk about the sacred cows in Black America. Now I know Africa got a lot of sacred cows. That's why sacred cows will hold civilizations back. Africa, their biggest sacred cows is the tribalism. They won't get rid of their tribalism, and even though you see it does do you no good to still go on with something that's so primitive, something so primitive and backward that's clearly not advancing you and everything. It's preventing us from going to the continent and connect with Africa, because Africa wants to stay in a primitive state because that's the way their so-called ancestors. Sometimes you got to realize, right, to get rid of sacred cows, sometimes you got to say F your ancestors. They were wrong. Your ancestors are just like you, right? You did let's say you make up a bunch of rules, and everything has a start somewhere. It could be somebody was drunk one time. Your ancestors was drunk somewhere. They made up a tradition, and you just keep following it. Why do we do that? Because that's the way it is. That's the way it is. So you don't question the fact, female genital mutilation. People were like, well, even though it's wrong, it's wrong. In your heart, God put that in every man to know right from wrong. No matter what culture you come from and everything, right and wrong is universal. What's going on, Elvis? Right and wrong is universal. Good from evil. That's in every man. God puts that in every man to know good from evil and right from wrong. But when people have sacred cows and they'll do evil, even though they know it's wrong. Why? Because they do it because no one says, something. A lot of times people just don't want to go away from traditions. That's what their whole identity is tied up into some act or some tradition they do and stuff like that. Even if it's wrong, that's the only thing they have to identify themselves with. So they keep doing it. They keep doing it. But why do you guys bury a virgin in the cotton tree rituals? Because that's the way we've been doing it. It gives us good fortune. Have you always had a good harvest and rain? No, but we do it anyway. Most time it does. So how do you know you just didn't have good fortune? How do you know burying a little 13-year-old girl alive, is right? No, we don't question that because that's just the way we do it. That's a sacred cow. You don't question things that you do, even though it's wrong. Yeah, female. The whole thing is, when you say female is a breast ironing, I never heard of breast ironing. Breast sweeping, man. Where do you get this stuff from? Breast sweeping? I never heard of that. Glad I never heard of that before. That sounds weird. Breast sweeping and breast ironing. I heard of female genital mutilation, FGM, But the bottom line is this: the reason why it's hard to fight against that is because it's basically it's a sacred cow, and people, the multiculturalists in the world, right, will say, something. We don't want to seem like we're white saviors or Christian saviors or whatever, Muslim saviors, and we don't want to offend people and everything like that. Even though that these people are doing something wrong, like child brides. In Namibia, I saw this one thing where this girl, she was like 12 years old, and she was already sold off to get married. She was sitting there crying, and people came and rescued her, and rescued her. And when I said, I don't want to get married to a man, she was going to marry a 45-year-old man at the age of 12. And the bottom line is, international community, then people are like, whoa, and then what I cannot stand is the so-called Black African Americans, so-called Pan-Africans, who only get into Pan-Africanism when they could get into African mediocrity, debauchery, and basic savagery under the guise of connecting with Africa. That's why I have to step back off this Pan-African stuff a little bit and put it back into focus. Because what I'm seeing right now is this Pan-African world is destroying some parts of Black America. The civilization, I'm not saying we're better or nothing like that, but some things that we learned that was right and wrong. We realized how we ended up in slavery. We realized all this stuff and everything, being in an enlightened world and everything like that, how we survived slavery and stuff like that, right? But we go to our African continent, we see these people practicing all the things that led to the transatlantic slave trade, led to wars in Africa and everything, and we don't say nothing about it. Why? Because they're sacred cows. Why is human sacrifice still done in parts of Africa? Why? Why is all this stuff? Why is there still tribalism? Why is all this stuff? Still going on and whatnot? Oh, that's that chief. Why are you still going to chieftaincy? The chieftaincy was actually, if you study African history, right? And this is people don't know this, right? Do you know chieftaincies and kingdoms was actually dying out in Africa? In Africa, up until the time of the Europeans coming there in the 1600s, Africa was very, very sort of democratic, and they listened to the people. We had things called a council, a Macy. We had palaver and stuff like that, where people solved problems when that. There was no, the idea of this one ruler ruling over people and that is something the Europeans created when they came there and armed people for the slave trade. There were no chiefs and kings imposing their will on people in most of West Africa. The king was subject and had to defer to the law, and he had to go by. Chukwu says reparations is a sacred cow. Yeah, it may be. Reparations is a sacred cow. We say we need reparations for slavery. We say, well, I think it's time to move on from slavery. You're never going to get reparations. Anyone who doesn't worship the graven image of his heritage. Yeah, the bottom line is if you don't basically, even though you may not, everybody knows you're never going to get reparations, but you can't come out. There's two things you cannot say. You cannot say that Black people are wasting time on reparations, and you cannot say that you support Donald Trump. Two things that are sacred cows that you cannot say. You can't say you say, something, I don't like Republicans, but I don't like Democrats. You can't, no, it's like this. You cannot say, not only you don't like Democrats, you cannot not say you don't love Democrats. And as Democrats vote blue, no matter who. If you don't do that, you're committing going against their sacred cow, which is Black people's marriage to the Democratic Party and the so-called leaders in the entertainment industry, people that tell you how to vote. Those are sacred cows, So we're moving right along here, folks. We're moving right along here. So, so we have to talk about these things, in the Black race and stuff like that. The more a society get to sell sacred cows, the more it's going to do advancement. You can have all the technology in the world. You say, why haven't Africa not developed, right? Despite all the technology, the internet and everything like that, all stuff like that should be available. Sacred cows. That's why African societies can't develop and modernize, Say I look, Elvis, I don't care about reparations. I don't need reparations. I don't care about reparations. I'm paying myself reparations, right? I'm building a business. I worked hard for what I got in life. I don't need reparations. Reparations for the poor Black people who don't want to do anything with their lives. I'm gonna get reparations and whatnot. No, you have to put 15 years in a business like I did to put yourself in that situation where Like you can make it in America, no matter who you are. You can make it, do whatever you want. You can become a millionaire, whatever you want to do. If you basically understand that you have to learn how to get along with people and do like that. You're no good to Africa if if you're poor, And I'm sick and tired of. I really am sick and tired of poverty in Black America because it's unnecessary. Poverty is because you don't try. You're unmotivated. You make excuses and everything like that. And you think there's going to be then when you get mad when I tell you, no, we need to start building Black businesses. We need to support Black businesses. We need to come together and work together and take this $1.6 trillion and start circulating in our community. Then we have all the reparations we ever need, but you don't want to do that, You want to. It's only good when some white man's going to hand you a check. That's the only thing Black people care about. Is somebody white saying, "Oh, I'm so sorry. We're so sorry, y'all Negroes and everything." Whatever if it comes from a white man's mouth, you believe it. And all the white man do say, "Yeah, I think you deserve reparations." See, white man said it. That's what they always do. These stupid Negroes, the FBA people, they always play me clips of some white person saying something about FBA or Black people there's delineate and get reparations and blah blah. They recognize it. So it's all about that's another sacred cow. We always take white people's word on everything. If white man says one drop of Black blood makes you Black, we just go with it. We don't even question it. My dad and uncles are the same over old sports. Bankers. I don't know what that means. Same over old sports. Just bankers. I don't know. I don't know what she meant by that. I wish MP would clarify what she's talking about. So. You must be talking about Mari taking a break. So the bottom line is this. If you're sitting there thinking that there's going to be a reparations check, well, that's fine, right? But my problem is when you waste your life, you're not getting into school, you're not looking at other things, and basically like this. Reparations are not nothing's owed to you, Ben. The only thing that owed to you is a kick in your ass, You know what's owed to you, Ben? Is a hard life. That's what God promised you. God promised you on this earth, your life will be hard. You will work for the spread of your brow to make your bread and feed your family. A lot of Black men don't want to feed their family. They don't want to work hard. They're absentee and everything like that. And they think they're going to do the right thing. You're not doing God's world. You're not taking care of your kids. You're not taking care of your family. You're not. You're leaving women pregnant and everything. But yet you want a reparations check. Stop it. Stop it. And I'm your brother. I'll tell you like this because I love you enough to tell you the truth. Ben, we had a show the other day. You could not prove to me that your ancestors deserve reparations. I'm gonna let Ben on tonight. He's gonna prove to me that his ancestors. He's gonna give me the names of the ancestors. He's gonna tell me what they work for and how is it worth anything. How do you know your ancestors weren't lazy, and they were just basically cost the slave owner money? Not every slave was productive, Ben. Your ancestors could have been one of those lazy bum Negroes on the plantation. They kept selling because they couldn't work, or they're too stupid to work. One night they just couldn't do anything. How do we know your ancestors weren't one of those, Ben? You got to prove that your ancestors picked a certain amount of cotton. Boom, 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 because you got the records and everything like that. You can't produce that. You ain't getting no reparation. A class action suit. Ben, you are the funniest Negro on the planet. That's what I say when I say deadly clowns. This is what I'm talking about. People think I'm joking when I say deadly clowns. People think this is a joke. No, we really have deadly clowns in the community. They have deadly clowns. I have deadly clowns in Liberia. I got deadly clowns in Black America. I got deadly clowns in Nigeria. I got deadly clowns in Ghana. So we got deadly clowns in Cameroon, deadly clowns in Egypt, deadly clowns in Kenya, deadly clowns in South Africa. Wherever there is in Jamaica, there's deadly clowns everywhere. I don't know what it is about the Black man. He wants to be a buffoon and a clown. You are more than a clown and a buffoon. You got to stop being a clown and a buffoon. You got to stop talking like a clown and a buffoon. Because the bottom line, outside social media, if you say this stuff, you are going to get laughed at, Ben. You're not going to get paid, bro. You're not getting a dime. I sure you get a second job or start driving Uber if you need some money. You ain't getting no freaking money, Ben. It's not going to happen. They paid everybody else. You're not everybody else. You're Black. Here comes Jonathan Miller. Oh, black people say they don't need reparations. No, I'm saying, and nobody said black people don't need reparations. I'm saying you're never going to get it. You know, and none of you fools can ever prove to me that you know anything about your ancestors. You can't prove anything. You know, how do you know your ancestors were slaves? You got people running around talking about, I was already here. Slavery never happened. Then when it comes to reparations, yeah, I want my money. I thought you just said 5 minutes ago you weren't here. You were already here. That slavery, there's no evidence of a slave ship or not. You know, all they're gonna have to do is pull out Dane Calloway as a witness. You know, we got the defense is gonna be like, Your Honor, I like to call Dane Calloway to the stand. Right? He's gonna debunk the whole idea of slavery ever happening. And he's gonna get up there and say, yeah, in the Tangiers and the Turtle Island, judge will say, you know something? Case dismissed, boom, you know, and that's it. Because you Negroes don't even have enough sense to basically hold on to your heritage. If you really believe in reparations, there will be no friggin' FBA ADOS movement talking about we were already here in America and slavery didn't happen and whatnot. Most of us are already here and whatnot, and that we're not Africans and whatnot. So basically, you guys are just like I said, you guys are just as dumb as you sound when you ask for reparations. You know, you sound stupid and crazy. You know. So how do you know that? You know, you said Ben comes from a hardworking family. How do we know that? You know, how do we know where Ben comes from? You know, Ben comes from strong, hardworking men, women working in the fields and house. They deserve reparations. Shut up, Elvis. You know, ain't nobody deserves shit. You know, you only deserve what you can take. You know, real power in this world is taking it. If you can't take it, you ain't gonna get it. Anybody gonna give you no reparations out of the goodness of their heart? If you do that, think that you're a friggin' fool, you're a coward, you're friggin' anything else. And real power is taken. You know, you don't want a nation of your own. You don't want to build up yourself where you have a nation where you could demand, you could put other countries in receivership, you could take them to international court, you could sue them, or everything like that. You didn't want that. You know. You didn't want that. You know, yeah, there's records, Jonathan, of everybody. Every slave has a record and whatnot, what they did and who owned them, whatnot. Every last slave was slave. Black people don't even think enough to know who their ancestors were. But yet you want to friggin' have a class action lawsuit. Stop it. When you go to court, you got to have evidence. That's what I'm saying. This is what I'm putting to say about these social media sites. People get on here and they're not educated. They're gonna get up here, and like I said, I don't like embarrassing people, right? But when you come on my show, I'm gonna make you like a fool when you start talking. You think you're educated, you think you know something and whatnot, but you don't have life experience. You know, you're not well read like I am. You know, I know how the world works. I have wisdom, years of wisdom. I know how the world works. I was once ignorant like you guys were at one time. Then I grew up. Yeah, first of all, there's never going to be any checks handed out, you know? So you can rest of that. How about this, Ben? If there's ever checks, what I've said right now, if we get reparations, I give my reparations check to Ben Yusuf. You can have all of it, Ben. You know, every bit of it, Ben. It'll go to you. Now, I said that on thing. You could just basically take this, right? Reparations come. You can take me to court and get all every dime because I'm giving it to you, you know? But since I know that's never going to happen, Ben, so you know I know it's never going to happen. You ain't getting the dime. I'm not getting the dime, so I have nothing to worry about. You know, Ben's like, yeah, I can't wait the day, caller. You like you really gonna see me in court, taking $180,000 from me? Do you guys understand how stupid y'all sound? How ridiculous y'all sound? And you got people, maybe somebody that's 19 or 20, maybe watching this one night, and you got people like Jonathan Miller, 35 years old, and that's the way he's talking and whatnot. And I know teenagers who got more sense than most of you people. Teenagers who got more intelligence. No, that's not going to happen. That's never going to happen. You know, what's wrong with you adults and whatnot? You guys never grow up and stop talking like children. You know, they said the same thing that happened to Nat Turner. What the hell would Nat Turner do? He lost. He got killed. He rose up. They captured him. They burned him alive. And just a few years ago, they didn't even give Nat Turner a proper burial. They found his remains in a field somewhere in Southampton County. I know what it was. He was not even buried. He was just thrown in the field, and they recovered his remains. So Nat Turner's rebellion, even though like this, it wasn't successful and everything. So what? People rose up. That don't mean you have a victory. You didn't win nothing. You know, you basically are saying you're going to get the white man in America to go over and put himself in debt $13 trillion. The country is already like $100 trillion in debt right now that they got. That's going to take another 1,000 years to pay off, but they're going to add another 13 trillion to give a bunch of Negroes who they hate and despise reparations. Are you freaking stupid? You know, I mean, freaking, you know, I mean, like I said, that reparations is a sacred cow Black people need to slaughter. It's not going to happen. We need to move on. We need to move on to something else, like building Black businesses, something else. You know, the day you get reparations, when you part ways with America and build your nation of your own and whatnot, then you could be in a position to ask for reparations. But as long as you stay inside the United States and you're U.S. citizens and everything, you ain't getting no reparations. You know. So that's what it is. So all right, Ben, be nice to the guests in the chat room, Audrey and everything. She's still, even though she's a pain in the ass, she's still a female. You know, and I got a soft spot for women for some reason. I don't know why. You know, I'm just a freaking sucker, I guess. You know. But yeah. So this is what I'm talking about tonight. You know, Ben. People are not scared to get the money. You're not getting the damn money, you know? People don't like making a fool out of themselves. See, Ben, you the type of person don't mind making a fool out of yourself. You're a fool. The way you talk and everything, you're a fool. Me, I'm not a fool. People take me seriously in life, in business, everything. People, I'm not some joke you joke with. You don't play in my face. You don't joke with me. So when people see me and I say something when my word is law and everything like that. If I know I can't do something, boom, I don't do it. People look at me with respect and they know what I say. That I got people working for me, you know. I got people. I'm in business with people, you know. And the bottom line is, when you guys basically talk all this, I could tell you this type of person never had any sort of power. You never had anybody depending on you and everything in business and everything like that. So you're reckless in the way you think and talk. I know people are watching me. I know people listen to me. So what I say has to be on point. And I'm not going to put my reputation online, talk about some stupid thing done up by stupid, ignorant Black people online. Stupid, ignorant, lazy Black people online. Now, that's all it's going. The laziest of the Black people always want to scream about reparations. The Black people out here doing their thing, opening businesses every day, doing the stock market and doing what they got to do. They ain't sitting around talking about no damn reparations, you know. They've been talking about it. Yeah, everybody supposed to say, yeah, we deserve reparations. But the bottom line, everybody's out there doing what they got to do. We don't say that shit in public. You guys come on, we need reparations, you know, and you'll say it in front of the world, and everybody's laughing at you. Everybody thinks it's a running joke. You like being laughed at, you know. The bottom line, it's a rap. Niggas been saying that for a long time. We get that money, it's a rap, but not. Yeah, you ain't getting the money. If you did get it, you ain't gonna do nothing with it, you know. You know. So the bottom line is, like I said, all you ADOS FBA people are nothing but garbage. You know, you're black trash, you're garbage. I hate you. You know, you guys are worse than the friggin' thugs. You're worse than the hood rats. You're worse than anything. You know, I would take African immigrants. I'd take Haitian immigrants over you ADOS FBA people, because you people are disgusting. You're the most disgusting Black people. You're a disgrace to our race. You know. I can't stress it how much I hate you people, you know? I really do. I never really said I hate people like that. But Marcus will tell you. Marcus, my comrade Marcus, he hates you more than I do, you know? I try to give you guys the benefit of the doubt, whatever like that. Marcus hates you more than I do, you know? You guys are nothing but black ghetto-ass trash. I don't care how much money you think you got in the bank. You're nothing but ghetto-ass, low-class black trash, you know? And I'm sick of you guys fucking acting like you representing us and whatnot. You guys want to take a credit. The Black people who are accomplished and doing stuff, we're out here living a civilized life. You Negroes out here just basically want to parasite on our back, make it seem like. So when people see intelligent, educated Black people like myself, they're thinking that I'm thinking like you guys. No, I don't think like that. I'm thinking about my next business move and everything. I'm not thinking about no damn getting online talking about some fucking reparations. I spend my time doing productive shit with my life. You know, Colin, what do you think will close it? Yo, look, what generational gap? Everybody thinks like it's Black people working harder. How about that? You got Black people who simply don't want to work. I mean, I'm just dead serious. Don't want to work. They want to get an education. Don't want to read books. Don't want to go to the library. Don't want to do all things that the society says this is what you need to do to get yourself ahead. Black people don't want to do that. They just think by magic, some Congress is going to pass something, and next thing you know, you're going to be equal to white people. No, but white people out there friggin' doing shit. Asians are doing shit. The Hispanics are doing shit. You know, all you guys want to do is sit around and basically like this. I'm so embarrassed of my race and whatnot right now. I'm so fucking embarrassed. It's embarrassment. It's embarrassing being black sometimes. You guys disgust me, really. You do. So that's what it is, you know. Everybody, oh, reparations, Elvis. Elvis says that because he thinks because he came over here and the United States government helped his family. Look, this government never did a damn thing for me. Not a damn thing. You know, I never had Section 8. I never had welfare. I never grew up in it. I had a 2-parent home. I had all this stuff. I had a strong family. Every time there was food on my table and whatnot, somebody worked for it. There was no goddamn food stamps and everything like that. So it's not even in my mind to even think about somebody giving me a friggin' a handout, whatever like that, you know? White man ain't scared of you. The white man laughs at you, you know? The white man's scared. The bottom line is you ain't gonna do nothing with it. The white man's scared. You know what the white man, average white man's doing? He's on the water right now where I live at, on his boat right now. You know, he had 2 or 3 boats and jet skis enjoying the last bit of the summer, you know? Well, I don't care. I know hate's a strong word, but I really mean it. I really do mean it. There's a season for all things, and I really hate these people, you know? You know, I really hate these people out here. They're nothing but black trash. You know, that's all they do. They're the reason why Marcus Garvey was destroyed. They're the reason why Malcolm X, Malcolm X was good. Collins like he's losing. I don't know what you say. What you trying to say? Well, wait, I lost 100 pounds. I'm freaking in perfect shape. Man, I was today. My new hobby right now is looking in the mirror of my new chiseled body and whatnot. My 6-pack abs, my chiseled body and whatnot. You know, I'm just like I haven't had this body since high school. You know, I got a few more pounds until I get that perfect weight and everything. So, you know, so the bottom line is, no, I don't look like I eat good. You know, I just basically know that the bottom line is anything I eat, whatever like that, I do it myself. You know. I do it myself. I do myself and everything like that. Nobody's give me anything. Nobody gave me a damn thing in this life. Nobody gave me money for college. Nobody gave me money to buy a car. Nobody. Everything I got on this earth, I built myself. So I don't need anybody saying, what you need and whatnot. So look this, so. So the bottom line is, yeah. So we'll. So this is what we're talking about tonight. Sacred cows. Just black people got sacred cows, and I hate people who hold on to sacred cows. I really do. All you do is sit back. You hear people talk about reparations. So let's just talk about reparations. Well, you see, it's not going to work. You see, it holds people back. People when they talk about reparations, they're lazy. You ask them every time you see somebody in reparations. You ask them, "What are you doing with your life? What are you doing with your life? What are you doing with your life? What are you doing? Like, I guarantee you, Ben Yusuf is not in school. He's not basically. He's not improving his life. He's not doing anything. He lives in Canada when I can't even come back to the United States for some reason, and he basically wants to talk about a reparations check. That's what you're talking about. I'm talking about a bunch of lowlifes. A bunch of lowlifes. People sit around and everything like that. I know these type of people, black people, whatnot, and they can't never stay away from us and whatnot. They always got to come in our chat rooms. They always got to come on our platform talking their freaking stupid nonsense and everything. That's our money. We work. You didn't work and die for shit. What did you work and die for? And like I said, can you prove it? Can you prove your ancestors were slaves? You don't even know who your ancestors were. Our blood is in that money and whatnot. So the bot, like I said, it's just like I said, stupid people or not. You didn't work for anything. You didn't work for anything, and you just want a handout. Our ancestors worked for that. You didn't work for that, and you got to prove that to me that your ancestors were slaves. And everything. Because a lot of you guys going around talking about your ancestors weren't slaves and stuff. Well, I don't know what Jonathan Miller's talking about. You done most. You done what most black people done in this country, work for what we have. The bottom line is there's a lot of black people who ain't got shit. They don't have shit. They don't want shit, and they're not going to do shit. You know, I tell people all the time, what do you do for a living? Give me some evidence of what you do for a living. Do you have a business? You know, do you want to have a business? I can't even see if you don't have anything, but you say, look, this is my plan to do this, that, and the other thing. I had a guy years ago. We're not really talking right now, but when I first met him online, about the same time I met Mufasa, right? He was one of my early listeners, right? And he basically was like, Colin, man, you know, when you start talking about I need to do stuff, I feel so bad about myself because me and my wife, we live in Section 8, 19 in Chicago. I got a kid with her and everything, blah, 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 blah. I don't have any skills, money, and everything. But he got into IT, right? He said, and then one of the other guys, African Warlord X, introduced him to IT and quantum physics and stuff. He started studying and whatnot. Next thing you know, he took a class on electrical, stuff like that. And then a few months later, man, he inboxed me his certificate, right? And I talked about my show. I showed everybody on the show. He said, look, I got this. It took me 6 months, but I got this certificate. I said, man, good, man. You did something. Next step, man, he got a little feeling stuff. Next thing you know, he's enrolling community college and whatnot, you know? And then while he's enrolling community college, he got a job in the field. And so basically he's going learning all this. We did a show on quantum physics and everything. He just basically he was just basically no, it wasn't Big Black. It was this guy named Michael. His name was Michael. I forgot his last name, but he changed to Mahal. You know, Mahal. But which we call anyway, he was basically got a job, and he basically was doing his thing. He said his wife and him moved into a better apartment and everything like that. He had money, and he was really advancing. Why? Because even though I said what I said, it hurt his feelings, but it motivated him to do better. And I say, look, if you want to be in the BIO, you want to be part of this one night, you got to do something. I don't deal with deadbeats, you know. I don't deal with deadbeats at all, you know. And so that's what it is, you know. So it's what it is, you know. I just tell people like it is, you know. People don't like what I say and whatnot, but look, if I hurt your feelings, I'm sorry. It's better to have your feelings hurt than your feelings spared. That's why I say it like this. And people have told me years ago, you know, blah, 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 you know, and I listened, I was rejecting it. No, don't tell me. But I knew they were telling the truth. So years ago, I had to get a path, you know, I had to settle down and get my life together and everything like that. I couldn't live that life that I wanted to live, just going out with all types of females and just partying, clubbing, working like 3 jobs, doing club security, doing bar back and stuff like that, just making money and everything, hustling, making money. But I had no career, you know. And then my father just told me, he said, look, you got to get a career, you know. You're getting too old for this stuff, you know. You get too old to be working in clubs and running around chasing girls and stuff like that. So it was hard for me to hear that, but it was the truth, you know. So in 2008, 16 years ago, I got my insurance licenses and whatnot, you know, and my life, you know, ups and downs, struggling. Now I've mastered the business. I got invited to a winery tonight. And it was good. You know, I met some top people in this one healthcare facility that's opening in an area. And we're working together, you know, with this my agency, and this thing is going to partner up on a lot of stuff. But so God's opening doors for me and whatnot. But had I gave up, and I almost gave up this like years ago, but 2 years into the insurance business, I almost gave up. Like, man, I just go back to the streets, go back to hustling, go back to doing this, whatever like that. But I stuck with it. You know, now years later, you know, now I'm just starting to see the fruits, bear fruits. It took me years. I've finally seen the fruits of my success, you know, and I'm proud of that, you know. I'm proud of what I did, you know, and I'm humbled. But I basically will tell anybody, if I could do it, you can do it. Because I was like the most unmotivated person in the world, you know. And I used to have the same thing, talk about reparations, talk about this, talk about the white man, talk about this and the other thing. But the bottom line is, I had to look in the mirror. The problem wasn't the white man. The problem wasn't the black women. The problem wasn't anybody. The problem was collar. You know, I had to take account of what collar was all about. You know. Now Ben says, Carl, look how what he said about my father, nigga. You said about my father. He says, Carl, how much look how much your father further you go. What the fuck? I'm gonna go with reparations. What the fuck? So basically, This is a lazy person. This is what I'm talking about. Lazy. That's what I mean by black trash. I did what I did on my own. Nobody could say, no white man could say, you did this because we gave you reparations. Nobody could take credit for anything I freaking did. I had people that started with me in this business, white guys and everything that I used to look up to on that. Now I'm past them in this business. They're coming to me looking like, damn, how'd you do it? How'd you guys do it? You got a family and everything. How you and your brothers, how you guys build this thing? You know, you're just amazed. So the bottom line, I wasn't sitting around waiting on no goddamn reparations check and whatnot, you know, which is never going to come. You guys sitting there waiting on a damn reparations check and whatnot. And that's what I'm saying. That's sick mindset. Instead of going out there and making shit happen, you know, those who make shit happen and those who let shit happen to them. You want reparations to happen to you. You can't make reparations happen because you're waiting for something to happen to you. You think they're going to give you reparations, you know? Yeah, Ben, it was government dependency. You want the government. The bottom line is this. If the government ever gave you reparations, that means they're going to put you back into slavery. They're going to own you. There's going to be so many stipulations. You ain't going to be free, you know? They're going to control your drivers, like where you go, everything, you know? Corporate welfare. So, and the bottom line is he wants to compare himself to a corporation who, like IBM, who produces businesses and jobs and everything like that. You Negroes that get welfare don't produce shit, but more illegitimate crumb snatching babies. That's all y'all welfare do. I'd rather give welfare to corporations than you. At least we get something out, we get something back out of it, you know? That's what I said. I'm cutting all you dumb, dusty Negroes off. I don't want to hear your arguments. I'm sick of you. I hate you. You know, it's time for us Black America to delineate from black trash and garbage. You know, I'm really dead serious about that. Black trash and garbage have to go. You know, I don't give a damn who does not like it. This is the truth, Frenchie. I may say words that harsh, but the bottom line is I don't see anything else. We're cornered. I don't see nothing else. All these people doing is pulling us down. We can't even have black people in America. Millions of us have legitimate ideas to build our community, legitimate ideas to build the infrastructure of America, to rebuild Black America. But the only thing the media always focused on these stupid, ignorant Black people that always ask them for friggin' handouts and always complaining, talk about, oh, the illegal aliens are taking me up. Look, bottom line, where are you creating your own jobs? You know, where's your friggin' people building your own housing? No, it ain't harsh, Elvis. This is a friggin' truth. It is the truth. I'm sick and tired. I love my people enough to kick them in the ass. I believe people say the FBA, call me a FTA. FTA means foot to ass. I put my foot up niggas' ass. You know, foot to ass is what I believe in. You know, put your foot up niggas' ass or whatnot, and they'll do better. I've seen it work. Middle class are not going to buy. Oh yeah, you want to bet? I think middle class Black people are delineating from the friggin' thing because we get nothing out of it. All they do is friggin' blame the Black middle class. Look at Umar Johnson. Oh, the Black middle class, this way, and all they do is talk about Black people in the middle class got this one. Yeah, they got it because they fucking work for it. How about that? They don't owe you a goddamn thing. You know. Has been Bantu Mandinka says niggas what calls harmless. Well, you know, the bottom line, I said what I said. The bottom line is going to be people. Then Ben says, we're the richest Black people on the planet. If you're the richest Black people on the planet, why are you sitting there so hard up for a reparations check? You know? Now, I know FBA is part of it because FBA is part of that Black trash, that Black garbage out there, you know? The FBA is like Black trash and garbage. I mean, FBA Young Line, why don't you come on here and explain to me what you do for a living? What do you got going on with your life? You can't do that, can you? You can't get up here and show me anything you're doing in your life. You probably work at Taco Bell. You got nothing going on with your life and whatnot, living with your mama and everything like that. And it's the bottom line. You get on social media talking all this stuff like this, you know? Say, Kemi said, you wish you were living under I don't know what these guys are talking about. We get family out of this nigga. Tie these niggas. You know, bottom line is I don't believe in that no more. You know, we're a family. The people are just parasites. All you guys basically do is parasitize off other black productive black people are sick and tired of carrying people who don't do shit for themselves. I've seen it happen so many times. People go into these communities and everything. They try to help people out. They try to give them encouragement and everything like that, and all falls nothing because these niggas want to do the same thing. 2020 showed me what Negroes all about. When they tore this country up from coast to coast, coast to coast, they tore this country down. Everything we worked for decades, when that was thrown down, and now the world sees us nothing but animals. When they think of George Floyd, we sided with a freaking piece of garbage like George Floyd and tore down, burned down cities in this country and whatnot. Everything we work for and whatnot. Instead of working for building black businesses and stuff like that, we have a future and everything like that. We tore all that up, because of our emotion. We let these stupid savages in our community lead the way. And say every young boy is young. Young. When I was 28 years old. Get this. When I was 28 years old, I owned two businesses. I owned a car wash and I owned a kitchen inside of a restaurant at the age of 28 and 29. So I don't want to hear that about. And I had my own vending business. My own vending business. I had machines and arcade game rooms, arcade games around the city, and pinball machines and stuff like that. And I had snack machines all around the city at the age of 28. At the age of 28. And also, it is, look, and I started my business journey when I was like 19 and 20. Got my first businesses off the ground when I was 20 years old. So I don't want to hear that crap about 20. People like this. He's 21 now. He's not even on a path to being what I was when I was 28. I had a different mindset. I was in a mindset I could do what the hell I want to do. I wasn't complaining about racism and blah, 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 blah. I was productive. I could show you at the age of 21 what I was doing and stuff like that. No, I owned a car wash, a machine. People had up to 30, 40 cars coming through my car wash a day. I rented, it was like a lease. I leased a car wash from a friend of mine who owned the building. He's still wet behind the ears. The bottom line, all I know is when I was 19, 20, maybe because I'm the eldest of my children, I'm the eldest son and everything like that. And like I said, and I always hung around grown-ups when I was a kid and everything, I was just always more mature for my age. I was always more mature. I was always more mature than most of the adults around me. I was always in the books and stuff like that. So I talked like an adult when I was in my 20s. I used to date women twice my age. When I was like 21, 22, I was dating women in their 40s. That's what type of dude I was. I was very intelligent for my age. So like I said, so I see these people now. I'm just like, yo, look, I was like, what the hell's going on with this younger generation of black people? All they want to do is sit around, talk about reparations and whatnot, haven't given themselves a chance at life. Why don't you in college? Where's your degree? I wish I can do it all over again because I go back and get my degree. I would have graduated law school by now, I would have graduated my law school instead of messing with trying to build some business and try to build black economics and everything. I should have left that shit alone 35 years ago and just got my degree and said, forget about black people, forget about trying to build some black business empire or whatever. That's what I should have done, If I could do it all over again, I say, fuck this whole Pan-African black power movement. I fucking say, fuck it all because it ain't worth it. You give your life to something or whatnot, and the black people, the very people that you give your life for and everything like that, don't appreciate it. And it's still, at this day, after nothing, at 35 years, seeing no freaking progress, right? 35 years, seeing no progress, no nothing, whatnot. People are still going to think they're going to go back to the same thing. Where's our reparations? You have to understand what I'm talking about. We laid it on the line back then. This is what we got to do. We had Dr. Claude Anderson. We had Amos Wilson. We had all these people said, this is what we need to do. Coast to coast, sea to shining sea. Black people of my generation, Gen Xers and whatnot, we were becoming millionaires and everything. We produced the Sean Combs. We produced the Carl Kanais. We produced the Master P's. We produced the first young black millionaires and billionaires in this country. My generation, so the bottom line is this, So bottom line is, John, you make cracks about that, but I really don't give a shit about no BAO. I don't give a shit about the African. How about that? Because the bottom line, I know that black people like you and the rest of you are fucking useless. You guys are fucking useless people, you know? I look like Carl Winslow, but why don't you come up here and show us what you look like, FBA Young Lion? You're not even man enough to come up here and cam up and get on the show. That's what I'm talking about. Me, I'm a freaking man. See, I'm talking to you eye to eye, and I'm looking into the camera. You see what I look like and everything like that. I'm not hiding from nothing. Why are you hiding behind a picture? We don't even know that's your real picture. Why don't you come up here and cam up and talk to me like a man? You know, no, you don't want to do that. All you want to do is this is what I said. We have a whole race of cowards in this community. Nothing but a race of little punks and cowards in this community. And I'm fucking sick and tired of them. You know, you guys, the other night, everybody thought I was talking about Africans. I'm sick and tired of Black Americans more. You know, so don't tell me I'm out with Africans, whatever like that. You know, I'd rather deal with them than most of you Negroes over here because you're nothing but a bunch of cowards. You know. You know, so Jonathan, man, you got one more time, Jonathan. I'm kicking you out of here for good. One more time. Say one more comment like that, you're gone. You know? My generation. I don't know what you're talking about, you know? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. My generation. When you're making stupid comments like that. You come in my show, you say something intelligent, I'll back up what you're talking about. There ain't no friggin' thing about we're talking about Black people, Black men, real Black men and everything. I'm not talking about somebody who may have married a white woman. That doesn't, it's inconsequential to our friggin' thing like this. Fate. Now he's gonna tell me who's a Pan-Africanist. I'm saying I'm not a Pan-Africanist. I'm like, fuck Pan-Africanism. How about that? Are you satisfied? Motherfuck Pan-Africanism. That's the way I feel about it right now. You know, that's what I feel like now. Fuck Pan-Africanism. You niggas ain't worth shit. You know? So the bottom of Reginald Lewis was not my generation. He was a baby boomer. How about that? Always running their fucking mouth and whatnot, And Reginald Lewis was a billionaire. He could marry anybody he wants to marry. He don't owe nobody nothing. It's about, he's married outside the race. What the fuck does that got to do with anything? The man was a billionaire. You become a billionaire, then you could do whatever you want. I say like this, just the fact that you became a billionaire entitles you to do what the fuck you want to do. But if you ain't doing shit, you just some bum and everything like that, then you got to follow some rules that Black America has no position to tell anybody who to marry and everything because our community ain't shit. We don't deserve shit, and nobody has to do anything like that. We don't even back up people in our community and everything like that. So we don't have no right telling nobody who to marry and whatnot because we ain't that type of community. We haven't provided a community for nobody. What community can you come to? We used to be at a place where no matter how rich you were or poor you were, you felt like you were part of something. You're part of a community and everything. We don't have that anymore. So people are justified in going their own way. We don't have any community anymore. I'm not, I sound like a KKK member. I'm just telling you like it is. That's just the way it is. This is what it is. The KKK member will be sitting here telling you how to improve your life. The KKK member will telling you everything you do is all right, So Simply's here. Simply's to know what I'm talking about. The bottom line is this. You people out here, man, all you've been hearing is people telling you there's nothing's your fault and that white people and the white supremacy is holding you back and everything. No, it's y'all. It's y'all. Y'all destroying our community, destroying everything our ancestors built in this country. Y'all destroyed it with the stupid garbage music you listen to. I'm telling it like it is. I'm here to slaughter sacred cows, and I don't give a damn who doesn't like it. If you don't like it, you can get off my show and never come back. But I'm here to tell the truth. I'm sick and tired of people playing games. I'm not here to make friends here. I got enough friends in my life. I don't need anybody else. I'm on this platform to tell the truth. So I know when I say this, you guys are going to go and think about this shit. You're going to spread the word. Carl said this, Carl said that. Yeah, I said it. I'm so sick and tired of black people and their bullshit, man. It's unreal. Sacred cows. People basically, well, if we smoke crack and whatnot, you guys were the crack babies. You guys were born addicted to crack. How about that, FBA Young Lion? All you FBA people are nothing but ghetto ass crack babies and whatnot. The crack babies. They say, what happened to the crack babies when they grow up? There you go, right here, FBA young lining. Somebody's trying to delineate from the African heritage and whatnot. I'm not no African. I'm a ADOS FBA Aboriginal Negro eating chicken and collard greens on the from the Tangier Turtle Island, whatever the hell it is. That's how stupid you guys sound. That's how sick these people are. They're all over the place. So the bottom line is this: I don't give a damn what you guys think. I don't care anymore. I really don't give a damn anymore. Like I said, I know I'm not Dynasty Mir. I'm not even Brandon. I don't give a damn. The bottom line is I'd rather give this up than to friggin' placate people that I know. And it would be not my job if I didn't tell you how things are. And you guys are destroying our race. It ain't the white man. We used to be strong in this world. Black America used to be powerful and strong. But now you guys basically destroyed everything we built, our ancestors built and everything. We have nothing left. You guys destroyed everything. You took the white man's filth, his trash, his degeneracy and whatnot, and you just spread the degeneracy. It used to be a time where the world looked at Black America. I remember years ago, I'll be honest with you, I went on a blind date with this girl from Romania. This friend of mine, a Christian. I was in this church, and so this girl from Romania, this was a blind date. She's a Romanian, white girl from Romania. This is back in 1999. We went to Busch Gardens and whatnot. And I asked her, I said, so what do you know about our Black people? She said, oh, we love Black American culture. My favorite show is the Cosby Show and the Fresh Prince and Good Times and all this stuff like this. We love the Black community because that's what everybody in Romania want to model their community around. The images we see of Black America. We like Black culture in America better than turn back now. We're not. What they see of Black America is sexy red and this garbage and degeneracy and stuff like that. While you sitting there asking for a damn reparations check, how stupid do you freaking look? Yeah, all the jokes. Washed up George Jefferson, disgruntled, washed up. I'm not disgruntled, nothing. I'm happy because my life is good. My life is freaking good. My life is good. Whether you guys get it or not, you gotta live with your life. I'll go back to living my beautiful life when I have a beautiful life on this earth in this lifetime. When I ain't waiting for the afterlife. I'm not waiting for nothing else. I have a life right here now that I worked hard for, and I got it, and it's beautiful. I got no complaints about my life right now. And so the bottom line is this: you guys are gonna be online every day with your miserable self, every day on TikTok talking about people that should be working. I said, what are these people? These people got jobs. I'd be like in my office, like tuning in where do these people work at? They're on TikTok all day, like streaming for hours. And when I'm talking about a bunch of stupid shit, stupid shit when I all day and all night, who's the original, is Black people in America, Africans, or we Aboriginal? And that's a really topic to talk about for 6 hours and shit. Guys are freaking, damn, it's just sad, I'm gonna put the link in the chat room. I want to know when you call in tonight. I want to know a sacred cow that you have that you want me to deal with. You want me to slaughter your sacred cow? Tell me what your sacred cow is. What is out there that's bothering you that we need to get rid of? Wherever you come from, whatever your background is, what is a sacred cow? The Call of Thanos will snap the Infinity Gauntlet and basically make your sacred cow disappear into like little particles and everything. With one thing up, oh Lord, here comes Ben,
Yeah, can you hear me?
All right, Ben, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to just give me a minute. I was going to say something about with the reparations. What I was saying is that people fear the reparations because when we first got out of slavery, look at all the Black Wall Streets that we built. And we built that coming with nothing. Can you imagine? Can you imagine what would happen if we got that money? I'm not talking about the dusty niggas are going to blow it on rims and all that kind of shit. All we need is the 10%. We got brothers like Puffy, Birdman.
So you think Birdman and Puffy is going to be your salvation?
No, I'm not saying that. But if we got that money and 10% of the brothers that's on business, you would see Black Apples, Black Amazons, black
Oh, really?
Silicon
How come,
Valley.
how come it hasn't happened now then?
Okay, because we don't have an infusion of cash, just like these white businesses have.
So if you get an infusion of cash, you know that the money has to be printed, right? And the cash will be less because it has no value. Where's the cash going to be backed by? Where's the value? The cash going to
Okay,
lose its
it's
value.
just like they give to the what is that? The Ukraine people. They give them all types
Yeah,
of
you
money.
know, and you know what the Ukraine people is, bro? The U.S. taxpayer got to pay for that money because it's not even accounted for. We're spending more money than the GDP is.
Yeah, but
You
at least the
understand?
blacks got the money. They'll put it. The
But
majority of them.
how you you're saying you want trillions of dollars, right? Of them printing the money and putting it back into the so-called economy.
And
What
we're going to build
mean?
industries that are going to employ people. We're going to
What
have fair
industries? What
labor
industries? What
laws.
industry? Do you know an industry is there to make a profit? They don't just you don't just create a factory and employ people. The business have to have a reason to be in business and make profit. That's a risk and everything like that. It just don't
Yeah,
happen like that.
you don't have to reinvent the wheel. You know when we get in something, I don't care if it's sports, tennis, anything, we dominate. And all we need is 10% of the brothers. That's why the white man is scared for us to get this money. They know once we get this, they done. They're
Yeah,
done, man.
bottom line. As if that's true, you're never gonna get it, bro. You know, I think you. Let's say I take you on your word for it. Once you get that money, you're gonna rise up and you're gonna do like this. But the problem is, you're never gonna get that money. You know, it's just it is what it is, bro. You got to
And
move on. You got to move
it,
on and figure something else out. Like,
this country can't survive on injustice. You know what I'm
well, but
saying?
yesterday they've been surviving all this time. Well, just what are you
But
talking
it's
about?
going down, and they're going to need us to
Well, they
save
don't
it.
care. They don't care. White people rather burn this thing down than to give it to you.
Okay, but they gonna need us to save it, and it's gonna be us that's gonna we the one that started it, and we the one that's gonna keep it going.
Well,
They just
the bottom line,
the white
and I have no interest in keeping America going.
yeah, the white man is just passing through. You know what
The
I'm
bottom
saying?
line, and they'll say you have no black people have no capability of running this country.
Okay, but okay, the white man is just
Well,
passing through.
who's gonna run the country? Who's gonna run
Oh,
the
we will, and
infrastructure?
we're gonna run it with justice. You know what I'm
How?
saying? He'll be ran way better than he ran it.
How you gonna run the power grid and all this stuff like that? You don't have any knowledge of that.
Oh, like I said, you think you got to think outside the box, Carla. You can hire people to come in
America. So we're gonna
and
hire
teach.
the Japanese to come here and run our infrastructure
No, I
for
ain't
us,
say
man.
that. You hire people to come in, teach you the
But from
game.
where they come? Where they coming from?
You got people in Germany that get power, China that got power.
So you invite
You know,
Germans and Chinese over here to run American infrastructure and
no, I
everything like
said
that.
you can go over there and learn the game. You know what I'm
So you
saying?
are
From
just
them.
you know you talk about running infrastructure. You're talking about 100 years. You know you're so freaking far behind everything right the 8 ball right now.
But the infrastructure is already here.
Yeah, no, but you don't run the infrastructure. You didn't build
Okay.
the infrastructure.
Okay, you know what the guy did with Toyota, right? He came to I think Germany or the U.S. to learn how to build
Yeah, but
cars
hold up.
and took the knowledge back.
Hold up. Toyota, I know the history of Toyota. Toyota had the backing of the Japanese government, and they basically had loans and everything for decades, and they had windows of opportunity to make mistakes because the Japanese was buying them. You know, first of all, the Japanese were buying like a good third of their cars up front in their military and stuff like that, and then the rest of it was the Japanese market that was growing for cars, and the Asian market, and then the last was the U.S. market. So they had a market for their product that they were trying to sell. We don't have no market. What market do you have for anything? What are you going to build, and what's your market for?
We got people over here that's going to buy. They're going to want to buy from us. We're going to make the best.
By the way,
Just
so
like
you would say the black man's going to you're going to build a new car.
it's like this. If we were on the reservations, Carla, do you think we would be all run down? It would be a line of white folks and other folks trying to get up in there because wherever we go, everybody else
I mean, that
follows.
sounds good, man. But the bottom line, this is like social low IQ conversation, man. I mean, are you serious about this? What you just
Okay, I
said?
asked you about the Black Wall Streets. How we do that deal?
The
We can't
bottom
do it
line, that
again.
was hold on. Let me tell you. Let me tell you about the Black Wall Street in Tulsa, right?
Streets.
First
I'm
of
talking
all,
about streets as plural.
well, hold on.
In
There
California.
people call them Black Wall Street, but there's only really one. That was Tulsa, Oklahoma. And the only reason why Tulsa existed is because that was Indian territory, and black people after the Civil War got a huge tracts of land that had oil in it and stuff like that after the Civil War. And the Indians gave black people their freedom, and they also gave them land. And the bottom side, they didn't drive them off the land like the whites did. And so they was able to settle enclaves like Greenwood, Archer, and Pritchard. The guy who built Greenwood, Archer, and Pritchard and whatnot, like 40 acres of land in Tulsa, and whatnot built a business district and everything, and all the black people from around the area, and that was something unique in history that probably never happened in a million years again.
Okay, but did you know that the United States couldn't get going when the Pilgrims or the Penal colony first came over here? They were starving. They were eating each other. They couldn't get it to jump off until they brought us over here. Nothing jumps off without us, and you know that.
The bottom line is, I was in the strongest sense. You can say what you want to say, man, but in the
I'm
strongest
using
sense,
history, brother, on my
I
side.
cannot. And look, I cannot take that argument of sitting around and talk about taking reparations serious. Now if I'm having a beer with you, Ben, if I'm having a beer with you and we're smoking some blunts, whatever like that, or having a cigar, yeah, we can talk about reparations. But when it comes down to real business, and like I said, real business and real serious shit, that's not a serious topic.
Then why is everybody scared of it then?
Nobody's scared of it. Nobody's scared. Who's scared of it? People are just tired of black people. Tired of looking like fools. That's what they're tired.
I'm talking about all the other races are scared.
They're not scared of nothing.
Look,
the bottom line is the average white person. I was listening to Fox News tonight, and they were making jokes about reparations. They think it's a joke. You're laughing at you, man.
If it was such a joke, why would they care? You see
yeah, no, they think it's a
would just
joke.
give it to us.
They think everything black people do is a joke, man. They laugh at us.
Okay,
don't you understand that?
Like I said, we on that mind rent free.
Do you like being laughed at, or do you like want to be taken seriously?
We on that mind rent free because they thought we were going to put it back into the economy.
They would have no problem
giving us the money.
They laugh at us. They're not going to give you anything. The fact that you're asking them to give you something,
you know what I'm talking about, Carla. Money that's owed to us.
Yeah, but the bottom line, they don't care. It's like a bully. A bully, you go up to a bully, he takes your hat when they say, "What are you going to do about it?" And you can't do nothing about it because you ain't got the power. You ain't got no power, man.
Well, they said the same thing about it's coming, Carla. You know, it's coming.
And the bottom line, you have no power to do like that. And anything the white man gave you, it was out of his goodness and graciousness of your heart. You ain't no power to force nobody to give you reparations. Don't you understand that?
It's going to have to be done at a necessity for this country.
Well, we've done at what? They're going to say, what are you going to do about it? We're not giving you reparations. What are you going to do about it?
They need us to get this country from the condition that it's going to fall.
Hold up. They're bringing millions of friggin' illegals in here.
And that's why the country is going to fall.
They're bringing people here. They already solved that problem. They bring
a third country. You want the United States to be a third country?
In the 1800s, they brought the Irish and other European immigrants here. Now they're bringing people from Central America here. They don't need you. They'll solve your problem. Anytime you think you need it, they're going to replace you. You know? You ain't got nothing.
But what people couldn't even get their own home country in order? These people are losers.
Well, the bottom line is they may be losers. Hold up. But they prefer over you.
Props them up.
Well, the white man would rather have them than have you.
Like I said, they'll turn around. They'll need us. The world.
Yeah, they don't need you, bro. You know, they don't need you.
Okay, we'll see.
Now, Africa could use you. Why don't you go to Africa?
They're too jealous to have us come over there.
So you rather stay in America where they don't need you.
Because if we go to Africa and do better than them, they'll try to kill us.
Africa, they can really use you. When you say you're a truck driver, you could probably teach people how to drive trucks over there.
They're too envious and jealous of us because when we do better than them, they get jealous.
True, because you got a lot of black people in America who go to Africa and make money. You could
do that.
Ripped off.
A lot of them. You know what I'm saying? Them Africans ain't happy.
All right, I got Frenchie on the line. I got Frenchie on the line. Go ahead, Frenchie.
Yeah. Hi, Carla. How are you doing? Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. I thought you guys had called a truce. I'm quite surprised to hear a lot of the rhetoric I'm hearing tonight.
What about? I'm like I'm talking about sacred cows. The people in the chat room want to keep talking about some stupid reparations. I believe reparations is a sacred cow that needs to be slaughtered. You know, black people need to get over that reparations thing. Like, and you know what reparations doing? It's holding black people back from achieving anything in America. They owe me reparations, and you got to get over. Black people really have to get over that bitterness and get over slavery. I'm dead serious. We have that sacred cow of I'm just bitter about slavery and everything like that. It's killing black. I seen black people go to their graves early, worrying about slavery. It's not going to do you any good to hold that anger and bitterness in you and whatnot, and don't do anything with your life. You know, I'm trying to set people free here. If I have to hurt people's feelings, so be it. But I got to tell it like it is. You know, people are like, oh, yeah, we'll sit here. Yeah, we need reparations, blah, blah, blah. No, you need to get over slavery, find out what you want to do with your life and improve your life. And then everybody around you, your baby mama and your children that you got out there, whatnot, try to fix their life together. Then that solves 90% of the problems in Black America.
That's what we're doing, Colin. We just want our
No,
church
you're not
to
doing
for
that.
us.
No, you're not doing that. More and more, I'm seeing gangs in New York. They just, you know how embarrassing that is, bro? When I seen the NYPD and the FBI had to bust up another gang that took over housing projects and whatnot, some Southern Creek, and you got, and they're not just African Americans, but they're also Black immigrants now. You got Black immigrants involved in the gangs, you got Caribbeans involved in these gangs and everything like that. And the whole Black America, Black people in general, are just going down the pits of civilization in the West.
Because we getting blamed for the stuff that they do.
Well,
Most
so
of
the
that
bottom
stuff
line
is
is about it's not just hold on, it's not just Caribbean, it's Black America, Caribbean, everybody, anybody Black in civilization, we're failing. And the bottom line is this: instead of you worrying about that, why is it that we don't have peaceful communities anymore? I remember a time we used to have nice things in Black America. We used to have nice neighborhoods, people gatherings, everything. Now people are running for their life at Juneteenth events. Why don't we talk about that? But you want to talk about some damn reparations check? Your priorities.
You remember doing. You remember before civil rights when Blacks had to have their own neighborhoods, own bus companies, ice companies, and stuff like that.
Bottom line, we have way more money than we did back then, but we don't want those things right now. It ain't about reparations. We don't want those things right now. We don't want to be in a community.
We just need the 10% of the brothers and
sisters.
Hold on.
We don't want to. We don't support Black businesses. I have two Black business apps. I look at Black business all the time to go patronize in my area. And when me and my guy Ron, we always go out to a Black restaurant, and put the money in the Black business. When you guys don't want to do that, that'll solve 80% of the problem. And we start spending more money with our people. You guys.
When we get the Black Apples and Amazons, we're gonna have the world supporting us.
Well, the bottom line is, how about this? Why don't you just start buying stuff that Black people already have on Amazon? Why don't you start buying stuff that Black people are selling already on eBay? And then you create a market for it. And then you talk about down the road creating your own Amazon, eBay. But you use the excuse, we can create our own Amazon. No, why don't you start selling stuff and buying and selling and exchange on Amazon first, and then create a market so you create a demand for what you're talking about.
I don't know how to choose black sellers on eBay.
That's what I'm saying. That's what you need to do. There's Black people that show you how to market. They market Black-owned businesses, and stuff like that on eBay and stuff like that. They tell you if it's Black-owned or not. You can flag it and stuff like that, but you guys don't want to do that. You guys don't want to do that. You don't want to support Black businesses. You don't want to build nothing. You don't want to educate yourself. You don't want to do like that. But all you want to do is sit around and talk about, and we just had a reparations check. When I'm sick and tired of playing games with people that are friggin' uneducated, ignorant, and slow.
I'm just looking at the big picture, Colin. That's all.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I agree with the majority of your messages when it comes to Black people as a whole globally, right? But wouldn't you say, would it be fair to say that reparations is a debt that is owed to African Americans?
Yeah, but hold
on. You agree?
Hold up. Black people, African Americans, right? After slavery, right? They didn't ask for reparations, right? They asked for their humanity back. And that's a fundamental problem. The white man says, I'm going to give you your humanity back. That means Black people look at it because some constitution says that you are now, the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment says that you're born here, you're a citizen. Being a citizen of America, recognized citizen, means you're human. And white people never recognize that. They say they gave us citizenship without recognizing our humanity. That's why we had lynchings and stuff like that. We never gained our humanity, In order for you to get reparations to somebody, you have to recognize that they're even human, that what they went through was real suffering. White people don't see it like that. They think Black people are animals, but by the way we act. They think we're not even human, that we have no feelings. They'll get over slavery when not, They don't see it like that because the way we act. Now, if you would have said, something, we'll never be at peace with America. It's time for us to get the hell out of this country and everything like that. Made a concerted effort, like you read my novel, Journey to the Promised Land. That's where Black people were at. They're ready to freaking get out of this country and they wanted America to pay for their way out of here and help them out and get set up in their own country in Africa. That's what they wanted. But the Black people who basically were talked out of that, you forfeited your right to have reparations. Ben Youssef wants to sit in America and claim reparations and whatnot, but by enjoying the citizenship of America, it don't work like that. You got to give something up. If you want reparations and whatnot, that's going to take 100 years, and you got to show the white man that I'm ready to part ways. It's time for it. It's like you saying you want to divorce from somebody, right? But you basically want to live in their house. You want to still eat their food and everything like that. No, divorce means you're moving on.
Now,
Black people
this
ain't
is
ready
my
to move
house,
on from
Carla.
white people.
This is the house that I built.
No, your house. See, that's why
Everybody else is just a
he's
guest.
claiming America, but he wants reparations from it. See, that's what I'm saying. See, this is what I'm talking about. The reparations movement is not really led by intelligent, rational, logical people.
Ain't that how the Japanese got theirs?
No, they say
In
Japanese.
California.
The Japanese went back to Japan. It was the Japanese government that lobbied for them, and they got compensation, not reparations. They had a class action lawsuit that basically President Reagan signed it because it went as a part of a civil rights bill for Black people. They stuck that as a rider on the bill to get it passed through Congress and whatnot, and that was only because Japan was moving in a different direction geopolitically, and they said one of the things the Japanese were able to do was, hey, we got all these people in Japan that lost their property and everything. So the government just said, okay, we're going to give them $20,000 a piece. And there was a settlement. That was an impasse. The Japanese actually lost in that thing. Do you know how much, if they had to pay the Japanese back all the money they lost, each Japanese would have got $1 million. They only got $20,000 a piece. That wasn't even reparations.
And that was nothing compared to what we went through.
Well, the bottom line, that's all they got. They only got $20,000.
Well, they gave them something. That's what I'm getting at.
So something. See, the bottom line is this: they gave them something. I need a handout. That's what. So it sounds like you grew up on welfare. You grew up on handouts. Go out there and make your own stuff. If reparations comes, it comes. But it's not going to come. You just move on with your life.
I am moving on, Carl. I'm just saying for the future, for the youth and the
youth ain't like this. You're embarrassment to the youth. The youth ain't not worrying about no damn reparations. You got these young people out there going on TikTok, selling products, making thousands of dollars a day. That's the youth of today.
I'm looking for the next Puffies and Master P's and Birdmans.
You got young people. You got young people out there go on TikTok selling products and some of everything. When I learn how to do, I don't even know how to do it. Selling stuff online and when I'm doing social media, you got a whole generation of kids now that don't even know what it's like to suffer because they got so much money coming in on being content creators and that stuff like that. So there's a whole world being opened up in this AI technology, artificial intelligence, everything. You got to look at the picture. So people are not sitting around waiting for the reparations. These young people out there going out there getting that money. They're getting that guap.
And when they if they got reparations, don't you think they'll scale it up?
Oh, the bottom line is, ain't nobody sitting back waiting for no damn reparations because they have no respect for you people that's asking for it. You guys are sound like a bunch of clowns. There's that's all that stupid reparations talk and whatnot. It ain't going nowhere. It's not going nowhere.
Carla, from a legal standpoint, what kind of stipulations do you think they would put in place if they were to grant reparations to African Americans?
One, they're never going to grant reparations. And then if they have legal stipulations, right? One is people don't understand something. You got to prove that you're African American and prove that your ancestors Can any African American even name their ancestors that were enslaved? No.
I won't.
When you go to court, you got to bring your case, evidence. Okay, we got these people here. Your aunt May, when she was owned by the such and such family, she did this, blah 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 blah. This, she was whipped, everything like this. Her brother worked in the field when that. We got evidence, documented proof on it. The records are still there of who did what and everything like that. You got to go to these old county records in North Carolina and the South. They kept records of this stuff. Who did what and what did who owned the family owned slaves and whatnot. What's it called? Skip Gates did that. They got records of everything. Black people don't think it's important to even get records of their ancestors. Don't even know who their ancestors were. So you go to court, that's what they're going to ask you. Do you know who your ancestors were? How do we know your ancestors worked? You just assume they work. You can't assume. You got to prove it.
Yeah, I think you've raised some really important questions, and I think this topic is really important because they don't really understand the type of questions or requirements that are going to be asked of them. I don't know how easy it is to prove whether your ancestor was either in the field
they're gonna ask for the proof, and you're gonna be like, and then they're gonna say, something. They're gonna throw it out there that a lot of you guys were already here. You weren't even slaves. You work for a salary. You work for on the plantation. They fed you oats and they gave you a place to stay. So that was your payment. And the bottom line, how you do that? By saying that black people were already here. Most of them were here. They weren't taken as slaves. And then
Well,
what they'll do is
you know this, Carla. The
like Dane
reason people are
Calloway.
mad.
They'll call up Dane Calloway as a witness, and he'll get up there and say, "Yeah, we were already here, Turtle Island, and our slave trade never existed. No, there's no slave ships and everything." And then it's like case dismissed,
Now everybody's upset, especially the other Africans and Caribbeans, because they not privy to get any of this.
Hey, the bottom line, not about the Africans and Caribbean.
We're not upset. I'm not
That's
upset.
why they worried about it. Why they talking about it then?
Why say the bottom line is most Caribbeans,
because it's a free country. We can speak about what we want.
We delineated from you guys, and you're not.
Yeah, the bottom line. Hold on. The bottom line is, you guys basically the Caribbeans and Africans are not thinking about your so-called reparations check. It's just funny to them because they know you guys are just hilarious. What you're forgetting. I'm gonna get something you ain't gonna get and whatnot. You ain't getting shit. All you guys.
When they tried to get it, they tried to leech on us. That's what we had to do in California.
What were they trying to get?
They trying to claim that they part of us and they want to check.
They're not getting. The bottom line is, Ben, ain't nobody giving up nothing. You saw what happened in California, right? They said no, we're not giving no cash payments out there. They threw it out the door, man. They didn't go to the floor to vote. It's not gonna ever happen, bro. Stop. And they're gonna. Kamala Harris is gonna create a reparations commission, right? You support that?
No, I want no more commissions. I want my check.
But you're not gonna get a check. All they offer you is a commission to study.
I want no education, no bullshit like that.
You just want some money. You just want some money.
No, because first of all, with money I can buy education.
No, they're gonna say they want to invest in healthcare. They want to invest in education. They want to invest in
none of that. I want my money
and everything like that. So you're telling me you just want money.
With money, I can get an education. I can buy land. I can buy what I want.
How do we know? What's the guarantee? What's the guarantee that you're going to use it for education?
That's my money. People can do what they want to do.
No,
if they want to trick it off, they can do that.
They got stipulation that you guys spend that money on your kids.
No, they ain't doing it with nobody else about what they do. They doing with the Indians, what they do with their money.
So you can go out there and buy a Hummer, take a vacation around the world.
Ain't that what the Native Americans doing? Buying meth?
I don't know. Most Native Americans are dirt poor. I don't know what you're talking about.
But they get a check, and they ain't worried about what these people
They get welfare.
No, they get some type of government check.
You mean to tell me you're going to compare yourself to Native Americans?
I said nobody's worried about what they doing, but their money don't.
Yeah, but the reparations, they're getting very little. They lost their land, and they're getting very little. They barely make it. They're all drunkenness and many neighbors on drugs and everything like that. You go to Canada,
and where they getting the money from?
Yeah, the government pays them that. The government owes them that,
then, so they can pay me then.
Yeah, but the bottom line, hold up, you have not been broken like the Native American. Black America has always been strong.
Native Americans didn't do nothing. They own slaves, and that's their cause.
Yeah, the bottom line, but the bottom line is
garbage race, and you know that.
The Native Americans basically have what they have is they have moral capital, moral credit you don't have.
The Native Americans were here just like the Buffalo.
They have moral credit. You do not. Black people, you use up all your moral credits, tearing this country up 4 years ago during George Floyd's thing.
Who you think built this country to what it is today, Colin? Native American didn't have nothing over here.
The bottom line is people recognize Native Americans as the original inhabitants of the land, so they got a lot of moral credit to them.
You don't have the Buffalo. What did they do? What did they build? Nothing.
I'm saying the bottom line. Hold on. The bottom line is this was their land originally. You're not indigenous to this land.
I'm indigenous too. We got here before the United States existed. So
no, you're not. No. It doesn't matter. White people brought you here.
Like I said,
your ancestors came here as a slave.
I don't care. People move around all the time. Either
your ancestors were kidnapped from the jungles of the Congo.
But we built the country. That has nothing to do with nothing.
No, the country. You didn't build the country.
Who you think built it, Carla?
The bottom line is this: you didn't lay the railroad tracks and everything. The bottom line. You know what I'm saying? The white man built this country. He
couldn't get it built. That's why he brought us over here. You couldn't get it built.
You didn't consider. Okay, why would you build something that you're at the bottom of? That's stupid. You sound.
Okay, Carla. Like I said, all that stuff. Why couldn't he get it built on his own if he could have did it? He was failing. Every colony he had failed over here.
But why? How come you don't have any territory in North America?
Who doesn't have territory?
We don't have any territory. Black people don't have no territory in North America.
First of all this United States is mine.
So all
my ancestors' blood and bones.
If it's yours, then that means that you'll be basically taking reparations from yourself, then, right?
No, it's the government. This is a deed from the government. This is a
So,
debt from the
so
government.
you mean you own the land, but the government is just illegal here. It's a legal entity, but you actually own the land.
I didn't say we own all the land, but this is our country. Just like the Jamaicans don't own shit, but they still consider themselves Jamaican, right? The Haitians don't own nothing, but they still consider themselves Haitian. Nobody in Africa own anything, but they still consider themselves Nigerian or
Bottom line, like
Ghana.
I said, man, like I said, I just, I don't, I'm a loss for words. My head's getting dizzy listening to this. What do you think, Elvis? All right, Frenchie, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say that I'm not opposed, for
Why do you feel
acting.
like you got to apologize to these people for?
No, because Ben is saying that
Who's
we're jealous and we want a
look,
piece of the pie. I
90%
honestly
of
don't,
black people, 90% of black people in America don't know about reparations, don't care about it, never discuss it, whatever like that. So why do you feel like you got to apologize and say you support something that you clearly don't?
I support it
Why?
because it's a debt that's owed, Color.
How is it that black people in America have made it all this time without reparations? Why do they freaking feel that they agitate? So don't you think black people would had a better case if they wanted an independent nation or something like that, than ask for a check? Ben clearly states that he just wants money. What is reparations to you, Frenchie? Is it money or is it basically reparation means repair? You mean you're building infrastructure, you repairing, you take a building what thing. Japan had to repair China, part of reparations. They had to rebuild Asia and everything like
True.
that. So what are black people rebuilding with reparations? What are they rebuilding? Giving Ben a check is not building anything.
If I'm building Black Silicon Valley, it is.
How are you gonna build Silicon Valley? Then why can't it go to a charity to do that? Why does it gotta go to you individually? I don't believe in black people getting individual checks.
Like I said, Carla, maybe Frenchie agrees with me, sympathize because her people had a part in us in this. We should be getting reparations from Africa too.
Zongo, I wish you would shut your trap. Honestly, you're so annoying.
I heard I hit
Always
a button.
talking crap.
I hit a button.
No, not you. I'm talking to Zongo in the chat. Always waffling on. Just be quiet for once. Seriously.
So people getting back. Denzel saying reparations of color will be a free breakfast. I mean, this brings out the worst in people. People.
Kala.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, man. I'm with Ben. I want him to get his reparation, bro. You know how much his family suffer.
Goofy sound. It's never going to happen, Elvis.
His ancestors suffer, bro. They need that reparation. That's gonna give him a lift up.
80-90% of people on this earth suffer. So what the hell?
Yeah, but not like the slaves in America, bro.
Bottom line is this: the time for reparations would have been before black people. When black people got enslaved, black people, the leadership of Black America said, General Sherman asked black people, "What do you people want?" They said we want land. They said we want to be protected from the slave owners because if we don't have that protection, whatnot, we're gonna be put back into slavery and everything like that. When Lincoln was assassinated, they gave us everything but land and space to build ourselves up. So even if you give black people money, you still don't have any land or space to build anything. When you have no government, you have nothing. Our ancestors were stupid. They said land without freaking us, our ability to protect ourselves, and with money, with protect ourselves and fend for ourselves and provide for ourselves means absolutely nothing. So these guys want reparations, but their social status is not going to change one bit. They just want a bunch of money. That ain't
we buy the land, Carla. We can buy our own land.
But yeah, you ain't trying to buy no land. Stop it. You guys ain't trying to buy land. You know how many abandoned towns in Black America in the South, whatnot? He ain't trying to abandon no land. I still got land in my family in the South, whatnot. That I'm trying to take over myself. But the bottom line, the average black person is not trying to get no land. They're not trying to build nothing. They're not trying to create nothing. How you talk about building land when you're not even trying to build families, black families?
Do you know how many townships are for sale that are abandoned that they sell online? that you can
Bottom
buy.
line, black people right now, if we really wanted to right now, we could be buying up towns and everything. We don't want to. Then the government come and say, okay, we see you. Like Soul City. When black people let the Soul City project go by the wayside, that told me everything I need to know about Black America. We ain't shit. You know, we ain't shit and never will be shit. So I resent
Color.
you telling me about reparations, because I know black people ain't fit for it.
Then when you just talking about Byron Allen, the billionaire, if you had reparations and that 10% became rich, you would have way more black billionaires that will pull the other blacks up. You just need 10%.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. He's a billionaire now. How many black people he's pulling up? Nobody. That don't mean anything. The only way you could pull somebody up if you're a billionaire is you're in the same country and the wealth trickles down. Black people that are billionaires are disconnected from the masses of black people because we don't have that sort of country. Black people are billionaires are in white circles and non-black circles. They're not nowhere near Black America, because if they were near Black America, they wouldn't become billionaires. That's the truth. You're never going to do anything inside the borders of America. That's just the way it is.
Well, I believe we open up factories and industry, we can hire our own
How you
people.
open factories doing what? Do you know what it takes to build a factory? You got to have clients like 2 years deep worth of orders ready to go. Let's say we're actually making car tires. We got black-owned car tire manufacturers. Well, that car tire manufacturer already got contracts to supply Ford, GM for 3 years solid, right? As just a start.
Do you
Collar.
know how many people would buy from us, Carla? The world that would buy from us?
Okay, whatever.
Yo,
You
Ben, how
Ben,
much are you expecting to get from reparation collectively?
I would like to start 500,000 per family member.
okay.
See, there you go, Collar. So
See,
with
hold
that
on,
kind of
let me
money,
explain this.
The
Let me
bottom
explain
line
this.
is, okay, they're gonna give you
with that
500.
kind of money, you could do a lot,
Let me
Collar.
explain. Let me explain. If one family member got 500,000, they put 400,000 in a high interest checking account, which is 5%. That would net them 20,000 a month per family member, just off the interest at
Bro,
5%.
look, the bottom line is this. You guys sound crazy. The U.S. government is not going to give you no $500,000, bro. That's not going to happen. Now, when you put numbers on it, we're
Okay.
not.
So realistically, Ben, what are you thinking? 150,
I want
200?
my 500,000. I could put 400,000 in a
This
high
guy thinks
interest
he's going to
savings
get
account.
500, a $500,000, but something like for something he can't even prove that even happened. Like his
I
family.
can prove it. I can trace my records back.
Yeah,
But
sure. You
how can you monetarily quantify your ancestors' slave labor?
The same way the Jews did with the Holocaust. Same way
Did
they
the
but
did
Jews
it.
get
Israel,
reparations from Germany?
Yes, they did. They get it
Israel
from
got
all over the
reparations.
world.
How much did they get individually?
Jews
Nothing.
get all types of money. Shit, no, I'm talking
No,
about going to
the
Israel.
Jews were poor.
They get
Nah, they
money
don't
from the
get
Germans, the United
no,
States, and we
they,
didn't
they don't
even.
get no money from the Germans.
Yes, they do.
Not on an individual basis. Maybe in help in terms of military aid or some kind of financial aid
They
from
they
from
get
from
all
Germany.
types of money. Okay, I know
No,
the
but not
Jews get all types of
individually.
money.
Not a check cut for reparations for what happened to their ancestor during the Holocaust. They don't get that kind of check.
And what's the other ones when they were dropping bombs over there in like not the Fiji Islands, but over there in South, you know what I'm talking about, the Pacific Islands. I forgot what they
Yeah,
call them.
like Solomon Island or
Yeah. Them people got
Guam,
reparations.
Guam too. Yeah, I mean, then you got to study their case and see how they presented a successful
History,
case,
like,
how they quantify it. Yeah, how they quantify it, and maybe you
brother,
guys
we
can
don't
use
have
that
to
as a
reinvent the
template.
wheel. Everything when it comes to us, it becomes rocket science all the time. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can pay everybody else. You're going to pay us. You're scared
No,
that
but
we're going to succeed. We're going to reinvent the wheel. You know what I'm saying? Everybody is scared of this.
no,
Everybody
bro,
is worried
we're rooting
about
for you
what we're
Scared.
guys.
getting.
Why do you keep
Everybody is
saying
in
that
our
people are
pocket.
scared?
Nah, we're rooting for you, bro. You
No,
know, I
you're
mean,
not,
you
because
get
you're jealous. Because you're
nah,
literally in Africa walking on
Jealous,
diamonds
jealous
and
of
gold
what?
and can't
Let's
do
get that
nah,
nothing
cleared
with
up
it.
now. What
nah.
are we jealous of?
I'm in Minnesota, bro. I'm not in Africa right now,
Okay,
Nothing,
but
that's
I'm
nothing
rooting
against
for you.
envy.
Africa is literally walking on gold and diamonds, and they don't have anything. You think
Hey,
black Americans would
I
be like
agree
that?
with you, bro. I agree with you.
You know,
Africa don't
whenever
got
we
anything.
get in anything, we succeed. We get into
Eh,
football, we succeed. We get into golf,
No,
gymnastics.
bro. Athletic is a
Football?
genetic thing. Black people are
No, it's
more
not a gender. Anything
athletically
we get into,
gifted.
brother, that's why they keep us out. They're not worried about Africans because you're not a threat to them. You're weak.
I
You're
mean,
docile.
I mean, you know, when it comes to sport, I
That's
give
why
it
they.
to
That's
black
why they
people.
want you over
Black people
here.
tend to dominate in sports, most sports.
That's why you in the
But
UK because you're
when it comes
docile.
to
You don't
when it
fight
comes
back.
to
You don't fight
technology,
twice
when
as
it comes
dirty.
to STEM, we're not really doing that well as a race.
I know
Or
your
maybe
type. You
you.
like to argue with women. Keep
As soon
going.
as we get in, brother, it's over. It's a wrap. When anytime Black Americans get into
No,
something,
bro, they're trying
No
to
it's a
one's
wrap.
recruit
jealous of
black
you.
people into
No one's jealous of
technology.
you.
They're
You're
trying to
And don't
recruit
delusional.
worry
black
about
people
us,
into
brother.
STEM.
We gonna get there.
Absolutely delusional. No one
So
is
it's
jealous
they're
of
not
you.
keeping you out. They're trying to get you in there,
We
bro.
are what you call the Cinderella story. You kicked us out of Africa and said the hell
Oh,
with them, and we
please.
came back.
But
Right?
Ben, you're not here fighting for your reparations check. You fled to Canada. Why flee to Canada, bro?
I didn't flee to Canada, brother. I went from one first world nation to another first world nation. You
No,
understand?
but you're not getting a
I
check
didn't
from
come to
Canada. You want
claim
a check from the
asylum.
U.S. How do you
I'm
get your
not a
check? They're going to
refugee.
send it to you in Canada.
First of all, I'm not a refugee. I claim an asylum. I went over there as a man. You understand? From another first world country.
Yeah, but you're fighting for something that you're not here to
I
fight for.
took
They
a
need you.
step
They need
down
you here,
going to
Ben.
Canada. You
They
know
need you, bro.
what the Canadian dollar is like compared to the US dollar? I took a step down. You
That's what I'm saying.
understand?
Why do that? That's why it doesn't make sense.
First of all, I got family reasons why I'm over there. You know what I'm saying? My
Okay.
son is a Canadian. You understand?
But why couldn't you bring them over to the United States? You got a better,
He can go.
rate
He can
over here.
go Philippines. He can go U.S. and Canada. He got all three citizenships. So if
Yeah.
he chooses to do that, he can do that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna argue
He can
with you,
only
man. I
be in
think
one
you should
place at
come
a
back
time.
home and fight for your money, bro. I think you deserve that money. Your ancestors
And
deserve
you
that
trying to be
money.
smart, brother. That's why you in the UK are some Western world country. You know what I'm
No, I
saying?
just told you I'm right here in Minnesota, bro. I'm not in the
Being
UK.
a
I'm
do
here.
boy, to the Europeans. You know what I'm saying? Risking your life to get into Europe.
Uh, I mean,
You
bro,
risking your life to
I
get on
came
the
here legally,
plantations,
bro.
brother.
I'm not in Europe. I keep saying that. I'm in the US of A. I'm not
Okay,
in
how come
Europe.
you
I've
ain't in
been
it?
here
Where you
for over.
from? Are you from
I'm
Africa?
from. Yeah, I'm from Africa. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, what country?
Liberia.
Liberia. Okay then, brother. How come you're not in Liberia helping them out? Don't
Yeah,
worry
because
about how much
Liberia,
we are.
yeah, Liberia is a shithole country. We fled. We
Well,
came over here for a better
okay,
life.
because you're not over there helping them. They need your help, brother.
Yeah, I know that, but I'm not asking for reparations from nobody. I'm here, working, trying to make a life.
Yeah, that's why you being a good do boy for the white boy. That's what I'm saying.
But you in
You ain't fighting
Canada,
white
bro. You driving
supremacy.
trucks. You think your clients are not Canadians or white people?
I don't have a problem with that. I just have a
Okay, I don't have
problem
a
with
yeah, I don't have a
injustice.
problem with it either. So what are you saying? Why are you
Like
projecting then?
brother, you in my house talking crap.
That's
Worried
that's a
about
bit of a
nobody,
stretch
black
to say that I'm in
America
your
is
house,
worried
bro.
about Liberia. They probably
Bro,
couldn't
I'm
find
not. I'm
another
not even
map.
saying that. I'm just saying I support you morally. That's all. I'm not saying anything negative about you, man.
You don't have to support us, brother. We got it. We always had it. We don't need nobody's
Hey,
support.
I'm a free man supporter, not to support, and I choose to support. So here's my
All right,
support. I
all right,
support you getting
that's good. All
reparations,
right,
Ben.
that's good, brother.
What's up, Kyla?
Elvis, with
What's
all
next?
due
Okay, go
respect,
ahead. Somebody else. I passed the mic.
I like to know
literally,
about a
Elvis,
sacred
with all
cow
due
in Liberia, Elvis. A sacred cow. What are sacred cows that's holding Liberians back?
Shit, I mean, Kyla, it's the whole thing that we've talked about, and I think our people in the nation wants it to happen. It's the reconciliation between the American Liberians and the natives, and we've been.
What
Hold on now. Hold on. We've been trying to do this through what we call the War Crimes Court, which is supposed to kind of bring everything on the table, things that happened before the war, that led up to the war and during the war. But I think we should take that out of it and try to do it separate, where we can reconcile, state our differences, come together as one nation, maybe reforge the nation collectively, including the natives and the American Liberians or the Congo, if we call them that now. And I think that's something that is a tough conversations. I'm on these Liberian platforms and we have people of, different backgrounds, Congo natives, and we get in arguments all the time because it's still something that's sore. It's a sore spot for us. People who are Congo, they feel hurt. They feel like their future was stolen by the coup, and the natives felt like their ancestor got treated poorly by the American Liberia. So it's a touchy subject, and that's something that a lot of people don't like to touch. We kind of gloss over it, but if we have real conversations, a lot of people are going to be hurt. It's going to be emotional. So I think it's something that we need to talk about.
What about the
So I
same
think,
I listened to about Liberia? One thing is that a lot of Liberians, basically, when you ask them, and they'll say, well, they grew up in Congo Town. They had like this. They personally didn't have any beef or anything like that. They say, yeah, man, my such and such best friends with Congo people. We did this, I was educated, my school teacher, like that. But then when the subject comes up about the Congo people, they have to join in the chorus of the Congo people are all bad and whatnot. They will fuse, even the ones that know better, they fuse to be like, something, we weren't all perfect, but we just have to blame a sacred cow in Liberia is you blame all your problems on the Congo people, and basically Native people were victims and Congo people were oppressors, and that's it. But people forget all about the bad that the natives did. Like the other night, my good brother Dollar Bill. Let me say this: my good brother Dollar Bill said, "Oh, our ancestors did trade," but he don't understand the history of the Port Crescent massacre. 12 years after they first settled in 1822, 1834. You heard about the Port Crescent massacre? Cal Famula did a show on it. The Port Crescent massacre was the fact that the Bassa chiefs were still engaged with the slave trade, and right there in Bassa Cove, the settlers settled there, made peace with them, and stuff like that. Signed a peace agreement. They were going to build their own town and everything. But the Europeans on the coast basically saw that as a threat to the slave trade, and so they paid the Bassas to raid the colony and wipe everybody out. And they wiped that made international news back then. They wiped out the whole entire settlement, killed men, women, and children, wiped out the whole entire settlement, killed everybody. And then, Stephen Benson took an army up into the Boston territory and burned the whole village down in retaliation. But what I'm saying is, natives weren't always victims. They were basically predators too. And also, people don't realize this, that in Liberia, one of the sticking points was people would come to Monrovia to escape slavery in the interior. And our ancestors refused to turn them over to their chiefs, whatever like that. And that's what started a lot of conflict too. That Liberia was not just people, the love of liberty. It wasn't just the people came from the West. It was also people came from the tribal interior, said they wanted to join them because they wanted freedom. So love of liberty means all the people from the interior and from overseas had a place where their liberty was respected as long as they became Liberians. But you guys don't never talk about that. You guys always demonize the country.
Kyla, I said reconciliation. Reconciliation means that both sides,
The truth,
yeah,
though.
both sides are going to admit their wrongs
Well, hold on.
and ask for forgiveness and to reconcile. That's the point.
Hold on. What you guys do is, you guys, every time I hear Native Liberians talk, it's always like, woe is us and everything. And they basically always tie the American Liberians to Black America and blah, blah, blah. And people like Victor will say, yeah, I came to America, I got called booty scratcher. These are the same people. And I see the same thing. Anytime you see American Liberians or Congo people and African Americans, they're saying they treat us like this. So no matter where we go, we get leveled that charge against us or whatnot, but yet you guys basically don't take any responsibility for yourselves. That's a problem. Nobody's saying anybody's perfect. We have our faults and everything on our side too, but you guys don't take any responsibility for yourself. That's a sacred cow in Africa. Don't take any responsibility for yourself. Sweep everything under the rug and pretend like the problems don't exist. Or when you do to the problem, it's like, okay, we all got the problem on that. Instead of saying, we fucked up.
Carla, what are you saying? You saying that the natives are more to blame for what happened in Liberia?
I'm not saying that. I'm
okay,
saying
then that's why I said we need to come together and talk about it. Don't try to.
You have to admit, right? You have to admit.
I've said it. The natives did some things that were wrong, and the American Liberians did some things that were wrong. That's why we have to reconcile. That's the whole point of reconciliation, right?
Yeah, I understand that. But what I'm saying is the narrative, even though you may say all that, right? The narrative.
Kyla, you see, you're getting butthurt about it. That's why it's a sacred cow. Because
I'm not getting butthurt.
You're going on a tangent now. Let's let other people speak because we can't go down that rabbit hole. I've just said what I think it is.
I'm like this. Look, I agree with you about the Tubman and all these people. Had the minerals that was in the interior, right? the native Liberians should have been the ones that benefited most from the mines that was in their traditional lands. I agree with that 100%. I agree. But I said, why should you be in Monrovia, right? And you got these mining operations in the rich interior, and you're benefiting even more, just not even equally, but even way more than the people that lives where these mines are at. That was wrong on the so-called Congo people part. I agree with that 100%. But they had this idea at the time that we're all Liberians. And I came to the conclusion that that was a mistake. These people in the interior didn't see themselves as Liberians. They saw themselves as Bassa, as Kron, as
Scholar, stop right there. Stop right there. Don't insult us. Don't insult our intelligence. How can you say one second? How can you say they took the resources from the impoverished interior part of the nation, built up the coastal Monserrato or Monrovia, and then they say that we are all Liberians? How can you say that when you're taking the resources and benefiting yourself and excluding the others in the interior? Don't say that. That's hypocritical.
Hold on. First of all, Liberia probably had sent more kids overseas to go to school and everything like that.
Carla, you just admitted the truth, and now you're trying to walk it back.
But hold up. But the thing is, though, what about the Paramount chiefs? Do you know that all the Paramount chiefs, your Paramount chiefs, Crown people, are on the government's payroll? You know that, right? They're the ones that held.
In what year?
Hold on, all of them. Ever since.
In what year?
Hold on. Starting in the year where President Howard in 1904 was president, the Paramount chiefs came.
Not true.
Yes, to the government. That's what they did.
Not true. My people joined Liberia in 1960. They became a county.
Why don't you call Fambula and I'll give you $100 if I'm wrong. The Paramount chiefs came there and swore allegiance every time a new president was inaugurated. Swore allegiance to the state.
I'm not saying Paramount chief didn't go there, but I'm saying my Paramount chief was not a part of Liberia then. That's what I'm saying.
The Paramount chiefs were on just like they did in all of Africa. The Paramount chiefs in every part of Africa was on the government payroll. They were paid by the government. They were government salary. That's how they bought the
But Carla, what does that even mean? I mean, you're a smart guy. You think paying one person is going to benefit the lives of an entire village or entire, territory?
I'm saying that this. Now, the people who didn't agree with that, right? You know what they did? They moved to Monrovia and distanced themselves from their native land. And then there was a thing that we have to basically.
Carla. Those American Liberians knew what they were doing. They took a little trinket. They took a little piece of that money and gave it to the quote unquote the head.
They're trying to build a country, right? You're trying to build. If you guys fundamentally don't want to be part of the republic,
Carla, right? Man, come on, man, don't insult me, man. Don't do that. We should just switch the topic because it's going to get heated. I don't want to do that.
A lot of your Crown people are not even from Liberia; they're from Ivory Coast.
Not true.
A lot of you people from the Ivory Coast.
Not true, Carla.
That war that happened back in 2010, and all those Liberians got arrested for going across the border. What was that all about then?
Because you see, you don't understand. I don't want to go into the weeds, man. A lot of people are listening. They don't want to just hear about Liberia all the time. Let's switch the topic.
Tell me why that happened then.
Why that happened is because the Crown people had a large territory in Liberia, in the eastern part of the country. We went so far into Ivory Coast. What part of which is now Ivory Coast? Hold on. You guys aren't even Hold on. Part of what is now Ivory Coast used to be Liberia.
Yeah, I know that. Who
used to be Liberia.
We did.
And then there was a war, right? There was a war between the British and the French for territory. And half of the Crown people, what we call Crown today, their land, their ancestral land was cut off. And they had that border anywhere past the north of the Kavala River is in Ivory Coast. Anywhere past the south is in Liberia. So that river separates us. But that entire landmass was our territory. Even before Liberia was formed as a nation, we had that entire landmass. But the more powerful nations like the French and the British, they divided the land. That's why we're in both countries today. It's like that for many tribes. You have Igbo in Sierra Leone. You have Hausa in Niger. So it happens.
Elvis, let me say this. In both countries, in Guinea and Ivory Coast, right? The Mono people, but my great African told me, he said, look, half his family's in Guinea, half his
in Guinea. You
Hold
have
up.
the Don people. A lot of them in Ivory Coast, and a lot of
Hey,
them in Nimba. It
finish-
happens.
Elvis, stop interrupting me. Let me finish what I'm saying. Then you can respond. He said a lot of his family that was in Guinea came across to Liberia because the French were so oppressive over there. And so they basically said, like the French in French Africa, they had an individual tax. Liberia had a hut tax. The French had a head tax. That means, let's say you have a hut and you have 5 people living in a hut, they would tax every head in the hut. You know, the French did that. On the Liberian side, right, it was just a hut that was taxed. So people wanted to come to Liberia because they had more freedoms. So if Liberia was so oppressive, why didn't they move to the French Africa and they went to Liberia? So you guys talk out of your mouth. You say you were oppressed.
You didn't hear what I said just now. You ever heard about a guy called DJ Arafat, the Ivorian musician?
No, no.
Yeah, he's a huge guy. He's from my ethnic group. The Betis, right? The Betis are cool people in Ivory Coast. They've been there for centuries. Like the likes of Didier Drogba, Frank Kessie, a lot of these Ivorian soccer superstars, they're from the crew ethnic group. The likes of Max, Alain Gardel, a lot of these guys are from the crew ethnic group. Laurent Gbagbo, who was the former president of Ivory Coast, is from the Bete, which is the subset of the Ku people. So we've been in that region for centuries. So the Bete, the Dida, the Wobe, the Gere, the all of those groups, they are all part of the Ku speaking, ethnic group, the larger group, and they've been deep into the Ivory Coast. So we are connected to those people historically. Those are our areas. But when they formulate countries, some of those people are stuck on one side, the other people are stuck on the other side. It's like that.
Wait, that's
Like
just it.
the Pellet people in Liberia, right? They're called the Gurze in Guinea. They are the same people, but they're split into two different nations. The same thing with the Bassa people in Liberia. There's some of them in Sierra Leone. Same thing with the Mende people in Liberia and in Sierra Leone. So it's people in these different countries who used to be a part of a larger landmass got cut off when these countries were formulated. So don't
Bottom
just say
line,
we'll.
bottom line is they were formulated and whatnot. You have to adjust to the reality of geopolitics, and you guys refuse to do that. Oh, but let me get Dollar Bill on. Let me get Dollar Bill on. Dollar Bill, go ahead. What's your sacred cow? What do you think about this topic?
Good evening, ladies and gents. My sacred cow, man, is hip hop.
Yeah, it's a sacred cow. I didn't think about that. Yes, it is a hip hop. It is a sacred cow.
And so now we're seeing what's happening to the Puff Daddies of the world and how they're going, they're taking them down.
You
And
have
it's
people now
embarrassing.
trying to equate Puff Daddy with like he's Malcolm X or something like that. They're coming after Puff Daddy. I'm so sick and tired of black people sometimes, man. I
And
don't
and
wish that on Puff Daddy, but he is not going to get my friggin' support. He has to deal with what he dealt with.
so a lot of us have been looking to these people and guarding them up. These guys who are, who are anti-intellectual, these guys who flaunt their money and do all kinds of ill things in our society. And we've been looking at them like they're the example. Just a couple of years ago, Puff Daddy was on the internet trying to tell people how to become successful and what they should do to become successful. And people were eating that up. Yeah, Puff Daddy, after all, he's a billionaire and he owns Ciroc.
I hate that when these rappers that they're bought and paid for, try to tell you how to be successful or not. Yeah, yeah. You guys, wherever for every million you guys make, some white man or Asian man in the background making 20 million. That's how y'all get rich. Don't give me that crap about your hard work or something like that. But black people buy that stuff. There's a billionaire. He's a millionaire. But yeah, but Jay-Z made a lot of other people billionaires on his way up. There's no real vertically integrated. You look at Puff Daddy. I think he only had his everything was only like 20 employees on payroll. It wasn't really.
Yeah, I don't know if it's 20 or 25 that you
Like
need
that. That's all he had on payroll.
for a RICO indement. Yeah, for a racketeering charge.
Payroll and whatnot. I'm like,
I think you just need 25 people to be working with you for you to actually get a racketeering charge against you.
no, I'm talking about his legit business. His legit
No,
business.
they're pacing this on his legit business.
Well,
They're
really?
saying that the money that he got from his legitimate businesses allowed him to have all of these freak offs
Right.
and to pay for the sex trafficking. And so we know that if you take someone across the state lines, it's an old thing that they used to, the government would do when they wanted to prosecute pimps. It's called the Mann Act, right? So back in the days, pimps used to just let their women go across the state lines without them, and they would meet them in the state, so they wouldn't be charged with going across the state, which makes it automatically a federal offense.
Yeah, which one? That's what they got Jack Johnson with.
Right, the Mann Act, right?
The Mann Act, yeah.
So they were saying that.
Jonathan Miller goes, still bad boys for life. Somebody actually still, Jonathan is corny. Somebody still listens to Bad Boy records. Haven't listened to them in like 20 years, man. You know, Bad Boys for life. Puff Daddy hasn't been relevant in 20 years. Where's Jonathan Miller been? You know,
well, all of the lives that have been destroyed, right? All of the people who were trying to get on and trying to be, and all of the young people that followed him.
You know who basically took him down was Lauryn Hill. Remember that song, Superstar?
Yeah.
She ate him up in that song, you know. Everybody knew who she was talking about. Everything you do is so tired. Music is supposed to be take us higher. How can we not get no higher? You know, I was like, she really ate him up in that song.
Bro, but we know Puffy is treacherous. You know, he's treacherous, right?
We all knew that.
You know what happened to Diddy? You know all the stupid shit that he did. I mean, these guys. That's why it's important to build families. Strong family foundations will always keep you grounded.
Shine's another cornball. He's like a politician Belize right now. He's another fucking cornball.
Yeah, his dad was like the former prime minister or something. I think he's in the parliament.
Office. He don't even rap anymore, but goddamn Jonathan Miller still listen to him. Damn, Jonathan.
And he looking real Belizean right now, bro. He got his hair growing out. You look at him, he look almost Indian.
One night, it's like a nerd. One night, you know, like damn, you don't look nothing like you was a Shine. You respect my gangster. Respect my gangster. That nigga was a cornball.
That nigga was, he was one of the tough dudes back in the day for Bad Boys, man. Yeah, but Diddy got everything that he deserves, bro. Nobody's crying over Diddy, bro. Those dudes, they got a little money. Go ahead,
sacred cows, Elvis, and how our people guard these people up, and use them as examples.
We have a sacred cow with which we call, you know, somebody basically is talking about Donald Trump. Nobody's talking about Donald Trump.
I think it's for the older generation, right? Because the young boys nowadays, maybe they hold NBA young boy in high esteem. The King Vons, these drill rapper these days are probably the ones that they look up to. For the '90s boys and '80s boys, Diddy are probably that guy. Jay-Z is probably that guy. So
none of them my guy, you know. I listen to some of that music and everything like that, but shit, I don't listen to when you start come to Paul, like you know what it used to make when Diddy came up with that rock the vote, whatever like that, vote or die. I was like,
Diddy's in the chat, man. He's watching you, bro. He's saying that. He told you he told you he ain't gonna stop.
Diddy's in the prison downtown.
He told you he ain't gonna stop.
Diddy's in
tick
the
that,
prison
tick that, Carla, tick that.
We won't stop. Yeah,
but if you look at it,
well, I guess when he's fucking TD Jakes in the ass one night, it ain't gonna stop.
Tick that.
You know what it is. But if we really look at it, it's really a tragedy, right? And you can see the amount of money that these people made if they were actually cared about their own people, right? And tried to help their own people in terms of business. They're too concerned with being children.
Did you listen to Ben say, you know, the people Birdman and all of them going to get the reparation money and help black people?
I mean, those are the kind of people that Ben look up to. Birdman, who can barely speak English.
Yeah,
these people are helping nobody but themselves.
Right. And blowing money on stupid shit like jewelry and strip clubs and cars, shit that has no, tangible, investment values.
Ben wants to get that big iced out chain, Cuban link chain, and he wants to.
Somebody like Ben will probably start a record label when they get that reparation check. They want to start and be a rap mogul, something stupid like that. I mean, come on, man.
Yeah, well, see, that's the problem. I don't know if you remember. I'm sorry, I hit the thing. I don't know if you remember God Shamgod. He's now a coach in the NBA. He's like a trainer. Do you remember him back in the 80s? I mean, the 90s? He was a basketball player named God Shamgod. Do you remember him?
I don't remember.
Okay, so a lot of the moves that Kyrie Irving makes on the basketball court come from God, Sham God. And I forgot what college that he went to, but he was one of these early one and done type dudes. And one of the guys, I'm not going to say his name, we used to work together, and his daughter was his daughter was his first baby mama, and they allowed him to live in the house with them because they thought they were going to cash out. You know, he was going to give them some money. And this year, the year that he started to play basketball, is when the NBA decided to put in the rookie contracts. Right, they started giving like the rookie contracts first 1 or 2 or 3 years. So this guy gets, I don't know, $1 million or $2 million, and the first thing that he does is start hanging out with P. Diddy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he spent most of his money on jewelry and cars, and by the second season he was cut, never to play NBA basketball again. Hanging out with P. Diddy and going to parties, and God knows what happened. But so he ends up leaving this guy New's daughter with a baby to take care of in the same house that he conceived that baby. They allowed him to conceive it there. You know, that's the kind of nonsense. He could have had money and set himself up for the rest of his life, but he wanted to be out there flossing and wearing Jesus pieces and hanging out with P. Diddy. You know, that's when they were into that big old Jesus pieces on there.
And the
around,
breaks, necklace, and all that.
All that nonsense, man.
Yeah. The chain swing.
But Dollar Bill, let me ask you, man. Hypothetically, right? Hypothetically, you get $500,000 in reparations. What are you spending it on?
I'm not even I'm not thinking about reparations, man.
I'm just saying, bro. It's a hypothetical, right? Are you going to invest it in the stock market? Are you going to start a business?
With a response.
I don't even allow myself to, to.
You don't want to get too excited about that kind of money, huh?
No, I have that kind of money, but I don't have it in liquid, right?
Right.
And so
and like equity in your home or something like that.
Yeah. So I got that kind of money, and I don't need to fantasize. If I want it, I can take it out tomorrow. But
I'm on my way to having that type of money. So
I'm not going to do that. And so because I know a lot of people that took a lot of equity out of their house, or every time the house went up in value, they refinanced their stuff. And I know so many people that lost their houses because they took this money out. They had no way of dealing with the money, so they went out just like these guys and buy houses and buy cars. And then when they got all spent up and they had a $4,000 and $5,000 mortgage, they couldn't afford it, so they had to get foreclosed on. Right?
Yo, Carla, we gotta make her choose, man. These young dudes are fighting over Frenchie in the chat. You got Pierre fighting over her. You got NBA, her young boy fighting over her. She got to choose, man. She got to come back on and tell them who she picked.
Frenchie interested in none of these clowns.
Frenchie's not interested in none of these dudes, man.
You telling them that? She got to tell them that. I mean, I'm just kidding, man.
She's got her head on level.
Yeah, she's too intelligent for these clowns,
And so I'm sorry I got in between you guys the other day. All I was trying to do was trying to find some common ground and reconciliation, right? Because
with who?
With anybody, with us and our brothers in Africa. Because when
you got in between us. You mean me and Colin was arguing or something else?
Yeah.
Well, no. I'm just saying, Dollar Bill, you did the right thing, because the bottom line is people destroy Liberia.
Okay, Jonathan, I didn't forget you, Jonathan. I'll put you in there too. So it's a three-way fight.
Complex, right? If you don't know the history and everything, like, you fall into that trap. Like I said, when you said we didn't treat it like, you got to put our people in context. You're living. Liberia was home to the most dangerous, fiercest tribes on the continent. Anybody will tell you that. The tribe. These are the most
why you say that, Carl? We're peaceful-loving people. Stop it.
The fact of the matter is, the Zulus had nothing on the Grebos and the seaside Grebos and the Bassa. And these guys were fierce, And the bottom line is, our ancestors were attacked and all those. And before Liberia was settled, those African Americans that went to Liberia, the area right there, and was kidnapped by natives and sold to Europeans back into slavery. Men that were businessmen chartered a boat out of Manhattan and Nantucket, went there to explore the coast, right? Right around the time when Paul Coffey, like they explored that coast one night and they were captured and sold into slavery. There was a real possibility when Liberia was founded that people really feared being kidnapped, and that happened too. Kidnapped, but slave traders were patrolling the coast. That's what they were up against, you know? And so when they basically, you say they weren't treating natives right, they were trying to survive. So treating natives was not their priority. Their priority was surviving, you know? And people don't put that in their context. Well, they should have been nicer when when it's life and death, when all that nicety goes out the door. And they couldn't come back to America. They were stuck there, and they had to make, most of them would love to stay in America, but they couldn't. If they went back to America, they would have been put back into slavery or sold into slavery. Never been in slavery, but there was a chance that they could have been sold into slavery in America. Remember the movie, the story, 12 Years a Slave? That was really real. When that happened, a lot of people said, we're getting the hell out of here. When they passed a fugitive slave law, people were like, yo, man, I got to get the hell out of here. I'm not safe. That's why they went to Canada, they went to Mexico, they went to Liberia, because America was not safe. So the real ability of getting sold back into slavery in Liberia and Sierra Leone was real, you know? So that's why they acted the way they did. The friction on the coast was all about slavery. That was all it was about. That was the initial friction because of slavery. Some Africans were selling people in slavery. We tried to stop it, you know, and we got into conflict with them, you know, because we know the presence of slavery on the coast was putting us in danger.
Whenever you have to govern a
But Kyler, the real beef is not about slavery.
No,
it's about the allocation of the resources that was received.
That was a lie.
I mean, Kyler, stop it, man. Look, Dollar Bill, I think we got to change the topic because
Elvis, the reason
I'm gonna have to drop off real soon because
the reason why that's not true is because Liberia was never conflict over land. There's plenty of land in Liberia. You go to Liberia to this day.
Did you hear what I said just now? I didn't say anything about land.
Land is
you hold on. You admitted it that the Monrovia was being developed by the resources from the concession that the government received, and the people who live in those areas were dirt poor, while the boys in Monrovia was living it up with the resources that was gotten from those minerals. So that's the real problem. That's the real issue.
They weren't perfect. What about the fact that Tolbert
don't just skip over that? You say they weren't perfect, and then you skip over and go to whataboutism. Don't do that, Carla. Let's be honest in our discussion, right?
Hold on, but I also say the fact that the native Liberians had a higher standard of living than anybody else in West Africa. That was the truth.
That's not true, Carla. My people in my village was living in huts. They were still living they were still sleeping on the floors. What are you saying, Carla? That's not true.
The Kron people were the poorest tribe in Liberia. You guys were the poorest tribe.
So it was justified. It was justified for them to take over, right? Because there was poor and neglected, right?
Blame everybody else. What about the people in Maryland? They were doing.
I'll be in the back for some time, Carla. You can switch the topic because I won't be able to respond to you. I'll be in the back.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, I think people don't understand, and I don't know anything about the history of that place, so.
I studied it.
I can't, I'm not going to say, talk about things that I don't know anything about, but I do know something about human nature. And I think what happens in the world is that people do get slighted when it's time for power. Power is never equally distributed. And the way it was done here in America, the way it was done in Australia, people come in, they slaughter the people. And I'm not saying this was the case in Liberia. I'm talking about in the world. People fight for resources, and power is something that a lot of people are just not used to because it's never equitable and fairly done.
Dave has a question. He says, ask Elvis how the resources are being allocated, say, by the nation. Yeah, that's a good question. The friggin' native people came into power in 1980, since 1980, and you go to Liberia, the situations for the native people are worse. They just had a riot up there a few months ago in Cape Mount because native Liberians, Sirleaf, and all these other people signed some deal. Now people are like, they didn't do in the gold mine. They said they're robbing our gold. But you guys went out there and you signed a deal. Y'all had a big celebration and everything. And it was all broken by Edwin Snow and all these other native people. And y'all thought y'all was doing it. Then now the people are rioting. The soldiers had to shoot people dead. because they rioted so bad. They said, you guys, our lives aren't improving and whatnot. Well, this is your native people y'all voted for in power and everything, 44 years, and you're still suffering. So that's why when people talk about the Congo people didn't do this or whatnot, the native people ain't doing anything. They had 44 years, to do something, and they haven't done it. All they keep going back to is the Congo people did this. The Congo people, I'm tired of hearing that shit. Just like I said tonight, I'm tired of Black Americans with that shit. I'm tired of Africans with that shit too. Everybody got that shit while they want to blame somebody else or not take full responsibility for what they did. When the native Liberians say, so we were full of hate, we were greedy, we wanted a country for ourselves. This is what they did. They were planning to overthrow the government for some time, but they knew they couldn't build a country without the Congo people, They waited till the place got enough where they could feel like they could take it over. If they wanted to overtake the country, they should have did that in the 1940s. Then they would have started with nothing, and they never would have developed. It would have been colonized. But they waited. They said, we'll leave the Congo people in power because they're the ones that got the intelligence to build a country. And then when 1980 hit, they felt like they were in a position to friggin' govern and take over. That's when they did it. So this idea that they were oppressed and whatnot is a lie. They were plotting that coup for a long time. That's why I said like
this. The question is, where can we go in the world even if we were to go to a place in Southern Africa, a place that is kind of desolate and desert? Where could we go if we wanted to have our own self-determination?
Well, the bottom line, I would say the perfect countries are Zambia and Angola, because they always tell me this. We have more land. Angola is only 20 million people. It's like 3 times the size of Nigeria. And so they're like, man, we got so much land here. And they got, not only that, they got infrastructure, their infrastructure. So it'll be a win-win situation because it's better. You go look at Angola. Let me tell you something. You go look at pictures of Luanda, see how the people are dressed and everything. You don't see a lot of poverty in the streets and everything. The kids are well dressed and like they're well fed and they got education and stuff like that. You want to be around that to build with, if we're ever going to make a move like that. You don't want to be around poverty because this African girl on TikTok said it good. She goes, Africans basically resent melanated people with privilege. That's the truth. They said when they see Black people, she goes, when she goes back to Africa, right? She says when she has white people that come with her, they get treated with respect and everything because they expect white people to have privilege and everything. But when they see somebody look like them, they're like, what are you doing here with all this privilege and everything like that, And they resent that. So it's just, that's what you're dealing with on the continent, So you got to be around people that basically are like on our level for the most part. So I'm like this. I don't advise nobody, like people going to Ghana and it's surrounded with all that poverty and whatnot. It's not a good thing. It's an accident waiting to happen. That's what our ancestors made a mistake in Liberia. They were too successful around. They should have made sure that enough native people were successful around them. And that would have took the thing. But you can't be shining, right? And other people not doing well. You should have made a concerted effort, even have to give up some of your wealth, to make sure like that.
You have to learn to do some type of philanthropy.
Yeah,
right?
do something tangible because you can't just say, well, we made it, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, whatnot, because they're going to resent you. And that's exactly what happened in Liberia. They said, well, we did this. The bottom line is you have and they don't. And they want what you have. So, you put 2 and 2 together. Just like the thug in the street, he said he may be jealous of you, right? But if he has a gun and the ability to take what you got, you know what I'm saying? Like 50 Cent, so how to rob.
Yeah.
Why you do it? And, if I ain't getting it, I'm going to rob and steal. Remember that song?
Oh, yeah, I remember.
But that's the truth, though. That was 50 Cent's motto, the real 50 Cent's motto. Get rich or die crying. He goes, if you got it, I want it. I want it. It doesn't matter if what's right or wrong. You got it, I want it, and that's the way the world works. If you ain't strong enough to defend yourself, I'm going to take your shit, And
I wanted to say something about the migrant situation here in New York.
Yeah.
So usually for the last, 10 or 15 years, when I need some work done, I usually go to the Home Depot, and the people out there were real like South Americans and Mexicans, and some of them are really skilled laborers that I've kind of got in a relationship with to do certain things in my house. So I happened to be, driving by there today, and because my daughter was telling me, because she had been by Home Depot, I hadn't been in a little while. And when I got out there, man, It's all Africans, brother,
Oh yeah,
that came through Mexico.
Yep.
And they're like, there's no Mexican dudes out there, only African dudes out there.
They're willing to work for less than the Mexicans. That's why.
So I'm gonna get out there, man. Maybe interview some of the brothers and find out where they come from, if they're from Senegal or where they come from, and you know, I'll even do some business with some people. If I get skilled people that can do the work at my crib, in my house, I have no problem, you know, dealing with them. But I just thought it was really interesting to see how the complexion of the people who were migrants who were seeking work, and you know, they're out there, man. Not like maybe about 50 or 60 of them, but they're out there, man, in the morning, all the way in the afternoon when I was getting home, and they're out there in the droves, man. I was like, wow, I was shocked. I just thought that was real interesting, you know.
Yeah, man. The dynamics have changed. People coming here. I don't know what's going to happen when Trump gets in office. He's talking about rounding up all people up in a mass migration and whatnot. Something. I don't know, and you know, I don't know. Just like they shut down, arrested a whole bunch of illegals in this factory in Georgia, and all these black people got jobs. They said, "Oh, I heard they were hiring." They went there and got jobs. When I said, "I feel bad for these people," but they were here illegally, you know. And so, but these factories and everything don't care, because this is how it usually works, Elvis. Right? A factory is only basically, and that's what Ben Yusuf don't understand. A factory is done usually owned by a corporation. Corporations only allegiance to their shareholders, right? So they're always going to look for the way to save money. Let's say if a factory has building something, right, and they're saying, you know something, we found this other supplier that's going to cut the cost of this thing in half, right? When they do their earnings reports and everything, their stocks go up because they did a savings. You know what I'm saying? They're constantly looking for ways to cut costs, cut labor, and stuff like that. A factory does not exist for your long-term employment and everything. If they have to lay people off, guess what? They'll do that. Why? Because you're a strain on the payroll, and guess what? That means that the stocks go up. Shareholders and dividends go up. Shareholders can reinvest in the company. When the biggest thing was when all these companies basically shut down operation, went to Mexico. That was literally billions of dollars they made in cost, you know, and Wall Street exploded, you know. And so Bill Clinton.
And this is why AI is going big too, because the guy, what's the guy, Elon Musk, he's opening up if he didn't already open up a factory in Mexico, but he wants to open up a factory that only has robots. And so everything is put on the grid, and these robots can work 24 hours a day. And so he believes by using these robots, okay, and just having humans to maintain the robots, okay, that he can drive down the cost for his cars.
And he'll make way more money because his stock is Tesla public owned.
Yeah.
Okay, that means
you can buy Tesla stock.
Stocks will probably double. It'll double. The stock price will double. That's what people don't understand. A lot of black people still at this time don't understand how the world works. They really don't understand how the world works. How dangerous of a situation we're in. When Bill Clinton signed NAFTA, when you call him the first black president, I mean, this is an abomination, you know?
Oh, yeah.
He signed NAFTA when that just put a nail, that just took the future away from working class black people in this country for a generation.
You know, my mother worked in the garment district for about 20 or 30 years. And so when these agreements were signed, okay, that was essentially it for these factories.
Yeah.
They couldn't compete.
Manhattan.
They couldn't compete with these other factories in Mexico that don't have all of these limitations and stuff. And so they were actually hit twice.
Yeah.
The first hit was the mafia went in and took all of the money outside of the unions and destroyed them from inside out. They stole all the union money, right? And then the agreement is what put the nail on the coffin. So these are the type of things that people need to know and think about. So, you know, the other day when I was saying certain things that I divested myself out of Africa, out of the fantasy, is because there's so many things that we can do right now for our children here in America. It doesn't mean we hate Africans. It doesn't. It
We have to
means
refocus ourselves. And the bottom line, you check us out, like yesterday's show, right? The other day's show, right? The comments. Did you read the comment section?
Yeah, I did. I went back and I read a lot of it.
People like, Kala, man. So I appreciate the support I got in the comment section, even from St. James and everything like that. I appreciate the support I got because I didn't know how that was going to go, you know? But anyway, somebody was like, Kala hates Africa now and that. And then somebody said, I didn't hear that. Intelligent people know and say, I don't hate Africa, but I'm just saying, in order for us to survive, Black America needs to focus on itself. We cannot, we gave Africa 70 years, you know, it was like post of 70, almost 80 years. Post World War II, one night we was trying to go there. We did all that. We was with Kwame Nkrumah, everything like that. We went there, the Rumble in the Jungle. I mean, we were there, the Festac and everything like that. But at this point in time, man, you know, and now Africa is coming up a little bit, right? And they're challenging America, challenging the West and everything. And I do not want to see. Do you remember that case during Obama's time when those two brothers from Chicago got arrested for lobbying for Mugabe?
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yes.
A Black so-called president, right, said, yo, and the only reason why Obama did that is because Mugabe said something about the LGBTQ. He said, we don't support gays. When you want to get married, why don't you get married to a man? He said something like that. Obama didn't like that. So Obama extended sanctions on Zimbabwe. And then any Black person that went over there to try to help him out, Obama administration targeted him, you know?
Well, see, there's a lot of things. Like one of the things that I tell people about, and I was talking to a niece of mine, I asked her if she's into coding. So what white folks are doing in kindergarten, they have these robots and they're teaching the children coding with the robots. They have block robots that take like a little readout. So because we know that, you know, coding and Python and all of this stuff, there's the block type also. And so these kids are learning how you can go right on Amazon and look up robots that code, right? I don't know if you can pull it up today on your I don't know if you're on your phone or on your computer. But these are the type of things that we need to focus on for our youth, to get them involved in STEM, to get them involved in mathematics, the literacy rate for children, okay, in our community, okay, is the third grade, right? A lot of people want to go to Africa.
Our adults, man.
Yeah.
You know, you look at someone like Ben, man. You tell me he went past the 6th grade? No.
Well, you know what it is? I just don't. I think that we waste a lot of time.
That's mean.
We waste a lot of time trying to, you know, argue about things that make no sense. And we need to concentrate on, like you said, people in the 70s, okay, they didn't have what we have. And they were out there building up industries. And I showed you that time, the inner city broadcasting.
Yeah.
Right. So we have to reorientate ourselves. And it's not about hatred about anyone else. It's about cleaning up our own backyard. And so I have arguments with people because they say to me, oh, well, we need Africa. And my response is, no, we don't need Africa. And Africa doesn't need us.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe a couple of decades from now, after we get our shut together, we could probably revisit Africa on a serious level. But right now, no. You know, right now, no.
And so when I talk to my friends, they're angry about that when I say
do something about our situation, America. The bottom of Black America could be replaced with illegals and stuff like that. And it's really getting dangerous in America right now, you know?
Oh, yeah.
So we have to focus on that. We're here in America. Our people have to eat here in America. Africa is like a luxury we can't afford right now, you know?
So we need to teach our children how to read. And we need to open up schools and after school programs. And we need to teach our children about coding so they can get in these prominent schools. Okay. And I have no problem. Like I said, I believe I'm an African and I really don't even have a problem with language. And I know you might feel different about it, but I know because I used to be an Israelite that when people have the ability to define language and speak to each other in a different language, they take on a different type of persona, right? And so our people need to learn. And I have no problem with Kiswahili. I don't care about that it has some Arabic influence. It's something that we can talk to people in the language. It's something that we can teach children to learn. Everything is about evolution, education, and uplifting. So anything that's positive, I don't have a problem with that. We need some positive interactions for our children and not abandon them. We can't fix broken men, but we can fix children. We can give them the opportunity, okay, to do something and be better. But we can't abandon them just to run out to Africa. Okay, and our minds and all our thinking is on Africa.
It's coming to the fact that it seems like we're just running away to the continent and this and stuff like that. And what I came to conclusion with this is the fact that there's so much. I'm saying to myself, and also I'll be perfectly honest with you, right? When your financial situation changes, but what I'm doing right now, as far as my business, years ago I had dreamed about doing the business I'm doing right now, but in Africa. I had dreamed that I was going to have an office in Johannesburg and stuff like that, and an office in Nairobi and stuff like that, and live this modern. That's what I dreamed about for years. That's why I came up with the idea of the African, a modern state where your dreams could come true, because we got businesses, skyscrapers, and all that stuff like that, real estate. You know what I'm saying? And industries,
and it's a beautiful place.
So that's my vision of an African, this modern black country, black state. But the bottom line is, since that didn't happen, and also now I'm getting successful in America, I have to revisit the idea that, well, something, Africa didn't come through for me when I tried. Lord knows I tried. And so I basically got to stop fighting America and be like, something, I have to make it work here.
Because you want people to get a piece of that pie, right?
Yeah.
To get that opportunity,
we have to get a part of it.
And so I'm not against Africans or Caribbeans who want to come to this country and they want to make it and they want to work hard, because, they're going through a lot. I was looking at the YouTube today, and Sweden is talking about giving Africans $34,000 so they'll get out of Sweden.
Damn.
They don't want them in Sweden. They're willing to pay them $34,000 US.
And where are they going to send them to?
Back to where they came from. They're willing to pay them that.
Start right there, They could get really set up, man. I was
maybe I should try to find it, and let me try to find it since you're on your computer while you're talking to.
I go to Sweden, man,
and you talking to the brothers and sisters, because it depends on what perspective and how you look at it, right? And so it's interesting because we're talking about the migrants here, and some of the journeys that people have to go through to get here. And so eventually we're going to have to try to make some type of peace with one another,
right?
Because they're coming in to our communities. They're coming into black communities.
Here's the thing, like people don't understand. The people short term that say they work hard and everything, but you understand, so you let people live in your country for 10 years. After 10 years, you know what happens? People figure out that that's all they look at their parents suffering and working for nothing. That's when the gangs and stuff like start coming in. They're gonna start finding another way how to get. They start joining gangs and joining. It'll happen with the Haitians. I don't buy this law-abiding migrant shit. It ain't one generation, like maybe 10 years, 5 years, sometimes 5 years. People start off good, everything, but if you're outside of the system and everything like that, sooner or later, your community is going to start rebelling. How do they rebel? They turn to crime. It happened with the Italians. It happened with the Irish. It happened with everybody, and it happened with this. So people are saying something. Oh, these people are coming to the country and everything, but you don't understand something. Do you think they're going to work in your shit jobs forever? No. If you're not going to try to integrate them into your society, don't bring them here. And that's what these liberals don't seem to understand. And they're like, damn, man, we let them in our country. Well, you let them in the country, but you didn't really provide for them. You didn't really give them a place in the country. So people are thinking, I just come in America. I'm just going to come in America, eat and everything. But what is your kids going to do? They're going to grow up as outcasts in this country and whatnot. And now, like I said, with Africans, They come here, they want to be out with Black America when the only group of people that could be their allies, and when they want to come over here with that, with that attitude and everything. It's like, geez.
Let Frenchie speak, Carla. Let Frenchie speak.
Yeah, Frenchie. Frenchie can sleep anytime she wants. She doesn't have to wait for me to tell her.
No, actually, I was enjoying the conversation. But I was just thinking, Carla, now that you've given up on the motherland, unfortunately, how are you
I
going
didn't say I
to?
gave it on the motherland. I'm saying it's not. It can't be. You understand how serious I was about that at one time. I believe that look, there's going to be this Black revolution, and we're going to all build together and stuff like that. I just came to the conclusion it's not going to happen. Not because we don't want it to happen here, but because Africans don't want it to happen. That's what I just came to the conclusion. Because, like I said, the reason why it's not achievable, I believe in LARP. It was logical, achievable, reasonable, practical, right? It's not achievable because, unlike before, a generation before, the opposition to our Pan Africa was white people. The white dollar bill tell you it was white people, it was Chinese, whoever else. Now the opposition to Pan Africa are people that's supposed to be on our side, Black people, Africans.
So I think that they see us, right, as if they see us in the way of them realizing their American dream. And so, but before we get into that, if you don't mind, Kyle, I'll put it in the back chat. The stuff about Sweden. If you could play a little bit about it. There's a sister talking. Do your disclaimer that this is for educational purposes.
All right.
Okay, it's not copyright infringement. It's education. You know how you do. You put it on the screen and let people know what it is, so they can't flag you. Because the last time Chantel was saying that we were saying bad things about African Americans, we weren't on the line, and she's gonna flag you and all of this stuff.
Damn, man.
Yeah, I was like, come on, man. It's just,
I mean, why should I say it? You can't please anybody, man. As soon as like Africans know how to take it, man. Sometimes they know how to take it. They don't talk about flagging me, but you got these ADOS FBA people, man. You say one thing about them, they're ready to friggin' shut me down and whatnot. It's like, Colin, man, like this, I tell it like it is. I must hit a nerve because I be telling the truth.
Oh yeah,
so,
she didn't like it.
So let me play this. Let me play this. Okay, this is fair use for entertainment, educational purpose, folks. I don't own the rights to this video.
Welcome to another video. It's Nagre here. Thanks for coming. As always, for the subscribers, thank you so much for your time. I always appreciate it. Today's video is something that I found really interesting, as also a person that talks about it a lot, like a lot. I talk about this almost in every other week because it's like something we African people have to get into our medullas, like we need to get into our heads, our brains, and we seem to miss it every time. So apparently Sweden came out and wants to pay immigrants $34,000, which is like 25,000 pounds, for the immigrants to be able to leave Sweden. Guys, excuse the noise. There's some construction that is going on here outside. So please, if the noise is too much, I'm so sorry. I apologize for that. So yeah, that is what is going on. But yeah, watch this clip, come back, and let me say a few things about it.
Take the money and leave, please. The Swedish government is offering to pay immigrants $34,000 if they go back to their home country. The conservative government's migration minister said that this is part of a paradigm shift in Sweden's migration policy. Migrants who leave voluntarily can apply for the $34,000 beginning in 2026. Now, that amount is 35 times higher than the existing grant, which has been in place since 1984. But officials say that it's relatively unknown and unused. For example, only one person used it last year. Emma Lufgren is a journalist and editor at the Local Sweden. She joins me tonight from the Swedish city of Malmö. It's good to have you with us, Emma. So who exactly qualifies for these $34,000?
They haven't specified all the details yet, but if we take the current grant as an example, that's only available to refugees or people who are in Sweden because of some other reason of protection and their families. So, like, say, a German white-collar EU worker can't just go I don't really fancy Stockholm. I'm heading back to Berlin. Can I have some travel money, please? And the current grant is also only available to people who already have a residency permit. So you also can't come to Sweden and go, well, actually, I changed my mind. Give me money, please. There are also, for the current grant, there are no restrictions on returning to Sweden after you've been given it, but you do lose your residency permit when you receive it. So if you want to return, you have to go through the same rather long-winded process again.
This migration crisis, Commissioner,
this is what reparations
are you even aware what's going on in Sweden? Ordinary men and women face the consequences of a migration policy that spawned a monster that is gang violence. Where's your pact for the 25-year-old girl blown up by gangsters, or the 71-year-old shot in the pub while having a pint? Your job, Mr. Skinas, I'm sorry, but it's not to be campaign manager for the left. It's to deal with illegal migration. So do your job and inform us on how we escort the boats back to their ports.
Out of all the European countries that claim to have a migrant problem, I think Sweden is the only one that came up with a serious solution to attempt to fix the problem. Because it is alleged that the Scandinavian country, once known as the humanitarian superpower, is offering $34,000 to non-native Swedes to voluntarily agree to permanently leave Sweden. I mean, if a country can go to that length to show you that they do not want you, personally, by the next business day, I would gladly, but with a heavy heart, take that money and sadly leave behind the amazing Swedish tropical warm weather so I can relocate to a colder country such as Senegal, Tanzania, or even Cabo Verde and the likes. Jokes aside, listen, I think we've reached a point in human history where it is now clear that governments, through politicians, often create more problems than solutions, and have proven to be the worst middlemen when it comes to negotiating the best interest of their citizens. Look, I firmly believe that most conflicts can be resolved between citizens over a nice meal and a drink without involving politicians at the table, because we all seem to want the same things regardless of where you are under the sun. We all want to be able to live a dignified life in our own countries, have access to basic things in life, and we are willing to put in work for it. But above all, we all want a better future for our children and more, while silencing the sounds of guns. However, the problem we face is that politicians are the troublemakers who love wars and interfering in other countries' affairs, and their wishes are heavily promoted by their girlfriends, the mainstream media, who paved the way for politicians to send children from the working class to fight strangers in foreign countries, creating the conditions that breed refugees. And then the same mainstream media turns around to complain about refugees to the same working class. Listen, in my village they say, whoever teases a wasp nest must know how to run fast.
As you've seen the video, that is something I've constantly talked about. I've talked about the UK, I've talked about the US, I've talked about Australia, I've talked about Germany. Like, all these countries in the Western countries are so freaking tired of seeing immigrants in their countries. And of course, yeah, you might say like, oh, the reason why we Africans or other groups of people are going in their countries is because of the instability that their governments cause into our countries, which I totally understand. But then at the end of the day, we need to flip the coin and bring it on our side. Let's say African people. Why are we still blaming the other groups of people when they are being accepted and allowed to come and exploit Africa by our own leaders? Like, that's something we need to really put a lot of attention on, because at the end of the day, as immigrants, as people, we always look for places that are better for everyone. Everyone is always looking for a place that they can go and, thrive. I have traveled myself too. I've traveled to Dubai when I wanted to elevate myself in a way. A lot of people go to different places where they see that's where potential is. Yes, there is circumstances. It can be war, it can be poverty, it can be anything, it can be even education. So for us to leave our countries, of course, there is things that make us do it. But at the end of the day, the people in these countries of the Western countries, especially if you are an African person, they will still not give you the respect that you deserve as a being, because at the end of the day, they see you in a light of you are nothing. I mean, even when I've seen people in big positions like, let's say law or medicine or even in political spaces, they still don't respect people from, let's say, countries of Africa. So for someone to come and say they even want to pay you to leave their country, it means they are fed up of you. They are tired.
Let's go!
Why, out of all the jobs in the world, you pick this one? Why this job?
There's no such thing as a moral war. There's
of seeing you in their countries, especially those that probably are not even doing anything to elevate their countries. Also, I understood they said if you had citizenship and you still decided that you wanted to leave, you would go and they would accept it, but still you would lose like your citizenship and go back home. And I'm guessing like if you take that opportunity, you're not allowed to come back to Sweden. Like that, I didn't quite understand, but it looked like that. But at the end of the day, I mean, if someone is willing to give you $34,000 or 25,000 pounds, let's say you come from Uganda or you come from African countries, I think it's a good deal. It might be like I feel like it's kind of a trick to register people or to get people that, of course, are not in those premises legally. Because at the end of the day, this whole saga is mostly for people that come in illegally in those countries and seek asylum. So I feel like this is like the only way or trick they have to use to get people's attention. But I mean, if it's legit, why don't you take on that opportunity? Maybe you can even take the money and go to another place, who knows? Because really, you left your country, you sold things, and probably things are not even, going well for you, or you passed through the oceans and you survived, right? And then here you are, they're offering you this huge chunk of money that is able to literally change your life if you go back to your country. So I think it's a good deal, but at the end of the day, is it the right decision? Is it the right solution? Have we reached a point where people are so tired of us that they have to pay us to leave? But then again, when you come back in your country, even though you're given that money, are you able to utilize it and do better in your country, or you're still going to yearn to go to other countries? Like, it's going to be a cycle. I think this problem can be like solved in a way, especially coming from African people, African perspective, that no one from the Western countries just comes and steals from the continent. Like, let's stop putting the stealing part out there. Let's be open and say things as they are. Like, I mean, I've talked about the president of Kenya. I've talked about the presidents of some African countries. I've talked about even my own country. The Chinese, the Russians, the Americans, or the Europeans, like these groups of people, in the past, they came with their entitlement, uninvited. I can totally understand. But then in 2024, there is no one from the Western countries who just comes and steals and takes without anything signed by our own people. Oh yeah, they come and take. Like the Chinese people, let's say they are so much in my country right now. I would say they're more than the Indians at this point. Do they just come and steal without the government knowing about it? Like, do they just come and get these chunks and chunks of land without the people in power knowing? I think these problems can be solved in a way. I think we can help, or we can try to develop our own countries where conflicts can be controlled or stopped if our leaders really cared about their own people and their countries. Guys, I see a number of Ugandans living at the airport. If you go there to pick up someone who just to travel, the number of Ugandans that are rushing to leave Uganda is crazy. Going to the UAE places,
All right, Carla, can you pause the video?
other places to ask for us.
Yeah, like I said, Africa is right. Look, $30,000, man. They won't make that in a whole lifetime. You better take that damn money.
Oh, Carla, let me just say this, right?
No, really,
Shot,
$34,000 is a lot of money in Africa.
yeah, it's a lot of money. Yeah, I get it. Well, let me just say this to Sweden. Shout out to Sweden.
Hold on, less than 10% of the world's population make over $30,000 a year.
I get it, Carla. Let me make a point real quick. Shout out to Sweden. They are, like the lady said, they're known as a humanitarian country. They've done a lot of good for a lot of countries. But let's just put this into context. This is the right wing of Sweden. This is the minority, party. This is the conservative party in Sweden. It's not the majority of the
Oh, yo,
Swedish people.
like is Elvis, man.
So it's a political stunt that they're doing. It's like the Republicans saying, "Get all the immigrants out. They're eating our dogs.
That's what
They're
they say
rapists."
in
There's
America.
a similar thing there, but I'm just saying that it's not the majority of Sweden. It's just a
How do
political
you know
party
that?
that's trying to.
How do you know that?
Because do you know the politics of Sweden? They're not
Yeah,
a
I do know
conservative
the
country.
politics.
They're a liberal country. That's the point that I'm making.
And the bottom line, most countries want to stay homogeneous. They don't want foreigners in their country. That's most countries in the world. Most
Not
African
true.
most
Yeah,
African
the KKK want the United States to be homogeneous, but that
yeah,
they're
but
a small
hold on.
minority of the
America's
population.
different. We're black people are grounded here. The bottom line is this. The bottom line is this. Yeah, in Africa, you guys don't want a bunch of Chinese, Indians, and other black people from other
And
countries.
I was just going to say that a lot of Africans are quite, I won't say xenophobic, but we can be quite racist, even almost xenophobic in certain countries, right?
Yeah,
Like
so
take Liberia
what makes
for example, right?
you think they are all countries are xenophobic? What's the difference?
That's what I'm saying. So, but the thing about Sweden is that they have a huge social safety net, and they've
Yeah,
helped a lot of immigrants.
the migrants there are
They,
milking
the,
it, and they're basically causing.
the main government there are really helping those migrants, especially those from Somalia and the Horn of Africa.
But why is it that why are we going through this? Why is it that we can't? Africa is like 1,000 times the size of Sweden. You got all these natural resources, so called, and whatnot. Why are you in Sweden right now instead of building in Africa?
I mean, Carla, if I tell you, you know the answer, and I know the
I
answer.
don't know the answer,
You
man.
know.
I don't know, man. I don't know
Okay,
anymore.
I mean, then let me give you the answer,
I
right?
don't
The
know anymore.
answer is the same reason why black people are living in ghettos in this country. The
We don't
same
have
reason
black
why.
people in ghettos like that. Come on, stop.
Okay,
Stop.
the
We don't have
same reason why black people are at the lowest level
all our
when it
ghettos
comes
have
to
clean
income in this
hot
country.
water, education,
You
breakfast.
you're getting offended by it. It's
We're
the
not.
same issue in Africa.
I'm saying we're
As
not.
black people, whether on the continent or in the diaspora, we're
We're here.
always
Well,
mostly at
we're
the
living
bottom.
in America. This is our country. We're not. We're
Fine,
not.
Carla. I'm not saying this is not your country. I'm not taking away your nationality or your
No. Why?
country
Why are you?
birthright.
Why do you got to
But I'm
go through?
saying economically, black people are usually at the bottom in every country they're
Why
in.
is that? Why is that?
That's what I'm saying. You have to tell me your answer first from your side, and then I'll tell you my
My
answer.
thing is, I tell you like
We're
this.
not smart
At
enough.
one time,
We're not resilient enough to.
I tell you, right? Like I said, patience and basically and being understanding and everything. And I look at your country of Liberia, right? Had they waited another 10, 15 years, the native people would have naturally taken over.
Carla, you keep going back there. You're going to open up wounds that when I really dig into it, you're going to get angry. Just leave Liberia alone.
It's not just every last single problem in Africa has to do with ethnic conflict. That's the reason why people go overseas. You would rather live in a foreign racist country, right, than deal with your own people in your own country. That's the problem. That's a problem right there. I want to understand why that is. You got people
Look,
like
Carla,
Nigerians are the worst. Nigerians like this. When Buhari was president, when that all these
Buhari,
Buhari.
Buhari, and I wanted to correct you yesterday. One second. I wanted to correct you yesterday because you kept calling Burkina Faso Burkini. What is Burkini? It's Burkina.
Burkina feces.
Okay, you see now you're going back to that shit. When dude came up on the platform, you was acting like a coward. You had your tail stuck between your legs.
I'm just messing with him. Bikini feces.
But I'm saying though, to Africans, people say this about us, and we tend to get offended. It's a shame to us as Africans, as Black people. We can't build up our own continent. Most of us tend to flee. When Tariq say these things, we get angry. But this is a fact. And this is another embarrassing, reminder that we tend to flee our continent, tend to flee our countries because they are underdeveloped. They're not, they're not well managed. They're not, being developed socially or economically. So this is a Black, on the African continent. It's a big Black on our continent and on our race as a people. This is a fact. We should be ashamed of ourselves
we
for
in
it.
Black America realize that, right? We realize that we have to build ourselves. We have to build what we call Black African infrastructure globally, right? But instead of people embracing that, say, Colin, something, that idea of Black African infrastructure, that means Africans will be connected with Black America, the cities and everything like that. We could really do trade with Black America and everything. The hatred I got over the years from Africans, but just by suggesting that, it's like, I'm like, well, guess what? Maybe they don't want to be connected with us. Maybe it's I'm trying to force myself on the continent that don't want me. That's why I just came to the conclusion they don't want us. Just say, hey, look, maybe
Hey, bro, that's who we are. I asked this question and we try to be disingenuous when we answer it. Are white people smarter than black people? I keep saying in my mind and in my heart, I say yes, absolutely. Because you can't say that they enslaved you, they colonized us. That's why we haven't developed. That means they're smarter than you. They're smart enough to colonize you. They're smart enough to enslave you in terms of economic slavery. That means they're smarter
What
than
can
you.
you say? No, what you can say is,
we don't try.
We don't try
when we come to their countries, we see infrastructures we can only dream about. We can never build them ourselves.
We prefer. I don't think that's the case because I'm looking in places in Zambia. I'm looking in places in Cote d'Ivoire. Listen, the main thing, and I've been saying this for a long time, and people get angry and they attack me when I say this to them. Okay, when we talk about sacred cows.
But Dollar Bill, one second. Just 10 seconds.
Yes.
Ivory Coast is pretty much hog tied to France economically. They literally have the reserve in the Bank of France. They keep their money. They disperse it as they see fit to Ivory Coast. So Ivory Coast is a child to the French. So they're not an independent nation. So if you're looking at the infrastructure, that's fine. But in terms of economic freedom,
well, what I'm saying is, it's not that black people don't have the ability to design modern cities, because they have beautiful infrastructure and they're able to do it. But so when Zongo comes up here and he talks this nonsense, when he's a little civil service pencil pusher, and he talks about, and I'm telling him that my uncle is part of a group of black people that put together one of the best airports in the country. One of the international. White folks didn't do that. Black folks got together.
The stadium in Pittsburgh was built by the McKinsey Group.
Right. So it's not that black people are not don't have. He wants. They can't do that. And let me just say this one thing. And I had last time Kala was not able to do. There's a foundation called the Pew PEW Society.
The Pew Research Foundation.
Research and Foundation. Black people in this country are not at the bottom of the economic.
I know, that's what I'm saying. They keep these.
That is a lie.
That black people at the bottom, black people are above Asians and everybody else. What it is like when they say
that is not true.
Asians live like more people per house than black people do. That's the only thing.
They put this thing up. They're not the lowest educated.
Asians don't make a lot of money.
They're not the lowest.
Most Asians are in poverty in this country, right?
But
they work 7-Elevens.
But what I'm saying to you,
they don't have generational wealth like that. We own a lot of land in the South, particularly on the eastern coast of America. Our families own land and stuff like that. Asians don't. Asians mostly live in poverty.
So this is what we do. We perpetuate these myths, right? That black people cannot design for themselves a modern society. But what happens is, when I say we need to take these sacred cows, these religions, these customs, and not do away with them, but put them in their proper context in a museum where they belong, where people can study them, where people can appreciate them, give them a parade or a holiday. But they need to go. They need to go. That's why white people are able to achieve certain things, because they were tribes, they were Danes, okay, they were Norsemen. Yep. They gave up all of those tribal traditions.
They were smart enough to give up those things. We as Africans were not smart enough to give up those things.
You don't have a literacy culture, and you didn't have a religion.
Exactly. These people are smarter than us, bro. We hate to admit it, but they are. They are, bro. If you're smart enough, you'll give up all the shit that's holding you back to move forward. But we're still holding on to those things, and we have to flee our countries and come here and beg the white men to hire us. All of those things. We just got to be 100% about it.
I'm not going to say that
we're not smart enough, man. We're not. Look at Nigeria. Nigeria should be a shining star for the black race. They're being held back by corruption, poor governance, tribalism, religious, bigotry. I mean, come on, man.
This is what I will say. If you look at these countries, they're only 60 odd some years old. Mm-hmm. Let's be honest with ourselves. and you're talking about what 200 and odd some years, okay, in America, what they've been through. They're still in the infancy of their development. And so we can't put this cursed moniker on them. They will have their self-determination and they will rise against
I say we can on the case of Nigeria. Nigeria has a lot of oil. Look at Dubai. Dubai only been around for like the last 30 years. They're well developed. Nigeria should be way more developed right now than they are.
The culture, you have to develop the culture. That takes time.
It takes time.
It takes time. And so that's why I say, like, I would back off in Nigeria myself because it's too complex to each other. They have to basically integrate with each other and learn what and just become like you got a lot of Nigerians like, don't call me a Nigerian because that's not what we are. Then you got people who say I'm an Igbo, say I'm a Yoruba, and everything. So basically, maybe Nigeria needs to change their name to something else.
Drop the link, Colin, please. Drop the link.
Change something else. And also somebody said something about black people are the poorest demographic. I'm so sick of hearing that's not the case. And everything, black people are not the poorest demographic. 65% of African American men are in the middle class in America. 65%. There's 10% of black American men are in the upper middle class. That make it over like $200,000 a year. Over the last 20 years, the number of black men that succeeded in the skilled trades and businesses and real estate development and whatnot has exploded. It wasn't even through college education. It was just black people took over skilled trades and stuff like that, businesses, small businesses, and everything like that.
Just ignore the fool because you know what he is? He's a self-hating Negro. And
what I'm saying is when people
so what he does is he wants to keep stuff going. He lives for the people like Ed Nam want to get out and they want to trigger us off so we can say something, okay, that's derogatory. And then they're gonna say, you see how these African Americans really think?
And we only defend
St. James, I thought he was trying to come around, but inside, this is how you really feel about Africans. Africans go about their business in their life, and African Americans do the same. They go to work, they go to school, they run businesses, they work inside of in businesses, corporations, and public places, and hospitals, and schools, and all kinds of stuff.
Now, now you've been to Chinatown, right?
Have I?
now everybody knows Chinatown is the poorest community in New York. They're the dirt poor, and you got people working in sweatshops. They're damn near slaves.
Yeah, but they got another Chinatown now in New York.
A new one?
Yes, they do. They have a Chinatown in Flushing, New York.
Get out of here.
And it is fabulous. It is high class.
Everybody always grew up in Chinatown. The poor always been the
not
poor
anymore, brother. Chinatown.
So where they get this notion that black people are? Well, we have the richest neighborhood, the richest community in New York City, Uniondale. That's black.
Listen,
why do they think they're poor?
You know what it is? These people live to try to agitate us and argue with us, right? About who's rich and who's poor and why this and why that, because they have a low self-esteem and a low opinion
jealousy. That's all
of themselves. And they want us. So they look at the least of us and say, that's all of you. And I'm telling you, I can't wait to Thanksgiving. I'm going down to North Carolina.
I can't wait to be with my family, man.
And a beautiful black community.
Beautiful, all the cousins are coming down and whatnot
for miles and
black
miles.
people and whatnot. Everybody talk about their success and
There's
everything.
No
like
bodega on the corner.
My cousin's got a new Tesla and
none
everything.
of that nonsense.
So I don't know what these people are talking about.
We go to a super Walmarts down there, and you can get everything from that you can get from. It's a whole city block long. The Walmart's down there.
This is another thing. So Ado's created. Where did you find Yvette Carnell? Off the internet. She's one of those stupid black people who basically like Umar Johnson. Oh, black people are doing this, one that. And these people ignore black people doing say. I don't want to be my lying eyes. Umar Johnson said one time, "There's no black middle class. I don't care how many cars you got. I don't care how many you got. I don't care how much money you got in the bank. Then what the fuck is a middle class? Then
they're poverty pimps.
They're poverty pimps and whatnot.
And they make their money.
Aunt Nam listens to the poverty pimps and whatnot.
Of course, That's
Well,
what he believes in.
Narrative.
You're in the city where the mayor's a black man, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's going through his stuff, okay? But he's the mayor of the city. The second mayor, the people who are wielding power in this city are black people, right? In the city of New York.
The mayor's black, you know? So,
So
bottom line, we have my median income in my city is $80,000 a year, and we got like a 25% black population.
I told you I
So
can't
what the
remember
hell
exactly.
Talking about?
Well, you know, he doesn't know. He see, the thing is, it's easy to pick a fight with a giant, right?
Yeah.
You got people who are giants, and you want to pick a fight with them because you know you have nothing else to say, and you know you live off the internet.
Now check this out. Check this out. That's another sacred cow. Black people refuse to embrace their success. We always got to be impoverished. We always got to let the poverty mindset rule us or whatnot. We're so needy. We need reparations. What are you gonna do for the black folk? I hate when Phil Scott talks like that. We're gonna get something. What the fuck you want to get? You know, like there's something like Phil talks like that's like it sounds like he's going to a grab bag to get some candy. What we're gonna get and whatnot. You know, that ain't what politics is about. Protecting what you already have and expanding what you already have. You know, you don't get nothing out of politics. You try to protect what you have. Like, let me give you an example. Remember Uber came out, Dollar Bill? And remember they tried their best to cab soldiers to destroy Uber? But they basically got with lobbyists and got like that and bought off politicians to protect what? Their new interest called the Rideshare app. You see what I'm talking about? You protect what you have. Just like the hotels try to put the Airbnb out of business, right? They lobby together and protect it an interest. Black people don't have no collective interest that they protect, you know? The page goes, I'm going to look up the net worth for black people. Don't hurt yourself, you know? Black people are doing very well in Virginia.
Go look up, go to the Pew
We're
Research
running the state, you know? We're running this freaking state. Black people
to the Pew
Virginia
Institute and look at it for yourself.
They was act like black people. Probably black people been here for 400 years. You know, we're in the high echelons of government, business, everything here.
Carla, I posted the link.
The reason why they always say that black people are at the bottom is because they like to say medium household income. You compare a majority of black households or one income households, one person making money, and then you compare them with a whole bunch of other people who are married and multiple people are making money.
Yeah, they got like 4 adults.
So if black people got married together, we would dominate those groups. Now, how can Hispanics not make more money than black people, but still somehow perform better than black people? Because they get married and they'll live hella people in one household. If black people are willing to do that, we'll be richer than a motherfucker.
We kick our kids out at 18. They have kids living with them to their 30. So what do you think is going to households going to
at 18?
That's why I didn't do that. I let my kids stay, man. And I like it, man. It's a beautiful thing.
Immigrants are making so much money. And they're doing all this stuff.
That Carla, the biggest unemployment group of black people between the ages of 16 years old up to 19, in which, if you live in a single parent household, most likely your mama generally tells you you don't need to worry about getting no job. You need to be worried about having fun. You need to be doing this and doing that.
So it's $25 years. Net worth is after everything is said and done. 24. That's actually pretty good. You know, that means you're probably making like around $50,000 a year. Your net worth and everything at the end is $24,000 a year. So much you actually take home. That's not bad. You know, that's not bad on the average. You know, but that's only what you call because you got a single people household. Now, if this was basically a husband and wife team that live in one house, right? So you said see the word household. Mostly those are single women, single men, whatever like that. When you talk about black household, Asian household, the household, right, is 2 people. So it's going to be double that, you know, on the average. Most people in America are making about the same thing, who work about the same thing every year. Black people ain't making any less or anything. Just our situation is a little different because of the marriage situation in America. That's it. People always got to find some way how these immigrants. That's why I said, Frenchie, we're getting tired of immigrants. We know it's rooted in jealousy and envy. That's it. No black person in America is going to trade positions with black immigrants, you know, and they know that. Not nothing that black immigrants say or do will make anybody black America say, you know, I got to be you guys, you know, I got to be going around the world getting kicked out of every country and everything. I mean, homeless around the world and whatnot. No black person in America is going to want to trade places, and they need to understand that shit. So they go, yeah, you know something? I see what you mean. I want to be a freaking Nigerian immigrant now. No, it don't work like that,
People with low self-esteem.
They have low, and most black immigrants have low self-esteem.
So us black immigrants, we have a low self-esteem.
No, I said people who make certain statements.
No, not you. I'm speaking to Kala because he, said that verbatim.
No, well, what do you say when you see all these comments right here? What do you think that this is? Antnam says no one's jealous of people at the bottom. How are we at the bottom? What does it mean at the bottom? The bottom of what?
Wouldn't he like to be? Wouldn't he like to be at the bottom? In the richest country in the world.
I would rather be at the bottom of the richest country in the world. Shit, it's just like saying you go into Disney World and whatnot and everything like that. Look, if you can get in, you're gonna have a good time no matter if you go on any ride. You're there, right? I'd rather be here and be poor and any place else would be poor. To tell you the truth, these guys got to come here just to have a decent living.
When I remember when I was a younger man, people used to, they used to shame, because I heard you guys talking about welfare and stuff like that. And I remember when immigrants used to shame African Americans and tell them that they're not on, welfare and they're not on this and they're not on that, only to find out as soon as they got an opportunity to get on food stamps, they jumped on the opportunity.
All the problem in Springfield, Ohio right now, a lot of the Haitians, even Haitians said, yeah, most of the people on welfare and get food stamps and everything, they're draining the system or not. Immigrants use the welfare system more than any other.
And listen to this. Not only that,
yeah.
Do you know who's in the
you're gonna have to let the Africans speak, right?
Oh, please.
So for a second, because you guys have been going at it for a minute, right?
Who's this? Who let the
same jam. Right? No. Because you are comparing the two groups, right? You are comparing the two groups.
We're not. Nobody's.
No. So we're talking about stats, right? Let me tell you something.
Yeah, guys, let me speak. Let me speak.
Let me. Okay. Yes, let me make it quick.
Over here, we
I'm talking.
No, let's do it, Kala. Kala, can you let me speak for 1 minute? Just 1 minute of your time.
Why don't you come on and say hello?
Hello, guys. How y'all doing?
You know what I'm saying? Don't start coming with the flame.
Yeah. Hello, guys. How y'all doing tonight? That was a great show.
You know what? We got sick and tired of. I'm getting sick and tired of this myth about the freaking hard working immigrant. Look at this.
No, Kala. You see why you getting so emotional when people are coming on your show just to share information, man?
Come over here and lie. I hate liars.
Okay, so we all hate lies, man. We all do.
No, I'm talking about Adnam, not you. Say James. Adnam says Haitians are hard working, are peaking work. They're they're happy to be exploited. That's what they talk about. Do you think that those Haitians are going to want to work on pennies a day forever? You get kids going to know the kids are going to join gangs. You're going to have a serious problem in a couple of years because they're not going to always want to work. It happens all the time. It happened with the Irish. You brought the first Irish over here. But the kids like, I'm not going to work in no damn factory for peanuts like my father did. So they took the gangs. Same problem, social problems you're going to have with these immigrants come over here who are not assimilated.
It's happening in New York right now.
It's happening in New York right now.
You have these
immigrants
joining the Ghanaians
that is joining the blood
over there, starting gangs and shit. You came all the way to America to be a gang member. Come on now.
You see, I'm blaming the United States for that. So what you guys are now understanding, right? So no. Let me tell Kala, please. So you see, when you go to Africa, right? What you guys don't understand, even the United States is partaking in that thing, right? So whatever that you guys advertise in Africa, you lie to this African that this country is the best country on earth and everybody can get a shot, right? And you pushing this narrative to this African on the continent, That's what you guys get these things happen to you here at the border. We, the African, we came here legally from parents who got the mean. We came here to study.
Not anymore.
No. Listen, and we've been saying that to the U.S. government for a long time. You guys have to change the narratives. There are a lot of poverty on the continent. I give you that. But the way that these guys are spinning America in the world, in Africa, even for European country, you guys just go there, you go to Africa, you lie to these people, you even create offices, fake offices, taking Africans' money for them to come to the United States and Europe, like using other routes.
Don't you
You
understand
know,
that the
no, no,
slave,
no. The United
slave
States is
trade,
even partaking in that. You know, and we'd seen it many for a long time, and we tell these people, listen, we know it's not easy for an immigrant, even for people that come here legally. We know it's not easy. So don't lie to these people, but they keep doing it. You know, they're the one pushing down the continent, taking money from Africans, giving them visas to come here, you know, and they turn around and tell these Africans, oh, why did you come here? Because not everybody in America is making it. Say that they're the one doing it. Why don't you guys, all you guys on the channel talking about African coming here, why don't you make shows, tell the US government, we want to see exactly what you guys are doing on the continent that pushes these people to get here without
Why don't you
visa.
do it? Why don't you?
No, no, we're
St.
doing
James,
it.
hold
We're
on, hold
doing
on,
it.
hold on.
We're doing it.
Brother
We're doing
St.
it.
James,
I'm
St.
doing it.
James, St. James.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it, and
Y'all
I'm not done. And I'm not done.
Africans
Listen,
and y'all Caribbeans lied to people back home and make it seem like y'all
no,
doing
that was
way
the
better than y'all
you
really are.
talking about another generation. I'm not part of that, bro. I don't need to
So you're
lie
not
to
a part of it.
anybody. I didn't listen. I don't need to lie to anybody. I came here legally. I don't come from a poor family. I don't have to go lie to my folks. You understand? So there are Africans who are doing the right thing. Don't put me on that boat. You understand? I don't like illegals. I don't want people to come here illegally. I'm against that. You know, and I'm against anybody who pushes that. I can blame African, but I can blame America too. If I was in Europe, I will blame these Europeans, you know, because I've seen them in action in Africa doing the same thing that we are complaining about. So it's not only Africans. You're going to have to blame your government as well because they're partaking in that.
St.
If you
James,
guys don't see the
what
bigger
is the
problem
reason
here,
we can't build in Africa? What is our reason why we can't build in our own continent? Tell me, please.
I build in Africa, so I don't know about you. I build in Africa. What's up?
I mean, what are you building? A house? A little a compound? Are you building
I
infrastructures? Are you
have
building
more than
roads? Are
what
you
you can
building train
imagine.
network?
I have more than what you can imagine. My
Yeah, but
time
that's
is
just you. That's just you,
okay.
bro. The entire
What's up?
continent.
Okay,
Burkina
so you gotta.
Faso is not a beacon of development. Let's be honest. I mean, come
Okay,
on, man.
does your country? Your
Elvis, what
country?
you
What's your
forgot to
country about?
realize,
Yeah, my country is not either.
Elvis,
My country is Liberia, and it's not a beacon of development either.
Okay,
So
so am I
let's
talking
not
about my
cap.
country? Am I talking about my
didn't
country
hear
right
that
now?
he came from an uppity family.
Hey, bro, sir, listen. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that, bro. I don't come from a broke family. If you want me to say it 10 times, I will tell you. You know,
Yeah.
I didn't
So
come to.
when you left Africa, your family was already well off. So that means they were already established in Africa, right?
Yes, yes.
But did they get it from the ground up, or were they just overly connected? Were they like Dangote connected, or were they were
Some
they
of them
like,
work
oh, you
hard
know
for
what, we just
theirs.
going
It's both sides, you know. So there's a lot of things that you guys don't know. All these people showing at the border don't think. They just wake up in Africa and decided to come to America. Somebody is doing something in Africa for them to even be able to come here in big numbers. That's what I want you to understand. All these Mauritanian, all these guys from West Africa, Mauritania, I talk to them.
Well, I'm gonna talk to these guys.
Talk to.
In the Bronx.
Thank you,
I want to talk
Dollar
to them,
Bill. Talk to these guys. You will
and I
find
want
out.
to find out what's going on and how they got here.
Okay.
And their situation.
Okay.
Because I'm interested in knowing.
Oh,
and
yeah.
And I think too often what we do is try to compare ourselves to each other.
I'm not trying to compare my. I'm not trying to compare
you. No. I'm not saying you. I said we.
People like Buana, man.
What we try to do is because
look. 1 second. 1 second. NM said something about the refinery that Dangote built. That's something that belongs to an individual. It doesn't belong to the nation of Nigeria.
But if it did, you know what?
Yeah, you can't claim that. It's not an infrastructure that's built by
listen,
Elvis, don't do that. Shout out to Dangote for the refinery, and the government still increased the price of fuel right afterwards.
Shout out to
that refinery don't mean shit currently. To hell with that refinery.
But listen to this.
That's what I'm saying. How does it benefit the average Nigerian who are still struggling for fuel subsidies?
Hold up 1 second. we don't have to have pissing contests, right? And we can be happy for everybody, right? And I think what happens is a lot of people think that it's our job to show to each other person that they're not shit, right? Whatever accomplishment that they make or whatever that they do, they're not crap. Excuse my French. And that's stupid. That's an immature people, right? We act like children when we engage in those type of conversations. The brother's doing his thing. If he's making money, however he got the money, he's doing his thing. That's wonderful. They need more people out there doing their thing, trying to achieve whichever way. I'm not bragging, Paige, about being at the bottom of America. I'm not bragging about
what gets me is I'm
not gonna. But
we already disproven we're not at the bottom. Give it up, Paige.
It's like everybody they create a stereotype in their head of everybody black don't got nothing on that. We got black people like me. I hate using these terms, but I'm in the upper middle class. You know,
but you know what it is?
Like this,
I don't care. Like, see, they try to do that.
And because what they want to do are in the lower class.
Keep us all arguing.
No, guys. When you guys are talking about your wealth, right? Which is true, right? A lot of black Americans, a lot of black Americans are doing fine here in America. We can attest to that, right? Money is not a big issue here,
right? When I walk in America and I be like this, I basically, and my peers in my neighborhood, and when I'm a well-respected businessman, I'm not at the bottom of nothing, you know. And I know a lot of black people are doing their thing. They're upper class. They're doing their thing.
Mikala, why you have to defend yourself? This is your country. Why do you have to defend yourself to others?
Bottom line is, how is that everybody black, no matter what they achieve, whatever that is, that a so-called bottom? Like what they do is projecting white supremacy. You're black, you must be at the bottom. No, it don't work like that. I'm above most white people I meet, you know, as far as like economics and whatever like that.
Yeah, that's what's up. That's what's up. The thing that
a lot of black immigrants, they come here and they get brainwashed with white supremacy. What you hear?
No, they don't get brainwashed. You guys are saying they fled the country, they don't have anything, so they have to respond. So you guys do the same thing, so they have to respond. I don't like Elvis just said he came here like you know, most Liberian. How did they get to America? Most Liberian, how did they get to America?
I have no idea.
Okay, ask Elvis. How did they get to America?
I could care less, you know.
Okay, so you know we don't have the same predicament. So you putting us in the same boat.
A lot of us came as refugees.
Okay, so most Africans they came here as refugees.
No, what I'm saying,
you know, a lot of people did.
I'm saying like this.
I know, but most of us didn't come to the United States as refugees.
You talk about they. I guess Mayor what's his name, Adams of New York is on the bottom too, right? I guess all the black people. I guess David Stewart, the richest black man in the world. I guess he's on the bottom too. I guess Robert Smith, a billionaire, is on the bottom too, right? I guess Byron Allen's on the bottom too. So
why are you going there, bro?
No, I'm saying like this. He said just they on the bottom. Who is they? Who is they? We dominate sports.
Bro, Carla, we have a few black American at the bottom. Let's agree to that and move on, right? We have a few black American at the bottom. Let's agree to that, like everywhere else.
We know that.
Okay, so what's the problem then?
Hold on. What they want to do is basically that's white supremacy does, right? A white supremacist knows there's black people who are honorable in the community, everything, but they just see all black people as poor.
Yeah, but you don't have any problem when white supremacy put our numbers on your board, right? You don't have no problem with that. When they talk about Africa, you guys don't have no problem with that, right? You guys take everything and run with it, right?
If somebody gives a statistic about Africa, that's a statistic about Africa, but I don't just say Africans are the lowest people on the planet. When that would be
a lot of black Americans have taken that and run away with it in America. They have.
Come on, St. James.
With them.
Just when you're doing well, you start reaching into the bag of nonsense. You guys
bro.
You've been so browbeaten by Tariq.
No, Tariq, I don't even listen to Tariq, man. I don't worry.
I'm just saying.
I don't worry about this dude, bro. Why would I listen to him? Why would I listen to this dude?
Yeah, you sound like you're triggered by Tariq.
No, I'm not triggered by nobody. I'm just giving you the facts.
You got very aggressive when someone brought up Tariq.
I think Tariq.
No, I'm not listening to him. I don't know what he talks about lately.
I think he's traumatized a lot.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
I'm serious.
No. I'm advocating. I'm advocating. No, Dollar Bill. I'm advocating for the Africans to have their own voice.
Instead
of you talking for us. We want to talk for ourselves. That's all I wanted.
But how
That's
are
it.
we? Is Elvis not an African?
He's an African.
Is Frenchie not
Frenchie
an
got
African?
something she wanted to say.
But hey, listen.
Is she not an African?
I'm talking about all of us. I'm not talking about a specific few. You know, Elvis, he may be from what? Liberia. It's an Anglophone country. I'm not from an Anglophone country.
Have a voice here?
I said for everybody. That's what I'm saying. For all Africans across the board, we have to speak.
We'll speak.
Okay, I'm doing that. But you cutting me off, right?
Go speak, brother.
All right, go ahead and speak.
Go and speak, Frenchie.
No, it's just sometimes it's the hypocrisy for me, honestly, because you can't in one breath say that Africans are making up stereotypes about African Americans, but then last night, or was it the night before, one of you on the panel said that stereotype stemmed from somewhere, and it wasn't Black immigrants that came up with the stereotypes of African Americans being poor or unemployed or being in gangs, etc. You can't put that on us, Kala. We didn't start that, okay? And it's not just Tariq that's out there. You've got the Yvette Carnels, and then you've got the Mike TVs and their cronies. You're acting like these are just a select few of individual people. There's a lot. They're in the 100,000s. You keep thinking these people are just like a small, tiny segment. No, they're not. You know, so when you say that we're triggered by them, it's very unfair, because one could argue you guys are triggered by the Black immigrants in the comment section right now.
Actually, to tell you the truth, be honest with you, and everything. Like when it's, I'm not triggered by anything that's the truth, right? Like tonight, what do I open my show with? I really dug into the sacred cows of Black America because I know some of the stuff is freaking true. You know, problem with Africans is. Like me, I never bring up Africans' problems, right? Because I don't want to embarrass somebody or whatever like that, unless they basically start something first, and I'll remind them, hey, look, I have to remind them, well, blah, 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 blah. Well, the reason why you're over here is because your country failed. And a lot of Africans don't like hearing that. Like Elvis even said, they don't like hearing that. You failed, your country failed, so that's why you're here in America. That's just true, And so, therefore, just like I know there's some truth about Black America, there's some truth about Africa, but Africans seem like they like sweeping stuff under the rug, and they don't want to hear truth about themselves. And they don't want to they throw stones. You don't throw stones when you live in a glass house, And
if your country is developing, what do you mean? What do you mean about failing? If your country is developing, so you going in there throwing this word, I'm not saying we triggered. I'm just saying if you
know what the problem is.
In the same breath, if we say developing country, so why are you putting failed? Because you are not pushing. You're not pushing these people to do better, right? I'm not coming. Imagine. I lived in Georgia, right? I lived places where I've seen a lot of poverty coming from a certain group of people. I just don't want to mention. But I never listen. Me being an African, right? Me being an African, right? Kala, me being an African, right? When I went to those places, I never thought I would see people with that kind of poverty here in America. But I didn't say anything, right?
Let me ask you a question, say James. Let me ask you a question. I don't want to have to put you down.
Go ahead.
You go to the Appalachian and you go to Kentucky and everything, you'll see 10 times more poverty among whites than you do Black people.
In Alabama.
I have seen poverty amongst these people as well. I have seen it.
But you don't.
Did I?
Hold up. You don't mention that. You said a certain group of people. You talk about Black people.
No. Because I was around these people. I was around these people.
In America,
there's poverty in America. There's poverty in Japan. There's poverty in China. There's poverty all over the world.
That's what I'm just saying. But like I said, for me,
hold on, Carla.
Listen,
there's poverty everywhere, but there's levels to poverty.
Absolutely, the level of poverty that I have
electricity and access to healthcare. Calm down.
Not American poverty, bro.
Kala. Whatever that you're mentioning, right?
I'd rather be poor in America than poor in Africa.
Listen. I'd rather be
poverty
poor in Africa than poor in America.
Ain't that much poverty.
The difference. Listen, I'd rather be poor in Africa than here because my family is gonna help me. Here in America, if you're poor, you might not have a family that will help you.
This is what I'm saying. Your family. I'm gonna have to remove you in a second, bro.
No, God damn, Carla, you know that's
you gotta remove.
Check this out. You don't even say something in America.
St. James, that's because your family's not in America.
If I get sick, I I could go to the emergency room and I don't have to worry about anything like that. That's American poverty, you know. You can't do that in Africa.
I have been in the hospital. I've seen people get kicked out without being provided care. They just gave them a free meal, free drink, and they told them to go. I've seen it.
No, that's a lie.
In St. James, I've seen people go to the hospital in Africa and get kicked out because they couldn't afford to pay before they needed the service.
That's true. That's true. I agree with that.
We don't have that poverty.
Horribly true.
I have seen people who can afford their medicine here in America, and they were let die. They were let to die. I've seen that too.
Your money.
Is that what I'm saying is a lie, Carla?
Apart from money, what do you have? What else do you have?
What's the case? Give me the states. I'll look it up right now. I'll Google it.
Bro, listen. Under Obamacare, people were cutting their medicine and taking it.
Get the hell out of here, man. Get off my show, man. Get off my show. I can't say you gonna come to here. You're gonna tell the truth. If you can't prove what you're saying, a serious allegation like that, you're getting the fuck out of here. I'm tired of this. You know, I gave him a chance. I said, show me where I have like that. Somebody went to an emergency room and they got kicked out because we're like that. That's a lie. That was the federal government come down to the hospital and shut the hospital down. That's a difference in this country. You know, people and don't even live here. It's about I can't handle the truth. That does not happen in America. You know, that's not happening in America. You go to a hospital emergency room, they got to treat you. That's the law. You know, that's a law. Now, if you're in the hospital for a certain amount of days and everything, after they treat you and whatnot, they could discharge you after a certain amount of time. But they ain't no, when you go to Africa, if you're sick and you ain't got the money right there, they don't even let you in the hospital. That's the difference. These people always want to try to turn America into some third world country and whatnot, instead of fixing their own country. They always tell themselves, oh, this America ain't all that. We know America's not all that. You know? America's not all that. But I'll tell you what, it's better than what you guys are coming from.
He wants to take Atlanta, Georgia, where some of the richest black people live in the world.
Yeah.
In the world. Where a man has a studio, the largest studio in his own backyard, Tyler Perry. Now, I don't like him.
Yeah.
But this man is a billionaire. You're talking about black people, okay, who make so much money. It's incredible, right?
And I don't even like Atlanta.
So apart from money, what else do you guys have? Because you guys constantly talk about the amount of money you've got. What else
I don't talk
apart
about
from
money,
money
but when
do you
people
guys have?
lie on us.
Because I don't ever hear you speak about family values, educational values. It's always about the money. There are other things.
We have black universities.
Okay, but apart from hold on, please, hold on, because
we have black universities in Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay. I'm not referring to your establishments. Okay, I'm speaking in terms of
places. Those are
okay, but how many of you are actually going to? How many of you are actually going to school and getting an education?
More than you think.
How many?
More than you think.
How many? And no, because Kala said there's nothing that you guys can gain from immigrants, and I'm saying to Kala, there's obviously something that you can gain from Africans or immigrants in general. It's called family values.
Frenchie, I used to believe no. I used to believe I used to believe that y'all had family values.
You live in Nigeria. You can only speak.
No. I've been to way more countries than Nigeria.
You can only speak to
way more countries than Nigeria.
Okay?
And I have learned that y'all definition of family values
have a very low divorce rate in my country.
Suffering together, having a shit ton of children that you can't take care of, and then being mad at everybody else when they don't want to contribute to your children. Like you'll have people that have 8, 9, 10 kids, and then try to pressure their older children. You got to make money for the family so your sister, your little brother can go to school and shit. That's bullshit, Frenchie. That's not no damn family value.
Quantify it, because for me that's just hearsay. Quantify what you've just said.
Now and then y'all have people, and then y'all have people, and then y'all have a whole lot of people who don't even meet up with the other parts of their family.
Kala, you see how you just threw St. James off the panel, but you won't do that for Jonathan. Why can't he prove what he's saying?
Hold on.
Using stats.
What I want to do, like I told St. James, when you make a serious allegation, like John, I put Jonathan off the panel all the time. Ask him. You know, I think
all the time, literally.
All the time. You know, I don't
block me and everything.
I don't discriminate here. St. James, when he made an allegation like that he seen people die in a emergency room. That's a lie.
He ain't never seen that shit.
Carla, please. Why are you cutting me off and you don't let me finish?
No, you cannot prove that.
No, listen, Carla.
Self-criticism is hard for us Africans. You know that, right? Self-criticism is hard for us.
I never said I've seen people die in the ED. Carla, when you go to the hospital here in America, I have a lot of people that work in the hospital, and I know you do. When you go to the hospital, right? They might check you in for 3 days. 3 days. I've seen. Oh no, let me. You said you want information. I'm giving it to you. I've seen you go in, you check in. They cannot let you. They will have to take you. You are right. They will have to take you. They have to, but they will take you. Listen, yes, but 3 days, 72 hours. What they do is they give you the basic meds, but they will give you food. They will give you free drink. They will give you a room. Hot room. I live in Colorado here. I've seen it. They will give you all that. After 72 hours, they will come and say, "Hey, you're good to go." Because some of these people don't even have insurance. They will tell them to go. I've seen that. That's what I was trying to tell you. I've seen people cry. I was there. I've seen people cry talking about that. They can't even talk to the doctors like that. They came here for a specific med and they can't even have them. I've seen that. That's what I was trying to tell you.
You saw this in Atlanta.
I was in Colorado here.
Oh, see because now we're
in Colorado, one of the most drug monkey ass areas ever.
Because
really? Where you live, sir?
Hold on 1 second. The first thing you did was say Atlanta.
No. Maybe you
bouncing around.
I don't live in Atlanta.
No, you said
you said Atlanta, bro.
I said I used to live in Georgia, sir. You guys are drunk tonight or what?
And the amount of poverty
I said Georgia. I said Georgia. Okay, now you got me.
Isn't that what you said?
Yes, I did. Georgia. Yes, I did.
But you didn't see the rich people that live in
I've
Georgia.
seen the rich people. I've seen all of it. Rich, poor, broke, at the bottom. I've seen all of it.
And these people don't have health care. The poor
James,
people.
No.
In Georgia, are the majority of the black people, in Georgia poor?
Poor people have
I didn't travel all around Georgia.
And Medicare. In fact, poor people, it's the people in the middle who have a problem. Poor people, poor people, okay, if they have public assistance, they have full medical.
Okay.
That's what I work in, Dollar Bill. I work with people with Medicare, Medicaid. That's how I make my your people have all that Medicaid. Medicaid covers for everything. Medicaid even covers for home health care. They cover everything, transportation, everything.
From the top of their head to the sole of their feet.
People are fine in this country. It's the middle class and the working class that got problems as far as health care,
Let me tell you something. My father went to a nursing home, and because he's got a pension and he's got Social Security, they wanted to charge him $1,000, a day.
What you should have did was Dollar Bill. What you should have did was put your father's assets in your name in a trust. Right?
Yes.
And he could have qualified for Medicare. I can show you how to do it. And
I definitely. Well, the good thing for him now is because he's a veteran, right? He pays for nothing now because he's in the veteran hospital, and being a vet, they take care of their vets. So he gets 24 hours service. He's 100% veteran because he fought.
So you haven't seen the vet complaining that it take about 3, 4, 5 months to see the doctor. You haven't seen that.
No,
you haven't seen how they got mistreated. You don't see the news. You don't check the news, so you have no knowledge of that.
Because you know what? You know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do? This is what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
Let me tell you what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
See, I like to take lives and put truth on.
Sure.
The veteran hospital that my father is in it's several hundreds of acres on there. Okay, in 2 or 3 city blocks. Okay, and it's probably the best hospital, one of the best, if not the best hospital, okay, in the state. In their parking lot, they've got 2 Chevron homes, that were built by the Chevron people. So when people who are on dialysis, it's a state of the art, what it's called a smart house. Okay, and I might just pull it up and have
St. James.
look at it.
St. James.
Excuse me 1 second. In their parking lot, they've got 2 of them, not 1, but 2 of these homes, okay, where anybody can come, they take care of their military people.
Okay.
Okay.
100%.
James,
100%. Right?
James,
100%.
you can't
Right?
compare.
100%.
You
I
can't
am not
compare the
comparing.
social
That's the
safety.
mistake that you are
100%.
making.
Yeah,
These people
the
are trying to.
social safety programs in this country does not compare to anywhere in Africa.
I never. Don't take word out of my mouth.
If you
I
see
did
a
it.
guy
That's
who's
not what I said.
hustling, if you see a guy
But you make an
who's a
assertion that there's
veteran,
poverty in America.
who's out there in
America
the
is the
street,
greatest country in the world,
if
bro.
I
you
agree
see
to
a
that.
guy,
Kala.
Their
When I went to
poverty
Georgia,
here.
right? You want to hear
Hold
about
on
the
a second.
Georgia part, right? You want to hear about the Georgia part, right?
No, I want
Me
you to
coming
tell
from
the
New
truth
York, right? I
about.
was in New York. I went to Georgia, right? I have seen Black Americans doing dishwashers, washing dishes for 10 years. I've seen it. They introduced themselves to me. I wash dishes. Been there for 10 years.
Okay.
Bro,
So I've
there are
seen.
poor black people in this
I
country.
get it. That's what
there
I
are
was
a lot of
telling
poor
you.
black people. It's a
I
fact.
wasn't expecting that. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. When I saw
But
that,
the poorest black people in this country compared to the poorest black people in Africa are still doing better than them.
Elvis, you see what you're doing, right?
No, I'm telling you
I
facts. Our
understand that
poorest
part,
people
but
live in huts.
okay,
They have
then
no
that's
running
fine.
water. They have no electricity. They live in huts.
Two statements can be true, right? Do you agree?
But I'm saying our people live in
what you're
abject
saying,
poverty.
you're trying to undermine
with
what I'm
no
saying.
escape.
I'm giving you
A
facts.
poor person in this country can escape and go and get
You're
a
not
better
telling
life.
me
A poor
anything.
person in the village has
Get
almost
that. I
no
live
way
in
to escape
America just
poverty.
like you. I live in America just like you. You are not telling me
Right.
anything.
So let's say
but
those
I'm just
facts.
saying, I'm talking about Americans' poverty. That's what we are doing. You're taking me to Africa to something that I already know.
James, America's
we already
poverty can
discussed
go
that,
to
right?
your country for vacation.
This is
That's
what
not
Tracy was
poverty,
saying.
bro.
This
Why
is
are
what
you guys
Tracy was saying.
teasing him? Like,
The
one at a
time the
time.
Africans start
Seriously.
talking about statistics in America, these people freaks out. That's the problem. That's the problem. When you guys talking about Africa, when that guy was talking, when Elvis said that, I said, yes, true. When this guy said something, I said, that's true. But when I said something, you want to argue.
70% of the continent earn
Oh
no
my
money.
God, that's crazy, guys. You guys are you see, you guys are so emotional. You can't hear anything that I'm saying.
St. James,
What I say
are
is
black
false
people
or
are
not
black people
false.
at the bottom in America?
I never say you are the bottom. I never said that. I never used that word. I just said me going to Georgia, I've seen a level of poverty that I haven't seen across America. I haven't seen it. I live in Colorado. I haven't even seen black people doing that bad.
But the kind of poverty you saw in Georgia, you saw worse in Burkina Faso, right? You've seen worse poverty
even in
than
your
that in Burkina
Liberia
Faso.
country.
Oh my God. Why are you guys
Even in
moving the
Liberia,
goalposts?
compare
Poverty is
that to
poverty.
Liberia, sir.
Goodness
That's what I'm
sake.
saying.
Liberia is a
I will
shithole,
admit,
just like every
yes,
other country.
I will admit that every day and anytime. That's the
You
point that I'm
can't
trying to
even
tell you.
protect yourself, sir. We came to
No,
protect you in Liberia, sir.
I hear
You
everything
run
you're
away.
saying. I hear everything you're saying. It's
Okay,
the truth.
Elvis.
I'm not afraid to say those things. They
Okay,
don't.
why you
They
couldn't even
Kimbo be
protect
in the same
yourself?
No, they
country
don't
say that he
offend me,
ran
bro.
away.
No, it
Yeah,
does
they don't.
offend you.
Those things don't offend me.
You came in
That's why I
America
want you
as
to
a
understand
refugee,
because
sir.
they're true.
So,
If they're true, if they're true, I'm not offended by them.
Yeah, you
So
came here
when
as
we're
a
saying the
refugee.
truth,
So
yes,
stop
no, actually, I
talking, bro.
didn't come here as a refugee, but a lot of people
You
did come here. No, I came here on a diversity visa program.
Yeah,
So
but your
I didn't
people
come here as a
came as a
refugee.
refugee, like 400,000,
Yeah, a lot of
500,000
a lot of my
Liberian. It's a
people came
lot
here
of
as a
people.
refugee. Yeah,
Yeah, you run
It's
away
not-
from your country. You couldn't even protect your own country.
Yeah,
You
true,
couldn't even
That's true.
protect your own country, but you here trying to debate me on shit that I understand already.
No,
And I kept telling you that's
The
true,
thing
that's
is
true.
that you're
You
not
keep
admitting.
coming
You're
like
not
you're trying to
admitting
prove
that as
something to me.
Africans,
What is that
we're
though?
in deeper poverties than the blacks in this
Man,
country.
you've been
That's
in
what you're
deep
not
shit
admitting.
like since the 90s, bro.
No, you're arguing a point that you can't argue because the facts don't support you. That's the point that I'm making.
I gave you the
All right?
facts.
Anything you say about my country is true. We're a shithole country. We're a field nation. We can't govern ourselves. We couldn't defend ourselves. All of those things are facts. Don't bother me because they're true.
And I gave you a
But
statement.
your
I
point,
asked
the
you,
point
is my
here is that
statement false or not
the
false?
poorest people in your country are way more poorer than the black people here who are the poorest, or even the white people who are very poor. The thing about them, they can escape poverty. When you're in abject poverty, there's no escape. There's no
I don't know. I'm
silver
not sure
lining.
about that. You can expect any poverty wherever you are in the world.
So
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't compare us Africans to them. We come into this country for a better life. Unless you say that you had a perfect life in Burkina Faso and you didn't have to leave, but you left on your own accord because you just wanted to travel the world. You came here for a better life. I
Better
came here
life
for a
has
better
a
life.
lot of meaning. Better life has a lot of meaning. So I don't know anybody on this panel.
Okay,
when we talk about
see,
better life,
James, you're
has
the
a
only
lot of meaning.
person that don't want to be in America, but you find yourself in America.
I want to be in America. I chose to be in America, right? But
of course,
what I'm trying to tell
because
you,
it's
like,
better, right? Or because it's worse. Did you choose to be here because it's worse than where you came from?
Listen. There are some part of it that's worse than when I came from in America. There are some worse part. There's some good part. It's not all the way
Overall,
around
you prefer
good.
to be here. Overall,
Okay,
you
yeah,
prefer to be here than be back home.
But I'm
Of
just asking
course.
you a question. Let me ask you a
That's the
question.
fact.
When Frenchie was talking, right? When Carla, Dollar Bill, and all of these people giving statement like stats, their stats about Africa, right? Which is correct, right? Whether it's correct or not correct, I see some facts. I see some facts in there, right?
I gave no
and I didn't come here to debate those facts, right? I just say that's correct. You're talking about Africa being the poorest, our people are being poor. Did you see me debate those points when I hit the link? I did not, because I believe that's true. When I said in Georgia, I've been in more than 5 states in America during my time here in America, more than 5 states. And one of the poorest states I visited was in Georgia. And I've seen a level of poverty that I haven't seen.
The state with the wealthiest Black Americans is Georgia.
I'm not saying that poor, everybody's poor in Georgia. I've seen a different kind of poverty. That's what I just mentioned. You guys just freaked out. That's all I just said. That's all I just said. You guys freaked out and you hear Elvis doing your thing. Like, oh, you're trying to compare Black American to African. You're trying to compare America to Africa. Like I'm a dumb guy. Please, come on, man. That's what I just said. I've seen a different kind of poverty I never imagined I would see. I've seen it. What part of what I said is a lie? What part of what I said is a lie? If your channel is about the truth, Carla, if your channel is about the truth, what part of what I just said is a lie?
Check this out, Say
Don't mind me. I'm confused. What kind of poverty did you see?
Let me say this. 20 years ago, I was working 3 jobs, right? And I washed dishes, everything like that. I made money, but if you just take one of my jobs, I was in power, working around the clock, 7 days a week. I worked at the clubs on the weekends and whatnot. And I basically had no future and everything like that. But somebody like you will look down on me like, oh man, why don't you have a career? I did what I had to do. That's how we do it in America one night. We don't and you know something about us in America, right? We don't look down on our people because they got to get their hands dirty or a job. They got to work a job. So long as they take that job and they do it the best they can with pride, we treat them the same way. We don't have this look down on them like you work for washing dishes. You don't make a lot of money. We don't judge people like that.
No, it's way worse. That was way worse than that. You know, I just didn't want to mention it.
You do, Carla.
I don't judge African immigrants. You're too freaking sensitive. I don't
judge. No, Carla, you the one. All these guys on the panels are displaying some sort of emotions towards what I just said, and I just got scared over that because I didn't even feel like I need to say more because you guys can't take it. I'm scared.
What's wrong? What's wrong with washing dishes?
Can I make a statement?
I didn't. I said 10 years. Did you hear me? I said 10 years.
It's
10 years washing dishes.
It's not the Chevron home. They're called the Fisher houses. If you look them up in the VA, they have them all across the country. They're state-of-the-art facilities. And the one in the Bronx has 2 Fisher houses, Fisher House 1 and Fisher House 2. Because the facility is so large, they were able to do these smart homes for veterans who are ongoing, these certain death procedures where they're gravely ill. So they fly the families to these Fisher homes, and they can actually be there and support their family member who's in the service. Now, what I'm saying that to say, they're in Orlando, they're all over. If you can look up these Fisher houses, they're beautiful. You have people who are mentally ill because they've been in the war, right? And they might have substance abuse problems. So they're out there in the street. Some people are hustling, trying to make extra money, right? And they're veterans and they don't want to go to the hospital. But I'm telling you, the places are beautiful. They're state-of-the-art facilities. And in fact, I used to even work at one of them, okay? So to say that the United States don't take care of their military, okay, would be horrible. It's just not true. Okay, and you have people there, and you have a lot of African brothers who are in the service who've come through this country to serve. Okay, for the United States, and they go to those facilities free of charge. They get everything. It's a one-stop place. They get their dental, their medical, their podiatry, the urology, the cardiology. If they need limbs or prosthesis, right there. It's a marvel of a place. And these things are happening all across the country. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, because I deal with the veterans. Matter of fact, on the 25th, I got a veterans appreciation thing in my office, inviting veterans down and whatnot, veteran appreciation. This is what I would do for a living. I work in healthcare with the poor population, the senior population, and the veteran population, so I know all about this stuff like that. America has the best healthcare system in the world.
It is not the best. That's true. That's a lie. That's not true. It's not true.
America has the best healthcare system in the world.
Now, even compared to Canada, Canada has the best compared to the States.
Canada, people got to wait 7 months.
Now you lying. You a lying ass. You a lying ass. Canada has the best healthcare system. Ask anybody. Ask your doctor.
St. James, Canada has the highest fucking taxes ever. We're not willing to pay that amount of money to have the best healthcare ever.
People are leaving the state to Canada for surgery.
They only get
ask your doctor.
America has the best healthcare system, but the access to healthcare is way difficult in this country than other.
That's why Canada is the best.
Because they're talking about access. They're not talking about the quality. They're talking about the access to it. They're not talking about the quality of it.
We got millions of illegals and everything like that burning the healthcare system, going by using the healthcare thing, the emergency room as a primary care thing. So you got people coming in there with no health insurance. They don't not on the ACA for healthcare plan. They don't qualify for Medicaid. They just go in there and it's burning the system, because
everybody qualify in Canada. Everybody. So
because they pay taxes for it.
Everybody's qualified in Canada. What's up? What's up with that?
America does
they
not
pay taxes for it.
Of course, but everybody's qualified.
They have the best.
I think you guys should actually do research on that.
I'm worried about you guys, man. Seriously, I really do.
In the world,
I really do. Whatever that the United States says is the best in the world, you guys just copy and run with it. I'm worried. Seriously, I do.
Where do most doctors go to in the world to get the medical science done and the breakthrough is right here in the United States. The best doctors.
Yeah, America is the best in everything.
The Mayo Clinic.
Let's leave America
in New York.
Two issues now.
Presidents come to the Mayo Clinic here for care in the United States.
That's crazy. That's crazy what I'm hearing tonight. But that's good though. I know you guys would say that. So saying that America has the best healthcare system in the world, I'm really scared.
This is shit you can look up, St. James.
No. Look up what you talking about?
St. James is something that you can look up.
Look up what?
St. James, what you don't understand is that if the majority of the people in America had an option to choose, do I want to pay for healthcare or do I want to have fucking fun?
Yeah, people
what do you mean?
People that rather have fun to take care of the damn health.
Carla, could you do me a favor?
It's called choice, sir.
Could you
know the number of people in America who don't have health care?
Could you play?
Do you know the number?
Fisher House up there just for
sir. Do you know the number of people who don't have health care in America?
I don't know. Everybody
people can afford health care. We have the Affordable Care Act.
No. But Carla, do you know the number of people who don't have health care in America? Do you know the number?
You guys seem to forget that there's actually life outside of America.
Could you put that up for
the rest of the world doesn't just see things the way you guys do.
Could you put that up there for a minute, Carla, so they can see what I'm talking about?
Yeah, they have no idea the advance in America's healthcare system is the best in the world.
This is a lifeline.
Alive
for
right
me,
now,
who's got 2 months of chemo. This could be a really sad story.
And John Simpson's story, he's a Vietnam veteran, currently undergoing treatment. Though born in the Bronx, he and his family now live in California, but needed to come to New York for medical care.
It's been a huge relief to be able to come here.
There are 91 Fisher houses across the country and 2 right here in the Bronx, where veterans can stay for free while getting medical treatment.
They wanted us to feel that this house was a home away from home, and it really fosters recovery and healing.
The Bronx Fisher houses each have 16 guest rooms, a dining room, kitchen, and living room for veterans and their families to relax and find comfort together.
We're here with other veteran families, so it's kind of like being with your brothers and sisters.
Connecting with other veteran families, easy access to treatment, and a free place to stay. The Simpsons say finding the Fisher house was an answer to their prayers.
Kind of a salute to their service. We wanted the houses to be special. We didn't want the houses to look like a hotel.
Fisher says he's aiming for 100 Fisher houses and plans to build one wherever one is needed. In Kingsbridge, Marissa Marcelino, News 12.
Thank you, Carla. Those Fisher houses.
Frenchie, can you find a link
Bronx,
where we have the ranking of the healthcare system?
The Fisher houses.
There's
Frenchie,
no point. They won't accept it. They won't accept
please
it.
do,
There's no point.
because I found something. I can't put it there, but I found something.
Hello. Can I say something, please? As you can see how beautiful those places are. I was there about 3 or 4 years ago when they put those Fisher houses together, and the land on that Fisher house where it's so big that they took part of the parking lot, because they have 3 big areas in the parking lot that they could fit not just one Fisher house, but 2 Fisher houses on the parking lot, okay, of the VA hospital. That's how large the hospital is and how vast it is. And you can see it's brand new, state of the art. They have chefs. They've got 16 rooms per Fisher house, right? And they've got the state of the art stuff, and it's for the veterans, all for
you got Dollar Bill. You got to see this place in Virginia Beach called Atlanta Shores, housing for seniors and whatnot. God damn, they got golf courses, a medical facility, clinics, dentists, everything there. Whatnot, swimming pool. These people, I mean, yo, I tell you what, man, the healthcare system in this country.
Let me just say this. In the inner cities, there are issues with healthcare, but if you want to find the best doctors in the world, the Columbia Presbyterian, okay, has some of the best medical doctors. You've got Lenox Hill, where when you see the basketball players who are insured for millions of dollars. Then downtown, we have a place called the Special Surgery Hospital. Okay, these 2 hospitals, Lenox Hill, okay, people come, who have $1 million insurance on their hands and on their feet because they play professional sports, is where they have their surgery there. So I'm not going to say that you don't have bad things in the inner city, but I'm telling you, you have the range from the very, very best.
And what about the Bangladeshis and all them building their own clinics and stuff like that? That's another thing,
Yeah.
The Muslim community, like building their own hospitals and whatnot. The Jews got Mount Sinai and everything. So the bottom line
Mount
is
Sinai, they got you got the Presbyterians, okay, which have a beautiful hospital in Inwood, New York, in Inwood.
I'm glad to hear that you guys are getting beautiful bills as well, right? You're getting beautiful bills as well from these places, right?
No.
Very good bills, nice bills that you can pay easily, and you happy. And
I was in the hospital, excuse me, because you think you know everything, but you don't.
No, you want to talk, right? Because you want to be the star. Just go ahead.
No, I was in the hospital back in 1996, right? And my bills were over $100,000. And guess how much I paid of it? 0, because I was working for the city.
Yeah, so you have no.
So what about people that don't work for the city?
I had insurance. I didn't have. Poor people don't.
People are filing bankruptcy here in America because they can't afford bills to pay their bills. You don't hear that? You don't hear those stories?
Insurance is for insurance.
Okay, I get that, but people are filing bankruptcy because they can't pay their medical bill here in America. So haven't you heard those stories?
There's a problem with gaps in coverage. Like we have this thing.
I know all of that. I'm just asking you, have you heard those stories? That's all I'm asking you.
This is what it is. If you have a gap in coverage, like you have to pay a deductible, And sometimes if a deductible is like $1,000, something like that, yeah, people for run short and stuff like that. But for the most part, $1,000, right, and their surgery and everything might cost $40,000. So it ain't like they got to come on $40,000. They just probably have to pay a deductible, you know. And some people can't meet that.
Yeah, and then you have to file a bankruptcy for it, right?
No. And then in America, they chose to slide all of their money on TVs and other bullshit rather than pay for that
people
medical
spend
bill.
money on cars and vacation and stuff like that, but they won't spend the money on health.
So at the end of the day, it was a personal choice that they fucked over. There's a difference.
If you get a $40,000 bills, it's not a choice, bro. It's you don't have it. You don't have it.
But what is the point? What is
the
whole
point?
Is
it happens, right? That's all I'm saying.
But what is
people are filing for bankruptcy because of their medical bills?
No, that's not true.
That's
no.
That's
okay. No. All right.
They might be filing for.
That's not true. That's true. That's true. A lot of people file for medical. I take it back. It's not true. I take it back.
Do file for. That's true. That's a fact.
We're talking about. But the thing is, right?
Medical
people have an obligation to be responsible.
No, people
for themselves. If you choose not to be responsible, that's your fault. You don't blame the healthcare system for your irresponsibility.
Like you hit somebody with a car and you don't have no insurance on it.
Let me tell you what overburdens the healthcare system. The migrants.
The migrants. That's what
people who come here are not part of the.
You were invited in. That's what I just told you. You can't keep up with what you have built. You need a migrant here to help out. The government needs that. The U.S. government needs the migrant. They're lying to you. Both parties.
No, they're lying.
Both parties can get together and lie to the American people about the need of immigrant here. Both parties need that. Both of them can benefit from the groups.
We need the migrants for what?
If they don't need it, listen, if America doesn't need anybody here in America, they know what to do.
St. James,
they know what to do.
I agree. We need cheap-ass labor. We need cheap-ass labor.
Tell me
why
you need them here.
If they don't need immigrants, dollar bill. If America doesn't need anybody, they know what to do. Okay, what do you ask me?
I asked you a question.
Okay, go ahead.
What do you think, and why do you think they need immigrants? I just want to know.
Okay, the guy just gave you the answer.
No, I'm asking you.
So are you there for something, or you want me to repeat what he said?
I'm asking you. I want to hear your perspective.
Cheap labor.
Okay. So you're saying that these rich companies, they need to have cheap labor.
Absolutely.
Do they need to, or they want to have cheap labor because they want to exploit people?
Because of their bottom line. As much as they can exploit these people, they would rather have them come here so they can be used.
Yes, it's lawlessness.
Right.
Okay.
And so they need that.
Right.
They need that. You said that's a need? They don't need that. They want
That's not a need, that's a want.
That's okay,
whatever that is.
They want to make as much money as possible.
That's not a need.
No, that's whatever that is. It is happening, right?
No, when you say need, you have to understand.
Okay.
If you need something and you don't have it, you're gonna suffer somewhere around. But you don't need it. You want it because you can take advantage of the opportunity.
Of course.
Immigrants are not needed. They're wanted to be exploited.
I don't know. You're not in government to tell me that, so I don't know. So the people are making the
don't
decision.
need to be in government. They're starting to kick out immigrants in Canada. They no longer want them.
Sir, your government, whatever they need or they want, they are letting them come in.
No,
okay,
they're letting them come in.
Oh, they're letting them come in. What I'm telling you is, if they don't want that to happen, they don't know what to do.
That's what they have.
St. James, is that why you're here?
That's
I
why
came here legally.
Are you here because we needed you?
I came here legally.
That's why the American people.
Yeah, America. Listen,
sir.
Listen.
And they're gonna.
Why? Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a legitimate question, right? Let me ask you a legitimate question.
You can ask me anything.
Why America is in the poorest country in Africa?
Why are they in the poorest country?
Yes.
To exploit it.
Okay, so why am I here?
Yeah, because your dumbass leaders.
No. Your dumbass can do what I can do. I'm here to exploit too.
Listen,
that's the same answer America is doing. I'm here to do the same.
St. James, you're not exploiting the damn thing.
Okay, that's fine. You see what I'm doing, right? You see what I'm doing, right?
Don't sugarcoat it.
As much as you guys don't like it, right?
I don't care. You
My
think I care about you
my reason.
Do you think that I stay up at night and worry about
That's
you?
what I'm saying. We're worried
Wait,
about
no.
Wait, St. James, you said that you take care of your people back home, right?
Doing what I need to do.
I never said that, sir. Listen, I think you drunk tonight or
you-
something. I
no,
don't.
I'm not drinking.
You are
and I'm
saying
not
things I never said.
No, I'm saying to you.
No, St. James, you actually said that you take care of your people back home.
Where did I say that?
Did you
I take care of my people back home. Where did I
You
say
told
that?
that to Elvis. You said that to Elvis earlier.
Oh, I'm jealous of the fact
You said
you're
that you
here.
build in your
Yeah,
home
that's
country. You said that earlier.
That's
I'm
wonderful.
building my own thing. So what's up with that? Taking care of my people and building my own thing is what is not two different things?
Nobody's against you.
More of you then.
No, you can't be against me. I don't care about your opinion.
But see, if you did, why would you be on
you St. James?
What am I here in America?
Building up for your people back home.
Why am I here in America?
No, I didn't say America.
Oh, what's that?
If you don't care about the opinions
Uh-huh.
of African Americans,
I really don't.
Why are you on?
I mean, here I don't really. I didn't need it. I didn't need your opinion to come here.
Why are you on a site talking to African Americans? If you don't,
they talk to me.
We didn't call you. We called you
because they talk to me.
Did we call you?
Call me where?
Did we call you up? Did we say St. James?
St. James, where you from?
Call me. No, hold on. You got two people talking at
St. James. St. James, I'm confused.
Hold on. Let
Caribbean.
me answer the dollar bill.
We need
that ain't no damn African accent.
Did you?
No, what happened?
Did we say to you, St. James? We need your opinion
about what?
About anything.
Dollar bill. Let me tell you something.
Did we say that?
Let me answer. You asked me a question. You answer for me. That's the problem I have with you. You ask a question. You answer for me. Let me answer. Let me answer. Please. Dollar bill. Let me answer.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. I want to.
Okay. You good? Are you ready?
I've been ready. Born ready.
I don't care about you giving me permission about my opinion on anything. I will give it to you whether you like or not. Is that good enough for you?
No.
Okay.
The thing is.
Okay, you're going to have to live with it because I don't care about you okaying it for me.
I'm not on African channels.
Okay.
Telling Africans what I think their opinion should be of me.
Okay. You talk about Africa, right? You talk about Africa, right?
I can talk about it because my people come from Africa.
Okay, I can talk about America because my people live in America too.
Okay, so
my people live in America too. I can talk about America.
If you don't care, right?
Okay.
If you truly don't care,
right?
Why are you here? Why are you on this?
Okay, you talk about care, right?
I don't mean America. I'm talking about why are you coming on this channel,
right?
To talk because you don't care about our opinion. So why should we care about yours?
No, I never say you should care.
But why should we?
You can listen to it and not care about it. I don't care about that.
But if
you can listen to it and not care. I can't control. I can control your thought process about it.
That just shows that you're only here to cause problems.
Because you care.
Am I on your channel? Is that your channel?
No, you're here because you care.
No, let me ask you a question. It's an honest question. Is that your channel?
No, it is not my channel.
Okay, why are you talking to me?
African American.
So why are you asking me all these questions?
You don't care about African Americans. So why are you on the channels of African Americans?
If Kala, listen. Hold on.
Engage each other. We're here to engage each other.
Listen.
That's not
I have the right. Listen. You don't have to respect my answers, but I'm giving it to you. Like, listen.
Right?
You can't. Listen.
African show.
That's fine. You don't have to because they don't need you. They don't need you. Maybe you already know they don't care about listening to you. That's why you don't care.
We don't need you either.
Oh, no. Listen. Don't say I don't need you. Say I don't. If you say that, I will respect that. So you talking for everybody. You can't talk for everybody.
I'm talking.
There are people who want to listen to me. So how do you know that?
Hold on, Dollar Bill.
How do you know that,
bro?
How do you know that?
Same James. When you called in earlier, what was the purpose? What bothered you? What made you want to call
in a conversation?
To talk shit?
No, not to talk shit. To engage in a conversation. Why did you call in, sir? Why did you call in?
You don't respect people. You don't want people to respect.
No.
You have no respect for African Americans.
I called in because I wanted to give Frenchie a link.
See, that's why.
Okay,
that's why I called in.
That's fine. So you talking to me like there is a problem. There is no problem.
If you don't like, if
No,
I
no,
don't
no.
like,
Listen, dollar bill.
No, let me speak.
I've been telling you, you're too emotional as a grown man, right? I keep telling you that, but you still don't listen, right? If you don't like what somebody else is saying, you get so emotional, you get driven by the fact that you think you can make somebody listen to you by force. I don't have to. I don't have to. If I don't want to hear about your opinion, I don't want to hear about your opinion. It's my right. It's my right. You can't force me.
Nobody's
St.
forcing
James.
you, man.
Okay, then what's the
James, I got a
problem?
question.
Not my channel. Because
St. James, I got a question.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Got rid of you.
If you can make him
problems that
get
we
quiet,
have
if you
in
can,
Black America,
if you
and
can
the
help him get
problems that you
quiet,
have in your country, how can we solve the problems by working together?
How can we
Make this
solve it?
productive.
I can't.
How
I didn't
can you
hear the
help us
question.
solve the problems in Black America? And how can Black Americans help you in your country to solve the problems that y'all have there? How can we work together to solve our
I
problems?
don't want to work with him.
Working together. It start with a visit. It start with a visit. I can't work with somebody who didn't visit.
Good. Check us out.
You gotta visit first. If you have visited Africa and you know about the problems, then we can have a conversation.
This comment right here, I thought Carla was a Pan-African. I think he's a
No. Carla, you say you don't give a damn about Pan-Africanism, right? So this channel is about what? What is it about?
Like I said, I think the way Pan-African has been interpreted, it means I'm just Panda Bear. Y'all throw peanuts at and whatnot.
No. Your people thought they can bully me. They can't bully me. Carla B cannot bully me. He can't. You know he can't bully me. He can't bully me. You know that.
St. James, don't nobody want to bully you, bro.
Okay, you can't. You can't even to begin with. No, you can't threaten me, sir. You don't. You can't threaten me. You try to bully me. You try to bully me like my opinion doesn't matter. It does matter. If you don't want to listen to it, you don't listen to it. I never, no matter, listen, sometimes you spew some garbage, right? But I never come here and say, oh, this guy is spewing some garbage. I'll listen to it. If I don't want to listen to it, I don't listen to it.
All right, I want to get back to St. James. This conversation about St. James.
No, I can handle it, but you can't handle it.
You can't handle the truth.
You can. I've seen Afro-Diamonds come here. You were freaking the F out.
Hey, James, you asked me
you know
a question.
why? Because he's a piece of shit.
No, he's not a piece of shit. He's a human being. You can't take criticism. You can't take criticism. That's you. That's on you.
And I said what he is, and I don't give a damn.
Okay, and that's fine. That's fine.
He's a piece of shit. You asked me a question, right?
Right. Go ahead.
He said, "I'm not a Pan-African." I said, "I'm not a Pan-African." Yeah, I said because the way Pan-African has gone. I was always a Black nationalist, to tell you the truth. You know, I thought Pan-Africanism was I thought that at the time, I thought that if I was a Pan-Africanist, whatnot, that my Black nationalist ideology would take root on the continent and stuff like that, where Africans will see a light when we're working together. That did not happen, you know. So in other words, basically, so I have to go back to being a Black nationalist, you know, just cared about building Black businesses, Black infrastructure.
Yeah, that's good.
That, you know, Pan-Africanism means I don't see myself as Black American.
Carla.
It's all we as all Black African people. And like that, I don't no longer believe that. I know.
Okay, if you believe then that we could work together and you travel to Africa and you settle down with Carla, you said right.
Hold up. The Pan-African of today means me as an African American, I gotta lose my identity and basically become a Nigerian.
No. You see, Carla.
I don't want to do that.
Carla, I'm listening to you, right? Every time, even your folks over here, right? Is all the time when you guys speak, right? It's about Africa not doing anything on Pan-Africanism. And as Africans, we see a lot of things being done for Black Westerners. I'm not even saying only Black American. I'm seeing a lot of things being done for you guys, which I believe. Can you tell this guy to let me finish?
Well, but would you clear yourself up?
Okay, I would say, I'm not done. So you just hold on. I'm seeing a lot of good things, right? Even on YouTube, you see a lot of Black Americans talking about the positive they're getting from Africa. But you guys come in here, you talk about Africa doesn't care about anything. Africa only care about Black Americans' money, or only cares about how much African Americans spend for Africa, or whatever African can get from African American. It's a lie. It's a lie. And then you got to stop that, because
I have never said that shit.
No, I'm not saying you. I just said some people on this panel have said that.
I have.
But at this current time, you can see video after videos of Black Westerner talking about, I have went to Africa, I have gotten this thing done for me. It's all about, so when you flip around, it's act like you on YouTube, right? You have a YouTube channel. So I'm under the impression that you act like you don't see the video, right? You come here, you talk bad about Africa. That Africa is giving nothing to the diaspora, right? But we see all the positives every day. But you guys don't mention it. But
let me respond.
So every time you want to put Africa at the lowest, you do it. Africa's giving nothing. Africa is giving nothing. We're gonna turn our back on Africa. We've been the one doing it. So it's not cool, man.
Hey, CJ, let me say this, right? Then you can respond to that, and I'll shut up.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, check us out. Now I'm saying that right now that Africa is coming into its own a little bit, right? And I said like this: I realize Africa really doesn't need us anymore, you know. And Africa basically is in conflict with the United States. Now, you said the other day, which pissed me off, right? I said when I go to Africa, like Africa, I check in with the U.S. Embassy, and you got offended by that. You got triggered by it. I said, why am I checking with that? I said, because I'm an American and everything. And you tell me that's not being a pan. So basically what you're saying is I should be completely vulnerable to a country of which I have no citizenship, no real rights, whatever like that. And because like this, why would I do that? Why would I?
You want me to respond to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then can I respond?
You said African, right? You were somehow, somewhere you were mentioning African siding with white folks and doing all kind of things with white, right? You said that in the same breath, right? You were complaining about Africans, you know, you were complaining about shows that African had, and they had, you know, non-African calling in, discussing the issues between African and African American. You said all those things, right? And then you turn around and you say, okay, you're gonna go back and you're gonna go to Africa and check with the same people. No, okay, now you're telling me because of the fact that you don't have citizenship, you're gonna go check. That's why I asked you, because it was so funny. The way you put it was so funny. That's why I asked you. Like, okay, you go check.
Hold up, ZJ, don't interrupt me. What you're saying is I'm not an American. That white people.
He's trying to shame you again.
Which basically you're trying to shame me that I'm an American. That's offensive. I don't have
a Kala. For me to better understand, right?
So the bottom
for me to better understand. No, I'm gonna let you speak. I just have a question for Dollar B. If you go to Africa, would you check in with the U.S. Embassy?
I'm not going to Africa.
Okay, if you do go.
I'm not going.
Okay, my man was talking. If you go to Africa, would you check in with the U.S. Embassy?
Yes, it's the smart thing to do because
no. It's just a question. It's just a question.
Yes.
Would you check in
with them?
Yes. What's the meaning of the check-in?
I'm going to answer the question.
Because they got to know where the citizens are in case of an emergency. They can come airlift you. They can send help for you.
I'm going to answer the question.
Okay.
Can I answer the question?
Okay, go ahead.
I used to want to go to Africa. And I used to desire to do it, but now that I deal with people, no, I don't. Now that I deal with people like yourself and the type of paternal attitude that you have that you feel that somehow that we need you, that we can't survive without you, that we can't say anything about you. I wouldn't waste my time nor my money to go. And so
it only took one person to.
No, it's not one person
to make you lose your desire to go to Africa.
It's not one person.
Okay,
it's a culmination of people, right?
But you do see African American on the continent, right? You do see them, right?
Like I said to you.
Okay, no, you do see. I'm just asking a simple question.
When you ask me a question, now I want to deal with that question.
Okay, go ahead.
When you say Africans are doing something for African Americans in this country, I just want to know what it is. What contribution are Africans in this country contributing to African American community?
Do you want me to answer that?
Sure.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. That African American are not doing, or what's I don't get the
Africans are doing for African Americans in the United States.
What they're doing for
African Americans. What contribution are they making toward African Americans in this country?
Okay. I know Africans who build school in Chicago. Do you know about that?
No.
I know Africans who have given scholarships to African American. Do you know about that?
They built a school for African Americans?
Yes, in Chicago.
Don't know nothing about that.
Okay, I'm gonna provide that
What's the
evidence.
name of the
I know
school, brother?
Africans who have provided scholarships to Black American kids here in America. Do you know about that?
All my doctors here are African American.
You never heard that?
No.
What's this note about?
Okay, so you don't think those things exist, right?
No, I didn't say that.
Hold on.
Please don't say Nigerian nurses.
Have you had a Nigerian doctor? Have you had a Nigerian doctor?
Nurses are working for money.
Yeah, nurses. I had Nigerian
I
nurses.
said, I know Africans, a group of Africans who built a school in Chicago. Yeah, you say you don't know nothing about it.
No.
And I told
What's
you,
the name of
I
the
know,
school?
I will come up with the name. When I used to live in Chicago, I remember that. That's years ago. And I know Africans who put in scholarship for African kids to go to school. And you say you don't know nothing about it. I know I know a lot of Africans who tutor a lot of African American kids after school programs and all of that. They did that.
Where?
Wherever state, even in Colorado here.
I'm here in New York.
I even did some tutoring.
And you got paid
to some
for
African American kid. I'm not saying only them. A group of kids. I have done it myself.
Can I tell you the numerous
I did it for free, sir.
That African Americans do for Africans in this country and on the continent? Because I know that I've taught a whole lot of continents.
Lincoln University, man, educated all the Nigerians.
I have personally tutored and mentored many an African in this state.
That's
of
good.
New York State.
That's good.
So and mentored not just them, and mentored some of the people that you say are doing work. I mentored them.
And I know Africa will give a lot of jobs to Black American as well.
Well,
a lot of opportunities. A lot of opportunities.
I don't know any.
I just want to say, if both sides are honest,
so you don't know
both sides are honest, that means everyone can work together.
Absolutely.
And actually get shit done.
Absolutely. So by that time, right, would you agree? The question, right? You don't know any, I respect that, right? But based on the answer that I gave you, would you accept that Africans have done things here for a Black American here? Or do you don't accept that?
Colin trying to speak. Let him speak. Colin's trying to say something. Okay, go ahead, Colin.
In the live stream, so anybody want to jump on now. Jump on now. So forever, and you guys can keep going on. So I gotta get to bed. I'm tired. Had a long day.
All I'm saying to you is, everyone has this attitude that, we can't say anything to you. We can't say.
Walk on eggshells.
We can talk about our community.
Why don't you keep it for another hour?
Kala came on this live stream. I was listening and talked about degenerate behavior in the African American community.
And nobody said a damn thing. They were cheering it on.
That's not true. I said it was mean. Don't say that. Don't do that.
As soon as you perceive,
Prince, you stood up for our reparations.
As soon as you perceive that someone's saying something about Africans as if we're Europeans, you have a hissy fit. Because how dare us say anything about you or to you? Now I can tell you unequivocally.
You just don't like the lies, man. That's all.
That people from the Caribbean have contributed very much in the African American community since they've been here in all kinds of ways.
But the African did it, right?
Financially, educationally, culturally, socially, and I can just go down the list of luminaries. Okay, I can do that. I cannot do that with Africans in this country. Okay,
That's not